Back to Philly in search of their first home playoff win in almost 4 years. Some Penguins, including Evgeny Malkin, are hoping that tonight isn't the final time in this building as a Penguin. Welcome in, Penguins fans, and welcome back to PPG Paints Arena. Alongside the old 2-9er Phil Bourque, I'm Joe Brand. It's Game 5 of Round 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Bourque, the Penguins have kept this candle burning and brought the series back to the west side of the state. But the Philadelphia Flyers have won the last 3 games in this building. How do the Penguins keep momentum on their side in their home here tonight?
Good to be back with you, Joe, and that's a good question. I think they just have to play the simple game that they played in game number 4. Getting the lead is huge. I mean, I know it's such an obvious thing, first goal, get the lead, but the Penguins had a 2-goal lead twice in game number 4, and that matters. Because the Philadelphia Flyers in the first 3 games, I felt they kind of dictated the terms. They dictated the way the game was going to be played, and the Penguins were more reactive than proactive. So I think here on their home ice, listen, it's going to be tough to beat the Pittsburgh Penguins. Now, what, 4 straight times? They're trying to beat the Penguins 4 straight times in their house. I think the Penguins found something. They unlocked something in game number 4. Now, can they stick to it? Can they stay simple in front of their own fans? Because being on the road, and both teams are really good road teams, give some credit to the Flyers. They were a good road team during the regular season and obviously the first 2 games. But it's up to the Penguins to, right from the start, to play hockey, right? That's what the Penguins want to play hockey. Because when it gets taken in the back alley, Joe, that's a benefit, I think, for the Flyers. But they have a tough time playing that back alley hockey when they're down in the game. Either it's a 1-goal or 2-goal deficit.
A big reason why the Penguins were able to have multiple 2-goal leads in Game 4 against the Flyers is because of their goaltender, Artur Silovs. He replaced Stuart Skinner, not because Skinner played out of that position, but because it was time for a change. Now Artur Silovs, who has plenty of playoff experience under his belt, is looking for his 2nd win with the Penguins in the postseason. What'd you like about his game in Game 4?
Everything about this game. And listen, when it comes to the playoffs, all bets are off. Forget about egos, forget about hard feelings, and don't get me wrong, I don't think that Stuart Skinner had any of that. I think he's got the pom-poms out more than anybody else in this building for Artur Silovs. That's the kind of teammate he is. But at the end of the day, it was 3 straight losses. And so you've got a guy, what an ace in the hole to have this guy here, and it's a benefit. They've been going back and forth all year. This is no big deal to Artur Silovs and Stuart Skinner. So I think for Artur Silovs, I loved his post-game interview. He was just talking about, like, he just his joy, like the word joy he used. He was just having fun. You know, he didn't feel the stress or the pressure or if we lose this game, our season's over. He was like, no, I am going to absolutely give my best. And he was confident, he's positionally sound, he was athletic, and he understood the temperature of the game. And I would expect the Flyers probably to crash in that a little bit more, try to bump him a little bit more. So it's up to Silovs to stay composed, but also the Penguins defensemen to protect that blue crease and protect their goaltender.
Silovs with a little emotion in Game 4, tapping sticks with Porter Martone, getting in the face of Trevor Zegras at the end of the game. But back to your point between Skinner and Silovs, I feel like it's been their relationship that has helped both of them succeed so much this year. In fact, Skinner gave Artur Silovs the game helmet, the steel mill helmet that the Penguins pass around in the dressing room after the game. You don't often see that with NHL teams. These 2 goaltenders so locked in, such a good relationship with each other, and it's a big reason why I think they're able to pass the baton so well this year. Another guy back in the lineup, Ilya Solovyov, who came in to make his playoff debut for Game 4. Paired up with Ryan Shea once again. What does he bring to this game that earns him another start here tonight?
Well, the Belarusian was solid, and he's a big body. He likes to play physical. He's 6'3", 210. Now, I'd like to see him get in double digits. He only played around 8 minutes. I'd like to see him get into double digits. Obviously, special teams plays a role in how much he plays. But here's the thing about Solovyov. He knows what he can do, but more importantly, he knows what he can't do. So he plays a simple game, but that's all you need right now. You just need a rock solid, and that third pair with Ryan Shea, defend hard, play physical, get under the other team's skin. And when it comes to handling the puck, whether it's in the defensive zone or offensive zone, Murphy dump, off the glass and out. If you don't have a clean play, don't turn the puck over. And in the offensive zone, everything in deep, everything at the goal. Just keep it simple. You're a good hockey player, and just be that anchor on that third pair.
You've seen Sidney Crosby in this type of environment multiple times. Just work as usual for the captain right now?
Yeah. I believe he'll go next level again. I think that's where Sid's at right now. Is he, again, I talked about the Penguins unlocking something. I think that Sid has unlocked something. Him and Sanheim have, after each other right from shift one, puck drop one of game one. And I think now Sid is like, I've had enough of you. So I'm going to push back. You're gonna mess with the bull here, and you're really stirring something. That's the fine line you walk when you're Travis Sanheim. To be physical against Sidney Crosby. Am I too physical where I tick them off with a little bit of the Michael Jordan stuff? You get him into this zone, and we'll see if that happens here. But I saw a different Sidney Crosby in game number 4. We'll see if it carries over here tonight.
All right, partner. Great to have you back. Game 5. Let's have some fun.
Let's go.
That's the old 2-9er, Phil Bourque. Our starting lineups are presented by Clearview Federal Credit Union. Financial advice is closer than you think. The entire lineup for the Penguins the same as game 4. And Dan Muse is going with his top line to start this one of Ricard Raquel, Sidney Crosby, and Brian Rust. Parker Wotherspoon and Erik Karlsson are the starting D pair, with Artur Shilovs making his second straight start after earning the win. The Penguins' first win of this opening round playoff series Saturday night in Philadelphia. For Rick Tocchet's Philadelphia Flyers, he continues with the fourth line to start this one off of Luke Glendening, Sean Couturier, the captain, and Garnett Hathaway. Travis Sanheim and Rasmus Ristolainen are the top defensive pair, and Dan Vladar in net for the Philadelphia Flyers after suffering the loss Saturday night in Philly. He makes his 5th straight appearance in this series. It's a playoff hockey night in Pittsburgh. The Penguins have fought their way back to Game 5 and now trying to do the same for Game 6. It's rocking here at PPG Paints Arena once again. We'll have puck drop for you after this. It's all here on the Penguins Radio Network, presented by S&T Bank.
Hey,
Pennsylvania, as the Pittsburgh Penguins continue to fight for their playoff lives. Game 5 of the opening round of the Stanley Cup playoffs, and they're down 3-1 in this series against their in-state rival, the Philadelphia Flyers. How's it going, Penguins fans? Alongside the old 2-9er Phil Bourque, I'm Joe Brand. We are just thrilled to have you here with us tonight as the Penguins look to earn another day in the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs, hoping to force a Game 6 in Philadelphia coming up on Wednesday night. The Penguins are back home where they played 20-13-8 this season inside this building. The Philadelphia Flyers, a very good road team this year, and already with 2 road wins in this series, 23-14-4 during the regular season. The Penguins are attacking from left to right. and their alternate third gold sweaters with Artur Shilovs in net. The Philadelphia Flyers attacking from right to left. Drop of the puck. We're underway here in Pittsburgh. Opening faceoff is brought to you by number 1 Cochrane Club One Rewards. Earn points and save money with every dollar spent on service. Flyers work it down to the Penguin zone. They're attacking from right to left. Spun up the boards at the near point. Sanheim a drive. Stopped by Parker Wotherspoon, and then a turnaround shot by Glenn Denning. Luckily went wide of the net.
That shot hit Wotherspoon. It hurt him, and he couldn't move. He was kind of just flat-footed down on one knee, and he just really couldn't move to get to a loose puck that was about 8 feet away from him. He's getting looked at now at the Penguins bench.
Meanwhile, the Penguins in the neutral zone get it to Chinikov. He'll tap it back to Sam Girard. And this crowd was eagerly waiting for a return to this building after dropping the first 2 games of the series as a dump-in goes into the Flyer bench. Not even a minute into this hockey game.
Whoa. Evgeny Malkin. Jeez, Gino. He just took a puck and he flipped it into the Flyers bench. Oh, yeah, Gino. Oh, man, he's really lucky. Man, is he lucky he did not get called for unsportsmanlike there. And it actually hit the assistant coach. I couldn't see to the left of Rick Tocchet. It hit the assistant coach right in the chest. Oh, man.
I believe that's Jay Verardi.
Yeah.
So the face-off in front of the Flyers bench.
Out goes Novak.
Malkin will replace Novak, and the Flyers win the draw. Penguins have been the only team to score in the first period in this series. They did it in each of the last 2 games, both times on the power play. Flyers have it Penguin zone. Konechny down to the near corner. It's in on net. Shilovs with a stop and then freezes it as Sam Girard gets in a little bit of a mix around a couple of Flyers to the right side of Artur Shilovs, but he keeps it scoreless a minute into this game.
Well, like a lot of the series in the playoffs, you know, the pushing, the shoving, the dirty gloves in the face, the little cross checks, all those things after the whistle. It's easier said than done being up here in the booth, but down there on the ice, you have pride, you have ego. You don't want to get pushed around at all, but the Penguins got to walk that line of not retaliating even when the Flyers do initiate.
Face off to the right of Artur Shilovs in the Penguin zone. Drop of the puck and the Flyers control, but they get poked out of the way of it. Far wall. Sam Girard sweeps it out to center ice. Connor Dewar will drag it over the Flyers line, getting it to Blake Lizotte a little bit awkwardly as it's taken away by Alex Bump, the rookie making his playoff debut. Drags in the circle, fires a shot, saved by Shilovs. Short rebound that the Penguins will take away. As Blake Lizotte tried to shovel it out to the neutral zone, but he gets slammed into the boards by Bump. Flyers dump it in as Shilov stops it behind his net.
That's a perfect example of how the Flyers generate offense. That's a great chance by Bump. After just a little bit of a misplay by Lizotte, the Penguins are in the middle of a change, and then the Flyers use their speed to attack the Penguins' goal. First big save goes to Artur Shilovs.
Only shot of the game so far by the Flyers. Penguins have it in the Flyers zone for the first time, but Philly takes it out. Denver Barkey cruises over the Penguins line in the slot, rips a shot. Toe saved by Shilovs. Loose puck in the slot, and a shot wristed high of the net by Owen Tippett. Flyers still with it. High slot Sealer, another wrister, fought off by Shilovs. Rebound to the near corner. Taken by Tippett, up to Sealer near point. Snaps it to the far side. It's dragged down the wall. High slot Tippett now. Tippett above the circle. Ripped the shot, got blocked. Popped up and skimmed the netting. And the Flyers, with 5 shots on goal, maybe 4, just a little over 3 minutes into this hockey game, and they have a ton of momentum right now.
Yeah, and the Penguins, just all of a sudden here we're a little over 2 and change into this game, and you feel like the Penguins are already on their heels a little bit just because they haven't managed the puck properly in the neutral zone. And the Flyers, they're on their toes. They're looking for any kind of a hiccup or turnover, and they're going. They're injecting their defense into the offense already. And a couple of big saves by Shilovs early.
The visiting team has scored first in all 4 games of this series. But again, the Flyers have yet to have a first period goal. Flyers with it again. Penguin zone. Ristolainen in far circle. Shot never got through traffic. Mantha tried to escape the puck. Got it to Kindle down in the slot. But the Flyers still keep it onside until it's poked away by Mantha. And now Couturier will cough it up to Ben Kindle. Takes it over the Flyers line. High slot, peels back, tried to send a stretch pass Rather, a lead pass to Wotherspoon. He couldn't get it cleanly. Had to reset in the neutral zone as Soderblom will chip it back down to the Flyers' end. Mammoth comes racing in for it. Centers it for Kindle. Shot fired. They score! Elmer Soderblom with the first shot of the night for the Pens. It finds the back of the net. And they strike first here in Pittsburgh. It's 1-0.
One shot, one goal. Welcome to the playoffs. Elmer Soderblom, his first career National Hockey League playoff goal, and it's a dandy. After all the good chances that Philly had, the Penguins get the puck deep, and they go to work. It's Anthony Mantha. First the hit on Ristolainen, and then I think the pass is intended for Ben Kindle. It eludes Kindle, but coming late on the play through the slot was big Elmer Soderblom. He wasted no time, goes upstairs over the left glove hand, and it's 1-0 Penguins.
Whether or not that pass was intended for Kindle, he either did not touch it or just barely touched it to make sure it could get to Soderblom either way. And the awareness from the 18-year-old rookie on that play is a huge reason why the Penguins are up 1-0. A little over 3 minutes gone. As the top line's out there, Brian Rust gets taken down to the ice, bringing it into the Flyers zone. They play on. Crosby fighting for it in behind the net. It's worked over to the near corner. Pitched up to the point, jumps off the skate of Karlsson. Raquel will feed it to Wotherspoon. Back to Erik Karlsson, who flips it down to the Flyers' end far corner. Long bounce off the boards as Sealer plays it, spits it all the way down to the Penguins' end. This will be icing by Philly. 16:19 to go in the first, and the Penguins with the first goal of the game, 1-0, thanks to Elmer Soderblom.
Well, what I've noticed so far, and especially in game number 4, obviously, the Penguins had the first goal, led 2-0 and 3-1. Those two-goal leads that they had, they forced the Flyers to just play hockey, right? As well as the Penguins' power play is starting to get some traction. So the combination of those two are making the Flyers maybe just play a little bit safer, and sometimes safer is quieter, and they're not as effective that way.
Even when the Flyers tied things up in game 3, 1-1, it was on the power play. That's what allowed them to get their first goal. They went on a tear after that, scoring 3 goals in a matter of 6 minutes. Well, the Penguins striking first for the 3rd straight game, and for the first time here at home as Artur Shilovs makes a save. We've got 4 minutes gone in this hockey game, 1-0 the Penguins lead.
And now you've got that opportunity again. You get the big goal, and we've talked about it so much, about depth scoring. Penguins had the 3rd most goals in the National Hockey League, and a big reason why is because they were getting goals from throughout their lineup. D would chip in once in a while, but most importantly, it's the bottom 6 guys. That's the difference between good teams and really good teams. Good teams that are knocked out in the first round or teams that get to the second round. So much of it is if they can get their bottom 6 to chip in.
Anthony Mantha and Ben Kindle each picking up their first point on that goal as well. Here's a wrister deflected and fought off by Shilovs.
He got deflected, and boy, that's a good aggressive positioning save. I don't think Shilovs really knew where that puck was. He got icing here against the Penguins until he felt it go off his right shoulder.
15:47 to go in the opening period. Penguins with a 1-0 lead thanks to Elmer Soderblom. Artur Shilovs making his 12th appearance in the playoffs, his 2nd with the Penguins. Saturday night's win gave him a record above 500 in the postseason at 6-5. Goals against average of .282, a save percentage of .901. Face off to the left of Shilovs. We got a whistle blown. This is going to be a penalty on the Penguins. It's going to be Sam Girard.
Pittsburgh, number 49, minor penalty. Perfect.
And the Penguins penalty kill was really outstanding in the 2 games in Philadelphia. And Sam Girard just battling for a loose puck. And this is details. It doesn't seem like much, but he gets his stick into the feet of Denver Barkey as Barkey's turning to go after a loose puck. It's a small little detail, but you have to be so diligent in your stick positioning, especially when you're defending.
Phillies power play just over 15% this postseason series. The Penguins clear it down, shaving off almost 20 seconds of the PK so far. They have 2 power play goals. Both of them came in Game 3.
A big part of the success is getting Blake Lizotte for this penalty killing unit, get him back in the lineup.
Flyers back in the Penguin zone. Far corner Forster in behind the net to Carlson. He'll take it all himself. Milk off more time. Slow things down. Saucer pass intended for Dewar. Does go all the way down to the Flyers end and he throws a check into Jamie Drysdale. Here comes Zegras in full flight over the Penguins line. Stops at the far half wall. Dances with the puck. Downstairs to Dvorak. Back to Zegras. Above the circle. Snap to Konechny near circle. Wrister. Blocked by Nolachari. Puck over to the near corner. Spit up the wall for the Flyers. High slot Ristolainen. Far circle now. Zegras takes it up to the point. High slot Ristolainen. Hangs on to it. Under a minute to go on the Penguins PK. Konechny back to Ristolainen. Back to Konechny. Near point. In the slot. Drags and fires. Fought off. Kicked over to the far corner. Zegras taps it up. Taken by Konechny as he'll glide to the blue line and chip it back to Zegras. Konechny thought about a one-timer. Hung on. High slot Ristolainen now. He pumps one to Zegras. Far circle. He hangs on. Ristolainen. One-timer wide of the net. Rebound far half wall. Poked away by Letang. Not out though. Ristolainen keeps it alive. 30 on the Penguins PK. Martone near circle. Wrister dragged and it went high of the net. Rebound to the far half wall. Ristolainen swings it around the boards. To the near corner for Konechny. He corrals it down. Snaps it high slot Ristolainen. He pumps one. Blocked by Nolachari. And out to the neutral zone it goes.
Oh, Nolachari. Talk about sacrificing your body. Incredible.
10 seconds to go on the Penguins PK. Flyers back in the Penguins zone. Having trouble with it along the near wall. Poked up to York. He'll wrist one. Fought off. Puck flutters over the net, and it's cranked out to Sam Girard in the neutral zone. He'll buy some time. Feed Blake Lizotte. Flyers zone. Wrister got blocked. Rebound to the near corner. Lizotte and Girard tied up together. As the puck goes over to the near wall, the Flyers sweep it over to the far side, but the Penguins 1 for 1 on the PK so far tonight. They lead 1-0. About 13.5 to go in the opening period. Flyers will chuck it out into their own bench, and we will go to our first break of the first. Penguins lead 1-0 thanks to Elmer Soderblom. You're listening to the Penguins Radio Network, presented by S&T Bank. His first career playoff goal has the Penguins ahead 1-0. We've got 13:20 to go in the opening period. The Penguins just killed off a penalty. And the Philadelphia Flyers, with their 5 shots on goal, had a few on the power play. And we'll get a face-off to the right of Dan Vladar. Tommy Novak will take the draw against Luke Glendening. Fight for the puck in the far circle. And it's kicked away by Novak, but out of the reach of Erik Karlsson. He's got to race it down to the Penguin zone. Brings it up to the near side, sends it ahead to Malkin, but it jumped off his stick. Tumbles over into the Flyers zone, taken by Sanheim. He whiffed on a pass. Malkin's got it near corner, cruises in behind the net, brings it over to the far circle, turns around, cross-ice pass for Karlsson, kicked away. Hits it up to Chinakhov, now to Wotherspoon, far circle, drags and takes it to the half boards, plays it off the end wall. In the near corner, it's just easily taken by Couturier. He'll chip it down to the Penguin zone. Puck on edge and not fast enough for icing as Wotherspoon collects. Under 13 to play in this first. Penguins with a 1-0 lead over Philadelphia. Game 5 of this series, trying to force a Game 6 back in Philly. Chipped into the far corner by Sid. Raquel reverses it to the captain, who puts it up to Shea. D to Shea, far point. His wrister high in the net. Solovyov collects at the half boards. Got it to Raquel. Quick shot wide of the net. Rebound to Crosby. Far circle. Pad save by Vladar. Now it's left for Solovyov. He pumps one, redirected by Rust, but kept out by Vladar.
Good idea by Solovyov, trying to find Rust, who came out from behind the net and showed the stick to Solovyov for a redirect.
Flyers back in the Penguin zone. It's Bump, whose shot got deflected. Kicked over to the near corner. It's scooped up by Owen Tippett, who will chip it back down to the end boards. Sanheim swings it over to the far circle for Zegras. Pumped up. Barkey, wrister, fought off by Shilovs. Crosby will chip it out to the neutral zone.
Another really good positional save by Artur Shilovs, way out in the top of his blue paint.
Letang crunches Barkey into the boards, but Tippett comes away with the puck in the Penguin zone. His dumping attempt snapped out of the air by Letang. Up ahead to Achari. He feeds it to Mantha. Wrister, saved by Vladar. Crash towards the net, and Vladar's got the puck in the crease with the net off its moorings. 11:28 to go in this opening period. The Penguins offense starting to pick up a little bit more, but they still have a 1-0 lead over Philly.
Well, that's turning defense into offense right there. Quick puck retrieval by the Penguins. Stretch pass. Little bump pass off the wall to Anthony Mantha in full stride. Left-hand shot, left side of the ice. He gets to the left dot, maybe 2 or 3 feet outside the left dot, and he lets that wrister go. That's the old shot off the pad right there, right? You know you have Gerard beelining it to the back post. Throw it off the left pad of Vladar. Again, that big rebound all series long, Joe. Those rebounds have been there off of Vladar, but more times than not, the Penguins are not there.
The line that's responsible for the only goal out on the ice now. Kindle to take the draw, but Dvorak wins it. Gets it in the near corners. Emil Andre, who's back in the lineup after missing the last 3 games, will ice it all the way down to the Penguin zone. 11:21 to go in this first. Penguins lead 1-0.
And that's one of the 2 changes for Rick Tocchet. Matvei Michkov is a healthy scratch. And so, as you mentioned, Alex Bump comes in the lineup. Denver Barkey goes from a line with Noah Cates. He goes up with Trevor Zegras. And Emil Andre comes in for Noah Juleson.
Andre played in game 1 here in this building, then missed the last 3 with an upper body injury. Face off to the right of Vladar. Kindle just sweeps it right on net. It's taken by the Flyers, though. Worked up the wall. Couldn't clear it. Now they do. Out to center ice that Sam Girard will take. Ahead to Ben Kindle, who shovels it down to the Flyers' end. Bounces off the end board. Sealer collects. He's cut off briefly by Mantha. Worked up the near wall. They fork it out to the Penguin zone. Tumbling puck that will not go far enough for icing. Scooped up by Girard in his own end. Under 11 to play in the first. Penguins with a 1-0 lead over the Flyers. Game 5 of this playoff series. Elmer Soderblom cruised into the Flyers zone, but then just coughed up the puck. Now Konechny with some speed will chip and chase it into the Penguins' end far corner. Letang tries to keep it away from him. Got it to Mantha, who sent it up ahead to Soderblom. Couldn't clear it. Drysdale far circle. Tees one up. Pad save by Shilovs. Rebound to the far circle, and the Penguins will take it away. Mantha, Kindle, Soderblom, 3-on-2 bit for the Penguins here, but Kindle had to retreat, go back to the bench. Now here's a loose puck. Carlson a blast, a save by Vladar. Mantha tried to collect the rebound, but it was stripped away by one of the Flyers. Penguins will reset in their own zone. 10:15 to go in the first. 1-0 Penguins. Pass a little bit behind Evgeny Malkin. He had to reposition himself to get to it. Flyers have it. Penguin zone. Centering pass kicked away by Wotherspoon. Tapped it out to the neutral zone, but Sanheim will pump it back. Got it to Forster, who will retreat into the Flyers zone and then snap a pass ahead to Alex Bump. Shoveled into the Penguin zone. Kicked back out to center ice. Fight for the puck in front of the Penguins penalty box. It squeaks out to Sanheim for the Flyers in their zone. There's the line and will chip it over the Penguin line. Caught a weird bounce off Forster, and now it's redirected out to the neutral zone again. Past the halfway point of the opening period. Penguins still with a 1-0 lead over the Flyers. Elmer Soderblom the only goal. It's just the third 5-on-5 goal for the Penguins in this series. Wotherspoon takes it, sends a rink-wide pass across the ice to Raquel. He'll dump it down to the Flyers' end, around the boards to Russ, far half wall. Tied up into the corner. Flyers look to clear it up the far side. Raquel golf tees it back over towards the end boards. It rolls to the near side. Crosby with a big check on Cam York. Letang will send it deep. Weird bounce towards the circle. It's to Shea above the circle. Tap down to Crosby. He goes for a tough angle shot, but it got deflected, sailed out of play, and skimmed the netting. 9:05 to go in the opening period. Penguins with a 1-0 lead over the Flyers. You're listening to the Penguins Radio Network, presented by S&T Bank.
Like, if you're doing all that.
Penguins still with a 1-0 lead over the Flyers. We've got 9:05 to go in the opening period. Again, the line that's responsible for the only goal so far, out to take the draw. Ben Kindle against Luke Glendening. He's got Soderblom to his left, the goal scorer, Anthony Mantha to his right. Far circle, it's kicked over to the corner and rung up the boards to the near wall for Couturier. He gets crunched into the wall by Solovyov, but Couturier still comes away with it. Got it to Glendening, chipped it towards the net, tumbling on edge for Shilovs, and he'll just stamp his glove on top of it, say that's enough of that.
Solovyov push back on Couturier. And now Elmer Soderblom gives a shove to Couturier. This is all good if the Penguins are initiating. Initiate, then get out of there, right? Don't get mixed up with the back and forth, back and forth. It just fuels Philly and what they want to do.
I think that's what benefited the Flyers so much the first couple of games, and what hurt the Penguins so much. Again, the Flyers still out shooting the Pens right now, 7-3, but the Penguins with the only goal. 8:54 to go in this opening period. Penguins win the draw. Wotherspoon sends it around the boards, and Connor Dewar cut off one of the Flyers as it goes all the way down to the Philly zone. Chased after by Blake Lizotte. He sends Sealer into the boards. Poked away by Dewar to Lizotte in behind the net. Cranked along the wall. A hustling Erik Karlsson keeps it onside. Slings one. Deflected just wide of the net.
Oh, my goodness. That hit the defenseman. Was it Andre?
Here's Lizotte in the slot. Fired a shot. It's blocked. Over to the near side. Taken by Dewar. Half boards. Couldn't get a clean pass ahead to Karlsson. Poked ahead by Konechny into the Penguin zone. Almost some friendly fire there on the Flyers as Karlsson shot, as Dewar sends one that got deflected over to the far corner.
Yeah, him and Konechny. Karlsson and Konechny going back. They both got really good slashes on each other, and the referee let them both go. Well done.
Penguins with
John
the only...
McIsaac, by the way, is the man on the stripes who let boys be boys there.
Penguins with the only penalty so far tonight, a tripping by Sam Girard. Well, the Penguins killed off that penalty. They lead 1-0 with under 8 to play in the opening period. Sam Girard snaps a stretch pass to Tommy Novak, gets it over the Flyers line, but Philly quickly pumps it back out. It goes down to the near corner. Penguins have to touch back onside. Taken by Travis Sanheim, slung ahead to Forster. He'll angle it down into the Penguin zone. Took a tumble off the end boards. Shelov's tried to play it, couldn't. He was pressured by one of the Flyers. Now the Penguins chip it out to center ice. It's pawed down by Cam York. He'll dump it down to the Penguins end again near corner. Gerard plays it off the end boards. Whiffed on an outlet pass. Now takes it back, swings it up the wall for Chinakhov. Angled it out for Tommy Novak. He takes it to center ice and will backhand swat it down to the Flyers end. And behind the net, Vladar stops it. Left it for Drysdale. He's got it at the far circle. Takes it up to center ice. Dances with the puck and then retreats. Gets it to York. York snaps it ahead. Jumped off the stick of Barkey. Penguins take it the other way. Crosby whiffed on a dump in, then gets the second try down there. Near corner, it's played off the boards by York. Cut off by Crosby. Knocked out of midair. Rust has it high slot. Tries to feed a centering pass to Crosby, but Tippett took it away. Flyers kick it out to the neutral zone, but the Penguins take it back. Carlson ahead, looking for Crosby. Taking over the Flyers line. Russ at the corner to Sid. Deflected. Second attempt by Russ goes wide. McKell near corner. Up to Carlson in the near circle. Sidesteps the blue line to the far point. He feeds Shea. High slot. Darts towards the circle. Tried to make a move around Tippett. Falls down to the ice. It swung out to center ice. Taken by Luke Glendening. Forced over the Penguins line. Flyers really need a change. They'll get one as the Penguins take the puck back. Stretch pass ahead by Crosby. Tried to feed Mantha, but it was cut off by Philly in the neutral zone. Couturier takes it for the Flyers. Penguins poke it back out to center ice as Kindle tries to keep it away from Glendening, but the Flyers will send it back down to the Penguins' end. It's corralled by Erik Karlsson, far corner of his own zone. Trying to speed his way away from Hathaway. Nice move to get away on a check from Couturier. Dumped it down to the Flyers' end near corner.
And Couturier missed the check, so he threw the left skate out there and tried to kick Karlsson on the way by.
The big man Elmer Soderblom draws a penalty. 6-on-5 for the Penguins here. Shelov's to the bench. Kindle near circle Flyers zone. Snaps it rink wide to Malkin. Far corner. In the slot. Soderblom. Backhand shot in and out of the glove of Vladar. Puck is still loose, but now they'll call it.
Now get out of there. You're about to go on the power play. The Flyers are going to start throwing punches, and they just are trying to suck, and they just sucked Evgeny Malkin in. Goodness gracious. So obvious what the Flyers were doing. You're about to go on the power play, and they went after Malkin, knowing he's a hothead, and he retaliates. Goodness gracious.
Now Mantha and Sanheim going at it as well. And Hathaway's going to the box, so is Malkin. And Mantha wants to go right now. He's trying to dish the mitts. As the officials are talking things over in front of the penalty boxes right now. We're going to go to a break. We'll figure this out when we come back. 5:33 to go in the first. It's 1-0 Penguins on the Penguins Radio Network, presented by S&T Bank. Well, a missed opportunity for the Penguins to go on the power play.
Hold on here, Joe.
Yeah, we're still awaiting word.
Yeah.
Right now, on the score sheet.
On the scoreboard, they have Travis Konechny up there for an extra 2. That's what's on here right now, but they're still trying to sort things out. We have 2 players in the box from the Flyers, 2 in from the Penguins.
Yeah, online they have Malkin for roughing, Hathaway for tripping, Mantha for cross-checking, Konechny for roughing. And then the official just looked at both benches and put up 5-5.
Yeah. I'm not sure why they have Konechny up there on the board right now.
The faceoff's going to come to the far right dot in front of the Flyers bench.
I see 5 Penguins on the ice. And Rick Tocchet's hot right now.
Okay.
The original call was for tripping. And then once, now the Penguins they might get this power play. They're extremely lucky. It was so obvious to me up here. As soon as there was about to be a Penguins power play, the Flyers started looking around. Where's Malkin? Where's Malkin? Go after Malkin. He'll retaliate. He did. My goodness gracious, the Penguins lucky here. They are going to get a power play out of this.
Yeah, I stand corrected. But again, Malkin in the box, so they don't have him available for this power play. Tommy Novak replaces him as he brings it down to the Flyers' end near corner. 1-0 Penguins, 5.5 to play in the opening period. Crosby's got a far corner of the Flyers' zone. Tied up into the wall by Sanheim. It's dragged out by Couturier, but Rust pumps it up to Karlsson, far point. Down the blue line he goes. Rister down low looking for a redirection to Sid, but instead it was deflected by Philly. Pitched up the near wall, and it's cut off by Glendening. Tommy Novak digging after the puck along the near half boards. And it squeaks out to the point. Karlsson sweeps it to Raquel, far half wall, down to the circle at the hash marks, to the corner. Back up to Karlsson, down the blue line he goes, high slot, back to Raquel, far circle, down low to Rust. He tried to make a move on Vladar, but out of the top of his crease he makes the save as Rust went backhand to the forehand at the top of the crease. Vladar keeps it 1-0 Penguins with 1:17 to go on the Penguins power play.
That's the right play by Rust. Hope I can describe this without you seeing it. It goes from center point to half wall, down to the goal line to Brian Rust, who's a right-hand shot. So when he gets the puck, he has his back to Vladar. He then gets it right, tries to get it to the forehand as quick as possible in front. Next time, try dragging it around the left pad of Vladar because he goes down early.
Tommy Novak with a quick shot, fought up by Vladar. Penguins still with it. Karlsson near point, down the blue line, chips it over to Crosby near circle. Takes it to the half wall, down to the corner for Novak to Rust. Quick shot, fought up by Vladar, or went wide. Chipped down along the end boards. Rust corrals it to the near corner, plays it up the wall, snaps it to Crosby at the point. Karlsson to the far side, chipped down to Raquel, far circle. At the corner, below to Rust. Pitch back up to Karlsson, 44 on the Penguins power play. Crosby near circle. At the hash marks, down low. Went for a cross-ice pass, shoveled it into the pads by Raquel as Vladar kept it out.
Raquel was right on top of Vladar, couldn't elevate the puck.
Sealer steals the puck away, can't clear it just yet. Karlsson poked at it, now tapped ahead to Dvorak. He's in the Penguin zone. Karlsson to try and close him off, and a shoulder save by Shelovs.
Oh, what a save by Shelovs. The Penguins flat-footed, they turn the puck over, and off to the races with Dvorak. And Karlsson's out here on an extended shift.
10 seconds to go on the Penguins power play as they get it to Kindle over the Flyers line to Soderblom. His shot deflected, sails out of play. 4 seconds to go on the Penguins power play with 3:37 to go in the first. Penguins lead 1-0.
A couple of really good chances there on the Penguins power play when they eventually just worked it down low. Worked it from the goal line, quickly getting it to the front of the net. I just like to see the Penguins get more opportunities, second and third whacks after the initial try.
The face-off comes to the right of Vladar. Right now it's Ben Kindle to take the draw, Igor Chinikov to his left, Elmer Soderblom to his right. And the Flyers have it. Bringing in behind the net, Couturier near corner. Konechny's out of the box, but Chris Letang will strip the puck away. We're back to 5-on-5, but both Mantha and Malkin still in the box, have to wait for a stoppage of play. And the Flyers have Konechny in the box as well. Pitch down to the Penguin zone. In behind the net, Letang will sweep it over to the far corner. Gerard whiffed on a clearing attempt, still got it out to Soderblom, who chips it out to center ice. It tumbles in front of Kindle. He'll take it over the Flyers line, trying to dance through the crease, but too many white sweaters there. It's taken away by Couturier, far side. He'll chip it out to the Penguin zone. Played on a couple of bounces by Ryan Shea. Gives it over to Wotherspoon. His pass went off the skate of Chinikov. Flyers take it. Out to center ice. It's Barkey now over the Penguins line. Chips it down to the corner. Chases after it. Shea gets there first. Sends it up the near wall. Achari angled it up, not out. Tippett fires it on net, and the toe saved by Shilovs. Worked up the far wing. Flyers still have it. Pump one wide of the net. Near corner, Tippett races after it. Tries to dig it free. Slung up the wall as Achari can't force it out of the zone just yet. Now he does. All the way down to the Flyers' end it goes, though. That'll be icing by the Penguins. 2:25 to go in this first period. The Penguins lead 1-0.
Well, unleashing AI takes brain power and real power. From right here in Pittsburgh, EQT fuels the innovation driving the next big play. EQT, unleashing America's energy future.
He's the old 2-9er Phil Bourque. I'm Joe Brand. We're here in Pittsburgh. Game 5 of this opening round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Penguins down in the series 3-1, trying to force a Game 6. Face off to the right of Artur Shilovs, and the Penguins control. Wotherspoon sends it along the far wall. It goes all the way down to the Flyers' end. No icing as Vladar plays it. Pressured by Lazat. Gets worked over to the far wall, though. Flyers have it. Out to center ice they bring it. It's Sanheim over the line. Near circle. Wrists one. In and out of the glove of Shilovs. Tumble to the far side. Ristolainen tees up a one-timer. That goes wide. Kept alive by Sanheim. Nice play at the point. Sends it rink wide down to the corners. It missed an intended target. Girard gets sandwiched by a couple of Flyers, but the Penguins take the puck away. Achari with a pass to Letang over the Flyers line. Finds the far circle. Wrister fought off by Vladar. Second attempt by Raquel is still kept out by the Flyers goalie. They snap it up to Girard. He tees one out of the glove by Vladar. Russ whipped on a shot. Second attempt blocked. Puck to the near corner. Kept alive by Raquel. 1:35 to go in the opening period. It rolls over to the far corner. Noah Cates collects, chips it off the far wall, and worked out to the neutral zone. Girard will take it, though. As Raquel went for a nifty pass to Rust, instead it's taken by Philly. They'll chip it down to the Penguins' end near corner. Girard plays it off the board, sweeps it to the near wall. Forster found Alex Bump. He keeps hold of it, fires a shot, stick save Shilovs. Rebound near corner as Letang swung it up, not out. Sanheim with it, high slot, down to the near circle for Bump. They'll take it up the wall. The high slot, one-timer wide of the net from Forster. Tumbles all the way out to the neutral zone, and it rolls into the Flyers' end. Under a minute to go in the opening period. Penguins lead 1-0. As Malkin hunting down Drysdale for the puck. He takes it out to center ice. Slings it ahead. Wide open Zegras. Whipped on a backhand attempt. Centering pass went wide. Flyers with it. A one-timer from Bump. That's blocked by Mantha. Bump sends it towards the slot again. Tippett a drive. That's deflected wide. Puck to the near side. Carlson plays it ahead to Tommy Novak. 33 seconds to go. Novak, Flyers zone, near circle. Couldn't hang on to the puck. Sends it up to Malkin. Sweeps it high slot. Wotherspoon pumps one, deflected just wide. And behind the net, Malkin couldn't handle it. Tippett collects. Pitches it up the near side for Zegras. 20 seconds to go in the period. Chip down to the Penguins' end. Barkey tries to knock it down out of midair. It's on the stick of Zegras. Far circle. Tough angle shot went through the legs. It goes wide.
Yeah, he pulled it between his legs and then tried to shoehorn it. He did that last game, too.
7 seconds to go. Shot to the near point. Sealer a drive. Deflected just wide. 2 seconds, one, and that'll do it for the opening period. Artur Shilovs with 9 saves in this opening period. Elmer Soderblom with the only goal. The Penguins dodge a couple bullets, they kill a penalty, and they lead 1-0 through 20 here in Pittsburgh.
And no larger caliber bullet than that last chance for Trevor Zegras. All by himself from the top of the circles in. Sells shot on the forehand, then goes very quickly. Forehand, backhand, that tries to shelf it. And when he went to shelf it on the backhand, rolled right off his stick into the corner.
So the Penguins strike first for the 3rd straight game. Now looking for their 2nd straight win to force a Game 6 in this series. 40 minutes of hockey to be played, though, still. Penguins lead 1-0 over the Flyers. You're listening to the Penguins Radio Network, presented by S&T Bank.
Penguins hold a 1-0 lead over the visiting Philadelphia Flyers here in Game 5 of this opening round Stanley Cup playoff series. Brian Metzer here with you, and that goal comes compliments of Elmer Soderblom, his first of the playoffs, just 2:45 into the period. He kind of starts the play, dumping the puck in behind the net. Then Anthony Mantha goes in, works pretty hard to get to it, fling it out into the front where Ben Kindle was, kind of lets it go. I don't know if he fanned on it or let it go. We'll say he let it go, and Soderblom gets to it and fires it in for the 1-0 lead. He joins Elmer Locke as only the second Elmer to score a playoff goal in National Hockey League history, and I believe that's the only other Elmer to play games in the league. Paul Steigerwald and I looked that up when Elmer came to town. There were some penalties, and it all, the craziness started a little bit. Gino flipped the puck into the Flyers bench early in this game. Rick Tocchet didn't like it, and you can read his lips saying, "It came right at my head," or something like that. So he wasn't thrilled, and that kind of started a little bit of the animus for this night. And then the penalty train started to the box. First, Sam Girard went at 4:17 for tripping. Penguins were able to kill that one off. Hathaway, Konechny, and Hathaway got penalties at 14:27, as did Evgeny Malkin and Anthony Mantha. There were some other dust-ups throughout the period, but there were nothing too crazy there. Penguins did have that power play opportunity with that extra penalty on Hathaway. Managed 3 shots on goal, but weren't able to score on those. They did have a ton of really quality scoring chances. It was probably their most pressure-packed period of the series, even though they were really solid in the last game. Thought they probably could have scored another goal or two, but did not. They did outshoot the Flyers for a rare occasion in this series, 11-9 through this first period of play. So overall, you're pretty happy with that. When we come back, a conversation with Dave Molinari. You know him well. He's covered the Penguins for many years, and he'll join me next on the Penguins Radio Network, presented by us.
Pittsburgh Penguins are brought to you by our founding partners, Coca-Cola and the new Coke Zero, founding partner of the Penguins. Now, back to the Penguins Live Intermission Report with Brian Metzer.
And welcome back into our first intermission report, where the Penguins hold a 1-0 lead over the Flyers here in Game 5. Brian Metzer back here with you, and now very happy to be joined by Dave Molinari. You know him well. He's worked covering the Penguins for many years. He's now doing a Substack. You can find it at davemolinari.substack.com. Dave, welcome back. How are you?
Oh, terrific, Brian. And yourself?
Oh, very good. I'm glad to get you on here. I hope it's not for the last time of the season, but Penguins pushing hard here. They forced this Game 5, and just your thoughts on where they are in the series and how they're playing at this stage of it.
Well, I mean, they've still obviously got a very steep climb ahead of them. Winning 4 games in a row against any team even against a bad team would be quite a challenge. And, the Flyers have played pretty well in this series, and at least for the first few games, they were pretty adept at pushing the Penguins' buttons and getting them off their game. For better or for worse, though, I'm old enough to be able to speak from experience that teams can come back and win a series after losing the first three, because I watched the Islanders do it here in 1975.
I was just going to say that, Penguins and Flyers are involved in those 4 occasions that it happened, because the Flyers did it, Penguins on the wrong side. Maybe that little nuance of history means something. That they're both involved.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that so much, but one parallel I did notice the other day when looking back on that Islanders series was after New York lost the first 3 games, they changed goalies. Went from Billy Smith to Chico Resch, much as the Penguins went from Stuart Skinner to Artur Shilovs. There's still an awful long way to go for Shilovs to match what Chico Resch did, but he's moving down that path at least.
Yeah, I would say Artie would love being mentioned in the same company with the 2 Islanders goaltenders that you just mentioned. But, obviously, neither of these teams are probably on par with what that Islanders team was. But anything can happen. It just takes winning the first game. And you saw Rick Tocchet immediately kind of tweak his lineup a little bit. A couple nuances there. The Penguins made their changes going into it. What do you think how things will go if the Penguins are able to pull this off? Do you think that gives a team like the Flyers, being younger, the yips a little bit, or is it just business as usual?
I don't know the Flyers well enough to really be able to say, but theoretically, yes, that would be the case, that, when they run into that kind of adversity, you can't really say for certain how they'll respond to it, but that's still, the Penguins still have to get through 2 more periods before they think about that. If they go back to Philadelphia, they and particularly Crosby generally play pretty well there, and so the series still could get pretty interesting.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Dave. And we do have about 30 seconds left. And how big is it for the Penguins to finally get some secondary scoring? Because it seemed like, I know they didn't score a lot of goals. However, the big guys were the ones scoring them. So secondary scoring awfully big.
Yeah, that was one of the real keys to the Penguins' success during the regular season. They got fairly steady production from up and down their lineup, and that makes a difference. And tonight getting a goal from Soderblom, that's a big plus for them.
Yeah, I would agree with you there, and from a big guy in Elmer Soderblom. Dave, thank you so much for this, and thanks for your help this season. Really appreciate it. And as I said, hope it's not our last one.
My pleasure, Brian. I'll be glad to do it again.
All right, thank you. That is Dave Molinari. Find him over on X at MolinariPGH. And again, check out his Substack at davemolinari.substack.com. When I come back, news from around the league on the Penguins Radio Network, presented by S&T Bank. They're up 3-1 in their opening round series, and that's been a fun series to watch. They won yesterday 6-1. Sad moment for hockey fans around the league, though. Anze Kopitar, we watched him go through a farewell tour late in the season and get a send-off from Kings fans. Well, they end up getting into the playoffs and sadly had to send him off again as they were swept by the Avalanche. They fell yesterday 5-1, but Kopitar now officially retired, and you'll remember he was selected in the same draft as Sidney Crosby, and he's put together a really storied career. So it was sad to see him go. He's always been one of my favorites to watch. Great two-way defensive forward. They could score goals and do a little bit of everything. Lightning were 3-2 winners over the Montreal Canadiens yesterday. That series is tied at 2, and it's been a heated series, which has been fun to watch. They've been going hard at one another. I'm not sure that the Lightning expected the pushback that they're getting from the Canadiens, but it is there. And then some controversy last night as the Ducks beat the Oilers 4-3 in overtime with a puck that was over the line, but maybe not. When we come back, second period action. Joe Brand and Phil Bork have it for you next on the Penguins Radio Network, presented by S&T Bank.
Touched it. Parker Wotherspoon receives the secondary assist. It's all three of them's first point of the postseason. Penguins now attacking from right to left in their alternate third gold sweaters with Artur Shilovs in net. Philadelphia Flyers attacking from left to right in their road white sweaters. Crosby to take the draw against Sean Couturier. Captain against captain. Drop of the puck. Flyers win it. Opening faceoffs brought to you by #1 Cochrane Club One Rewards. Artur Shilovs plays it, goes off the skate of an official, and a quick shot on net that Shilovs makes the pad save. Would have went wide of the cage anyway, but it's still in the Penguins zone, angled out the far point and swept back in by Hathaway. Scooped off the boards from Ryan Shea. He'll tap it ahead to Raquel, who tried to angle it out to Crosby. Lost it to the Flyers. They reset in their own zone. Snap it ahead to Alex Bump, who just jumped off the bench, fell onto the ice.
Men, the Flyers, they just got away with one.
Yeah. One of the officials right there at the Flyers bench as well.
And that puck comes right in front of the bench, and you're in the middle of a sloppy change. More times than not, you're going to get caught.
Penguins get it down to the Flyers zone near corner. Played off the wall by Vladar. Their D will work it out to center ice as Forster chips it over the Penguins line. Far half boards. Carlson plays it off the wall and chips it out to center ice. Pawed down by Drysdale. Pumps it ahead that Wotherspoon collects in his own zone. Erik Karlsson snapping it up to Novak, but the Flyers break it off. Dump it back into the Penguin zone again. Sheloff stops it behind his net. Wotherspoon takes it up the far side. Shovels it out to the neutral zone. Malkin can only get a touch on it. Now he takes it back. Gets it to Karlsson as the Penguins re-rack in their own zone again. Lead pass ahead of the neutral zone, out of the reach of Malkin. Swept back in by Konechny to the Penguin zone. Puck rolls over to the far boards. Karlsson chopped it out to center ice, but Emil Andre takes it away. Konechny having some trouble with it along the near boards. They chip it back to Konechny. Now Malkin taps it up, not out. Chinakhov with an outstretched arm takes the puck away, slings it down to the Flyers' end. Took a hard check from Sealer as well. Those two are tangled up in front of the Penguins bench. Worked over the Penguins line, chipped just in front of the net by Chris Letang. Luckily, it bounced wide of the cage. Played ahead to Sam Girard, skates over the Flyers line, rims it around the boards, tumbles to the far corner. Kindle reverses it, looking for Mantha. Instead rolls up the wall to Soderblom, collects off the half boards, down to the corner, cross ice pass. Letang drags, fires, it's blocked. Deflected up into the air. Soderblom paws it down, curls around the circle, feeds it to Mantha. He'll take it up to the point, leave it to Letang. Inside the circle, firing in. Backhand shot got blocked. It's sitting there. Kindle kicked at it, trying to get it to his stick, but couldn't. Bodies all down over the ice. Penguins still with it. Mantha high slot. Brings it to the near side. Down the wall, at the corner. Goal line, slings it out. Far circle. Letang pumps it wide of the net. Rebound to the near half boards. It's poked out to the neutral zone. Sam Girard collects. Good pressure from the Penguins as three Flyers have been out there for at least a minute 22. Penguins right back in the Flyers zone. Soderblom dancing his way through, but couldn't finish off a shot. Slings it around the boards. It goes over to the far wall. Lazat taps it up to Karlsson. Far point. He'll send it deep. Mantha collects. Near side. Works it to the corner. Pitches it up the boards. Wotherspoon hacked at it. They keep it onside. Mantha with it. Far circle. Down towards the cage. In behind it. Wraparound try. Stuffed out by Vladar. Puck in behind the net. As it's dug after by Dewar. Worked over to the corner. Mantha with it. Konechny's been out there over 2 minutes now. Wotherspoon, wrister, deflected, goes to the far corner. Tippett collects the puck, brings it up the far side. Couldn't clear it. Sid paws it down. Feeds Dewar. Near circle. Fires off the post.
Penguins say it's in. They're celebrating. It went back bar and in. This is a goal. 2-0 Penguins.
Connor Dewar scores! The officials are talking. There was no red light, no signal. But the Penguins celebrate, and that's a good goal. Penguins fans get 3 chances to celebrate. 2-0 Penguins early in the second.
The Penguins were all over the Flyers. So many chances right around Dan Vladar. It was shocking that one of them didn't find the back of the net, but then another turnover, one of the numerous turnovers by the Flyers on that shift as Sid came off as a fresh body, gloves it down, from glove to stick, gets it to Connor Dewar, and he rips it right upstairs where Mama keeps the peanut butter. It's 2-0 Penguins.
Connor Dewar now with his second goal in the last 2 games. Flyers in the Penguin zone. Bump towards the net. He scores. Alex Bump, the rookie, in his first career playoff game, fires it off Artur Shilovs, and the Flyers get one back. It's 2-1 Penguins.
I want another look at this one here because the original shot by Bump comes off of Shilovs, comes back to Bump, and he bumps it in. Does he bump it in off his glove, off his stick, off his body? Give me one more look at this one here. He goes wide. The original shot, and I beg your pardon, I was wrong on that one. It broke right through Shilov's short side. And there's that next shift. how important is that next shift as Bump just goes wide, and Alex Bump, who scored his first NHL goal in his first NHL game right here in Pittsburgh back in early March, makes it a 1-goal game again.
Bump had 5 goals in 17 games his rookie year. Again, scored in his first game, like you just mentioned. That was on his first shot. And now scores in his first NHL playoff game. But the Penguins lead 2-1. Here's Letang up ice over the Flyers line to Malkin, far circle. Pass got blocked by Bump. Malkin takes a shoulder from Cates. Quick shot on net, far circle. Letang couldn't get it past one of the Flyers. Fight for the puck in the far corner. Malkin drags it up the wall, snaps it up to Letang. Far point to Girard, near circle, high slot. Chinikov, shot fired. It's deflected. Flyers take it far side. Chip it out to the neutral zone, but Letang paws it down. Slung it rink wide to Ristolainen, out of his reach. Penguins take it back ahead. It's Ben Kittle over the Flyers line near side. Stops at the point, feeds Soderblom, far circle, cuts towards the net, has to curl around at the corner. Soderblom trying to dance around Travis Sanheim. Still keeping him on a thread. Shea's got it, near circle, towards the net, deflected, goes over to the far corner. Tumbles up the wall, Tippett will take it to center ice. Chop it out to the neutral zone as Ryan Shea races it down. 2-1 Penguins as the Penguins and Flyers share a couple of goals early in the second period. As the Penguins are offside entering the Flyers zone. Alex Bump scoring just 12 seconds after Connor Dewar made it 2-0 Pens.
And nothing fancy at all. As Bump is in the lineup to replace Matvei Michkov, who's the 7th overall pick in 2023 by the Flyers. He is a healthy scratch. Bump comes in and just goes wide on Parker Wotherspoon. Slips it between the skate and the stick of Wotherspoon, picks it up on the other side and just chisels a puck at the goal, and it finds a hole. Short side, glove side on Archer Shelovs and trickles into the back of the net. But the Penguins seem undeterred here as they've gone right back to work.
Now they're in the Flyers zone. Rust has it far half wall up to Carlson. Now snapped to Wotherspoon. Rister gets blocked and flutters over the netting into the stands. And a nice two-handed catch by a fan wearing a USA jersey. And accompanied by a couple of Flyers fans, hence the boos.
Yeah, I like that thought process. I like to see the Penguins defensemen do more of what I just saw from Parker Wotherspoon. It was a D-to-D pass from Carlson to Wotherspoon. So as soon as Wotherspoon got it, he didn't stick handle, Joe. He got it, he just kind of curled it back and then snapped it right away. Now, it's a good block by Tippett, sticking out his right skate there, but more times than not, when you get it off your stick that quick and get it at the goal with traffic in front, good things are going to happen.
Face off to the right of Vladar, fight for the puck in the near corner. Penguins lose it as Glendening will take it up ice over the Penguins line, chip it down to the corner. 14.5 to play in the second period. Penguins lead 2-1. Shot on net, fought up by Shelovs. It's taken by Drysdale and behind the net. Centering pass, but Wotherspoon took it away. Played ahead to Crosby. He'll go rink wide to Raquel. Full flight over the Flyers line. Slides it to Russ, near wall, down to the corner, below the goal line, in behind the net. Got tied up by a couple of Flyers, still muscles his way through. Then got tripped up a bit.
Broke his stick.
Oh, the Flyers.
Had to pull the plug on the play.
The Flyers dump it back into the Penguin zone. It's rolled up the near wall as Achari tries to shovel it out. Lizotte muscles it over the line out to center ice, but now Sealer will take it for Philly. Chip it down to the Penguin zone. Rolls from the far corner to the near one. Shea pumps it up the wall. It's angled out to Achari. Now fed to Raquel off his stick down to the Flyers end. And that won't be icing as it's taken by the Flyers. Blake Lizotte with a heavy check into the near corner on Emil Andre. And then Achari was hunting after Dvorak, couldn't finish off the check, but Solovyov takes it. He's got it over the Flyers line, leaves it back for Lizotte, now down to Dewar, near circle, wrister, saved by Vladar, second attempt shoveled high in the net. Loose puck to the far half wall, sent deep by Solovyov. Dewar crunched into the boards by Sealer, and Dewar was basically split in half on his check from behind from Nick Sealer. Went crumbling down. It's 2-1 Penguins with 13.5 to play in the second period. We'll go to a break. You're listening to the Penguins Radio Network, presented by S&T Bank.
The heavy
Old school highlights of some significant moments in the Penguins and Flyers rivalry, and then up on the board, Mario Lemieux here at PPG Paints Arena attending this game.
That matters. I don't know how this one's going to turn out. 2-1 game, 13:32 left in the second period. But when you show 66 up on the big screen, I'm just saying, good things usually happen.
Connor Dewar made it 2-0 Penguins early in this second. And then Alex Bump with his first career NHL playoff goal got the Flyers on the board for the first time tonight and bring them within one. We'll get a face-off to the left of Dan Vladar. Tommy Novak to take the draw against Noah Cates, and the Flyers clear it out to center ice. Taken by Chris Letang in his own zone. They slide it over to Girard. The Penguins saw a 2-0 lead in the second period for the second straight game. But again, the Flyers get the next one as they dump it back down to the Penguins' end. This will be icing by Philly. 13 minutes to go. Penguins lead 2-1.
Well, building the future takes grit, and no one does grit like Pittsburgh. EQT is ready to unleash the build and power America's next big win. EQT, unleashing America's energy future.
Penguins still out shooting the Flyers 15-12. 11-9 in the first period. So far 4-3 here in the second. Tommy Novak to take the draw against Cates to the right of Vladar, and the Penguins almost had it. Chinakhov couldn't hang on to it as Novak just kind of tried to dart around the faceoff circle after the puck was dropped. Now Sam Girard races it up ice far side, tried to get it ahead to Chinakhov in the neutral zone. Flyers take it the other way on the stick of Bump again in the slot. Shot fired. It's blocked. Malkin collects at the corner. Played it up the far side, but couldn't get it out. Now does poke it out to the neutral zone, but Bump will take it and sling it back down to the Penguins' end. 12.5 to play in the second. Penguins with a 2-1 lead over the Philadelphia Flyers. Chris Letang sends it all the way down ice. That'll be icing by the Penguins with 12:29 to go in the second.
Well, tomorrow night's Mega Millions jackpot now has an estimated annuity of $163 million. Yeah, $163 million. Don't forget to play at your local retailer or online. Pennsylvania lottery proceeds benefits older Pennsylvanians every day. You got to be 18 or older, and please play responsibly.
Face off to the right of Sheloff's. Trevor Zegras against Ben Kindle. Top of the puck. Penguins have it. Letang will force it down. But a hustling. No, they'll wave off, or they'll call icing. Anthony Mantha was hustling towards that puck. He may have easily been the first one to get there. We'll get another face-off in the Penguin zone.
Yeah, they say it's a race to the dot. The tie goes to the defensive player. You'd say that was a tie? No?
Tie goes to the runner. Mantha was running. Face off to the right of Sheloff's. Kindle gets taken down by Zegras, but picks himself up. Chris Letang with it in behind Sheloff's net, ahead to the neutral zone. Jumped off the stick of Raquel, though. Zegras tried to shuffle the pass, past a couple of Penguins, but they swatted out to the Philly zone. As the Flyers chip it back down into the Penguins' end near corner. Girard leaves it for Letang. Took a shoulder from Zegras. Played out to the neutral zone. Ristolainen off the bench. He'll handle it at center ice and back skated into his own end. Up to Drysdale, who tees it down to the Penguin zone. Around the boards, it rights the shelf all the way. And a hard shoulder from Letang on Glendening. Letang got the worst of it, though. Crosby up ice near side of the neutral zone. Rink wide pass. It bounces off the far boards. Goes to the end wall. We get a whistle blown here.
Yeah, offside Penguins.
Okay. 11:38 to go in the second. 2-1 the Penguins lead.
This game's kind of on the teeter-totter right now. You feel it, Joe?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of on the teeter-totter. And the Penguins really went to work. That was a hard-working couple of shifts. They were actually getting some fresh bodies out there on the Dewar goal. They got to get back to that, where they're just hunting. Pucks in the offensive zone and forcing turnovers, and then attacking the goal.
Flyers win the draw. They were outscored in the second period during the regular season 97-87. Meanwhile, the Penguins outscored their opponents by 10 goals in the second period on their end. Ryan Shea takes it up ice in his own zone, snaps it to Mantha, hovering over the Penguins logo, chipped it down into the Flyers zone. A quick turnaround shot from Kindle, but it went wide.
Another turnover there by Vladar. He was really lucky. Kindle tried to, from the behind, after the turnover, from behind the goal line, tried to bank it off of Vladar. He hammered it so hard, he put it right between the legs of Vladar.
Yeah, the Flyers, Penguin zone. Wrister saved by Artur Shilovs to deny Hathaway at the far circle. He then gets tied up by Ryan Shea along the end boards. 11 minutes to go.
Sorry, partner. That's an outstanding save by Artur Shilovs because he had to look through the legs and the stick of Ryan Shea. Shea didn't have a good gap on Hathaway, and he knew it. So he's just trying to make sure he takes, at least take the body of Hathaway. And I thought that Shea maybe kind of made himself, I don't want to say, translucent's not the word.
Transparent?
Transparent, thank you. Just so he didn't screen his goaltender. He made sure he got in front of Hathaway, but kind of get out of the way, more or less, to make sure that Shilovs could see that puck coming as best possible.
Wotherspoon trying to stretch a pass ahead to Rust. It goes right on Vladar, and it almost looked like he bobbled for a moment.
I'm telling you, he, right from game number one, I thought that Dan Vladar looks a little shaky. Number one, when he has to play the puck. Number two, he looks exceptionally shaky when he has to go out and skate. He's 6'5". He's a big dude. When he has to go out and skate and then handle the puck, that's when it gets really clunky.
He has started all 5 games of this series. Prior to this year, he had 3 postseason appearances. None of them starts, and all 3 with different teams. There's a shot from Erik Karlsson, taken away by Konechny, and now he trips Konechny to draw the penalty.
Details. Just a little thing.
As Wotherspoon now throws a jab at Hathaway. Rather, Porter Martone in behind Shilov's net. The Penguins are going to be shorthanded here. They lead 2-1 with 10.5 to play in the second.
Yeah, Karlsson from his right point position. Here's a call.
Number 65, minor penalty. Good trip.
Yeah, one touches a puck to try to get it towards the goal. The only problem with that is Konechny was right in his face. That's a play where you kind of live to fight another day. Throw it in the corner. Don't try to do too much. When you've got somebody, within 1.5 feet of you, to try to make that play when you're the last man back, it's just too risky for me, Joe.
Well, the Penguins are 1 for 1 on the PK tonight. Now trying to go 2 for 2. 10:37 to go in the second period. Penguins lead 2-1. Flyers have the puck, Penguin zone. Drysdale, high slot. To Zegras near half wall. Brings it to the point, shovels it down to the corner. Cut off by Shea and cleared down by Shea. 15 seconds shaved off on the Penguins PK. Drysdale collects in his own zone, dishes it to Zegras near side. He starts to gallop to the neutral zone over the Penguins line, slings it around the boards. Tumbles to the far corner, cut off by Cates. Rolled over by Zegras. Now it tumbles over to the near corner. Shea boxed out by Martone, fighting for the puck along the near corner boards. Lazat trying to dig it free. It squeaks out. No one's got a hold of it just yet. Now Zegras pokes at it. He takes it in behind. Centering pass shot wide by Forster. Chris Letang will take the loose puck and clear it down.
Sneaky little pass from Zegras in behind the goal to Forster. And boy, that looked like a well-orchestrated play that just went wide. This puck goes right into the bench here of the Flyers.
Exactly 1 minute to go on the Penguins PK. We've got 9.5 to play in this second period. Penguins lead 2-1.
The Penguins had all 4 of their penalty killers down below us in the corner, and they lost that 50-50 puck. And Connor Dewar was the guy in front, a forward, and he was so in between. Should I go chase Zegras? Should I stay with Forster? And because he was in between, that pass got from Zegras to Forster. That was really close.
He just ripped it wide of the net. Here's a Face-off win by the Penguins and a clear by Parker Wotherspoon. 50 seconds to go on the Penguins PK. Stretch pass ahead to Konechny. Penguin zone down to the corner. Taken out by Girard a bit. Rung up the boards and out to the neutral zone it goes. Tippett collects. Gets it over to Dvorak. Skates over the Penguins logo. Tippett over the Penguins line. Sends it wide of the net. Far corner. It's played up the wall by Barkey. Brings it to the point. Curls around Achari. Down to the circle. Pitched it up. Ristolainen high slot. Rister blocked by Achari. Konechny gets it back to Ristolainen. Barkey back to Ristolainen. High slot. 20 to go on the Penguins PK. Ristolainen dancing down the blue line. Rister tumbled wide. Over to the near corner. Konechny slings it up the far wall to Barkey. Collects to the circle. Pitched up to Ristolainen. High slot. Dances with the puck. Barkey far circle. Back to Ristolainen above the near circle. To Barkey in the slot. Whiffed on a pass. Konechny's got it to Ristolainen. Karlsson out of the box. We're back to 5-on-5. Flyers still with it. Rister wide of the net. Rebound to the near half boards. Karlsson pokes at it. Kept alive by Philly. Chipped in behind the Penguin net. Girard pokes it back over to Wotherspoon. We're back to 5-on-5. Penguins 2 for 2 on the PK tonight. They lead 2-1 with 8:20 to go in the second.
Penalty kill has been the difference maker here in the last couple games for sure. Smart, aggressive hockey by the PK.
Tommy Novak dancing in the Flyers zone. Couldn't finish anything off, though, as Philly will chip it back down to the Penguins' end. This will be icing by the Flyers. 8:05 to go in the second. Penguins lead 2-1.
Want some birthdays?
I would love them.
Here we go. We got a few. Denver Barkey, 21. Drake Batherson, 28. Nico Mikkola, 30. Paul Byron, 37. Semyon Varlamov, 38. Pierre-Marc Bouchard, 42. Mark Stewart, 42. Bob McGill, 64. Mike Kusheniski, 66. Murray Bannerman, remember him? Hawks goaltender, 69. And Keith Magnuson, we lost him in 2003 at the age of 56. Will be 79 if he was with us here today. Happy birthday, boys.
Happy birthday, boys. Yeah, it took me a moment because the only time I hear Bannerman is when I hear Pat Foley say, Bannerman! Big save in the playoffs. Here comes Chinikov racing in the Flyers zone. Swings a wrister just wide of the net. Malkin feeds it. Letang one-timer. Fought off by Vladar. Loose puck to the far side, and he'll freeze it. Couple of real close chances by the Penguins, but it stays 2-1 the lead over the Flyers. 7:44 to go in the second. You're listening to the Penguins Radio Network, presented by S. Penguins still working with a 2-1 lead over the Flyers. 7:44 to go in this second period. The Penguins are 2 for 2 on the PK. Big reason why they're up by 1 right now.
Yeah, once again, getting Blake Lizotte back in the lineup, especially for that penalty kill. And you had arguably your best penalty-killing defenseman sitting in the box in Erik Karlsson. So in a one-goal game, that's a huge kill.
We're going to face off to the left of Dan Vladar, who has made 14 saves on the Penguins tonight. Penguins out shooting Philly 16-12. Raquel to take the draw. Rolls over to the far corner that Sanheim will collect and sling down to the Penguins' end. Jumped over the stick of Solovyov, racing after it. Hathaway, he's got it. And gets pinned into the wall by Solovyov. Those two jabbing at the puck at the far corner. Taken away by Wotherspoon. He keeps it pinned along the boards. Now Raquel poked it out right in front of the net. Luckily Russ was able to kick it out of harm's way. Crosby will take it to the neutral zone. Feeds Solovyov, who dumps it down to the Flyers' end. Rolls over to the far corner. Turned over. Raquel's got it. Curls in behind the net. Brings it to the circle. Snapped up. Shea one-timer. Never got through traffic. Russ trying to get the loose puck in the slot, but the Flyers will take it.
The shot by Shea hits Sid on the inside of the knee. He can put no weight on his left foot at all. Hobbles to the Penguins bench.
He is in excruciating pain. He'll go right down the tunnel. Puck tumbles out to the neutral zone. Letang tries to cut it off from Tippett. He lost his stick while trying to do so, but Soderblom comes away with the puck. Sidney Crosby just went down the tunnel for the Penguins after blocking a shot from one of his own teammates. Now the Penguins lead 2-1 with 6:40 to go in the second. Flyers reverse it up the near side. Tip it to the neutral zone. Shovels it over to Zegras. He's over the Penguin line. Far circle. Taken away by Elmer Soderblom with a back check. Anthony Mantha feeds Sam Girard over the Flyers line. Nearly offside, but kept it onside. Pass goes to the feet of Denver Barkey. He takes it away and plays it out to center ice. The Penguins will collect off the far boards. The tank pumps it back over to the near side. It angles right on net of Dan Vladar. Mantha chasing after it, but Sealer gets to it first. Slams Sealer into the boards as Emil Andre peels it over at the far wall. Flyers take it up ice, dump it down to the Penguin zone. Hit the corner partitioner of the Flyers bench. 6:04 to go in this second period. Penguins with a 2-1 lead.
Parker, I'm not sure where that shot hit Sidney Crosby. At first, I thought maybe it hit him in the midsection, but the way that he hobbled and couldn't put any weight on his left leg has me concerned.
Yeah, once he got to his feet, he tried to put some pressure and kind of glide towards the bench, but it happened so slowly. He had all the trouble in the world. We're getting a look at the replay right now, and yeah, caught him in the inside of his left knee.
No, there's no padding there, and that's a different pain.
We'll keep an eye on that. Penguins lead 2-1 under 6 to play in the second period. Nolachari stemmed into the boards by Tyson Forster along the corner. Penguins trying to dig it free. As it's pried up the wall by the Flyers. They have it. York high slot. Gets it to Drysdale. One-timer wide of the net. Long rebound off the end boards and then the back of the cage. Forster brings it over to the corner. Still pinned along the wall. As Dewar tries to dig it free. Flyers will keep it back along the boards again. Carlson worked it over to the wall, but then got crunched into the boards by Cates. Spun back the other way to the near side. Played out by Wotherspoon. Avoids the check from Forster, but the Penguins couldn't clear it just yet. Having some trouble getting control of the puck right now. It's rolled to the near corner. Nolachari got it up the far side. Swatted back in by Philly. Cates overskated it. Far corner Konechny. He'll play it off the wall. Chip it up to the point. Sanheim far point. Down the blue line. Ristolainen with it. Back to Sanheim.
Those cheers are for Sid. Just came back on the bench.
And they score. A wrister from the far circle. Travis Sanheim fires it towards the net. There was plenty of traffic, and the Flyers have tied things up with just under 5 minutes to go in the second period.
It's little things, Joe. As soon as Connor Dewar turned this puck over just inside his own blue line, I had a bad feeling in my bones. You could feel the Flyers got a lot of life from that, and this shot by Sanheim actually gets deflected in by Erik Karlsson. I'm not sure if Karlsson tried to knock it out of midair with his stick. One of those situations, just let it go as a defenseman, because Sheloff's had it lined up. There wasn't much traffic at all, but I think because Karlsson wanted to knock it out of midair with his stick, he ends up deflecting it into his own goal, and we're tied at 2.
The Flyers erase a 2-goal deficit in this second period. They tie things up with just under 5 minutes to play. Dump it down to the Penguin zone again, far corner. Laid up the wall as Novak digs after it. 2 Penguins and 2 Flyers going after the puck along the end boards. As Novak shoveled it up to Mantha. Rather Malkin, he couldn't get it out as Chris Letang is pinned along the end boards by Konechny right now. Both of them tied up. Now loose puck in the crease. Fired, saved by Sheloff, sprawling out front. It's kicked out to Chinakhov. He'll take it the other way. Igor Chinikov through the neutral zone. Takes it over the Flyers line. Left it for Malkin. Back to Chinikov in the circle. He keeps it alive. Dances around up above the circle. Curls around at the point and swings it around the boards. To Letang near half wall. He'll shuffle it off the end boards to Malkin. In behind the net. Centering pass. Letang tried to kick it to himself. Couldn't. Flyers clear it out to the neutral zone. We're tied at 2 with 4 to go in the second. Penguins had a 2-0 lead at one point in the second period. And now they've tied things up. A rush, far circle, downstairs. Raquel redirected just wide. Flyers take it the other way. They've got Zegras in front. He's in the Penguin zone. Slows down at the circle. Leaves it for Tippett. Back to Zegras, out of his reach. And behind the net. Gets crunched into the wall by Erik Karlsson. Rolled over to the far corner. Zegras, far circle, shot wide of the net. Rebound all the way to the near point. Kept alive by Drysdale. Poked out to the neutral zone by Rust. Flyers will send it in, but the Penguins will collect. 3:25 to go in the second. We're tied at 2. Crosby dumps it down to the Flyers end. Played by Vladar. As Russ kept it alive. Loose puck in the slot. It's taken by Raquel. He'll feed Letang. Far circle. Swung around the boards. Looking for Crosby near corner. Had to handle the tumbling puck. Reversed it to the far point for Letang. Back down to the corner. Raquel gives it some extra juice. It gets up to the near point for Shea. Shea will send it around the boards. Crosby waiting in behind Vladar's net. Dances along the trapezoid. Plays it up to Letang. Far point. Drags. Wrister. Block. Sailed high in the net. Long rebound. Bounce behind Vladar. They score! The amount of bounces is unheard of. The Penguins play pinball on Dan Vladar, and they take a 3-2 lead. Last touch, Chris Letang. His second goal in the last 2 games.
Well, earlier in this game, the Flyers had a monster shift to bounce right back to make it a 2-1 game. Here, the Flyers make it 2-2. Next shift, Crosby line goes out. Lunch pail, hard hat, and the steel-toed work boots. They just went to work hunting pucks from low to high, high to low, and throwing pucks to the net. What an absolute crazy bounce off Dan Vladar, and it sits underneath him. And somehow, some way, he feels it. He knows it's under there. He doesn't want to move. And then when he finally does move, he kicks it into his own goal. I think this is going to go to Chris Letang. 3-2, good guys.
Penguins take the lead back here in the second period. We've got 2.5 to play. They poke it out to the neutral zone. Porter Martone over the Penguins line. Glides along the circle. Coughed it up to Elmer Soderblom. He feeds Mantha, darting into the Flyer zone. Far circle towards the net, stripped away. And he crashes into the cage, knocking it off its moorings. And now Kindle pushed away by Sanheim. Anthony Mantha throws a couple of chucks into 2 Flyers that go after him along the end boards.
If the Flyers want to be mad at Travis Sanheim, because he threw Mantha into Dan Vladar. Mantha's going hard to the net. Borderline, maybe you call a penalty against Sanheim, maybe not. But it was more of a, you don't call a penalty there because it's a body check. He's just body checking, but he's body checking Mantha into his own goalie.
Penguins fans have some thoughts. As the Penguins lead Philly 3-2. We've got 2:24 to go in this second period, and what a wild one it's been. We'll take a break. You're listening to the Penguins Radio Network, presented by S&T Bank. undisturbed puck luck. A blast from Chris Letang at the far point was deflected, bounced off the end boards, bounced off the backside of Dan Vladar, and snuck over the goal line to give the Penguins back the lead. It's 3-2 with 2:24 to go in the second. We'll get a face-off in front of the Penguins bench.
And don't look now, but Chris Letang has goals in back-to-back games. And you're right, partner. That's as crazy a bounce as you're ever going to see. It's unbelievable. Goaltenders, they just have a feel. They just kind of know the puck is underneath them. As this one eluded the glove of Vladar, and the way it went off the end wall, it didn't hit the back of the net. It hit the back of the heel of Vladar, and then as he was just kind of wanting to just get down in the butterfly and just freeze on the goal line, he flinched a little bit, and when he did, he drew the puck right into his own goal.
You're right, Letang with his second goal in his second game. He had what turned out to be the game winner in Philly Saturday night. Chris Letang had 3 goals during the regular season. 2 of them were overtime game winners. Now he has 2 goals in the postseason with 1 game winner. Right now, it's the deciding goal. Also, Sidney Crosby picking up his 4th assist on that goal as well. Tommy Novak in the slot, but the Penguins are offside. 1:57 to go in the second period. Penguins lead 3-2.
I'm just watching Igor Chinakhov. It's a battle right now. It's a battle for Chinakhov just to get some flow. You know, he's trying to fight through it. And throw Evgeny Malkin in there too, because the two of them feed off each other so well. It's not an easy game for them right now. Just because the puck is just kind of jumping on their stick all the time. It's not free flowing for 2 super skilled guys. For Igor Chinakhov, this is going to sound stupid, but I'll say it anyways. You just got to simplify your game, man. You got to shoot the puck, use your strength, use your weapon, and shoot the puck on the goal. He's just missing the net way too many times.
As Dan Muse said after morning skate earlier today, he's had his chances, just has yet to find the back of the net. And Igor Chinakhov put up 21 goals during the regular season, with 18 of them coming in a Penguins uniform. 1:25 to go in the second period. Penguins lead 3-2. Right now the puck at the near corner of the Penguins zone. It's rolled up the wall as Rickard Rakell will shovel it down to the Flyers' end. Puck on edge. It won't be far enough for icing. Sanheim races it down and pitches it to Ristolainen near side. He's pressured by Russ, but still gets it over to Sanheim. Now Sanheim pressured by Lazat. Russ taps it down the far wall, taken back by Denver Barkey. Flyers work it out to center ice. Ristolainen skates over the Penguins logo. Sanheim slings it down to the Penguins end, rolls over to the near corner. Letang will reverse it to Girard. Didn't get all of it. Played it up the far wall, but Olichari still angles it out to center ice. The Penguins dump it into the Flyers zone, but it took a weird bounce and went out of play. 46 seconds to go in the second period. Penguins lead 3-2.
Once again, fairly low event game. It's been a great hockey game so far, but combined we only have 31 shots, 17 for the Penguins, 14 for the Flyers. So 5 here for the Flyers in the second period and 6 for the Penguins.
No power play goals so far tonight. Flyers 0 for 2, the Penguins 0 for 1. Dumped into the Flyers zone, took a weird bounce off the end boards. Vladar played it, was forced to play it. As it goes over to the far corner, Olichari kicks it down the wall. Dewar races in there as well, tries to rim it up the far boards. Under 30 to play in the second period. Lazat far circle, kept it alive, got it to Dewar. Now the Penguins cough it up. Flyers take it to center ice as Owen Tippett chips it over the Penguin line, but he was closed off by Sam Girard. 15 seconds to go in the period. Chris Letang up ice, slides it to Girard over the Flyers line, near side, down to the circle, corner, throws it off the end boards to Mantha far point. 5 seconds to go. Letang swings it down to the far corner, rolls over to the near side. 2 seconds, down to 1, and that'll do it. 40 minutes in the books of Game 5, and the Penguins still hanging on to a 1-goal lead. Philly was able to tie it with 2 goals in this second, but Chris Letang's wicked bouncer finds its way past Dan Vladar, and the Penguins lead 3-2 through 2.
Well, these are back-to-back games now where the Penguins, again, because they've been able to, for the most part, hold the lead in this game, they're making the Flyers just play hockey. To play buttoned up, no shenanigans, none of this back alley hockey that the Flyers are playing in games number 1 and number 2 that got the Penguins distracted. It's just been a good old-fashioned hockey game.
So hopefully 20 more minutes of this good old-fashioned hockey game to bring us to a Game 6 in Philadelphia. Brian Metzer just popped into the booth. He'll have the second intermission report for us, along with a chat with the old 2-9er. It's all here on the Penguins Radio Network, presented by S&T Bank.
A Penguins Live Intermission Report.
And welcome into our second intermission report, where the Penguins have a 3-2 lead over the Philadelphia Flyers here at PPG Paints Arena. Brian Metzer here with you, and the period started with the Penguins putting on a significant amount of pressure. Finally get Connor Dewar into some space. He's coming down the left wing, and he fires a shot over the shoulder of Dan Vladar. It was in and out of the net so quick, nobody knew if it was a goal. Penguins knew it was a goal. They celebrated, and the officials had to change their minds because they immediately waved it off, but it ended up standing up. It was Dewar's second goal of the playoffs. Crosby and Lizotte the assists on that. Unfortunately, just 12 seconds later, Alex Bump, making his playoff debut, gets in, and he gets one past Artie Shilos. It kind of went through him and into the net. Ristolainen and Cates the assists on that one. And then they would actually get the game tied up when Travis Sanheim would come down the left wing, put a shot through traffic. Parker Wotherspoon and Christian Dvorak were right in front, but his shot tipped off the stick of Erik Karlsson just enough to change the angle on it, and it beat Shilos on the short side. And you would start to clench up a little bit. You're worried. You're like, oh, what's going to go on here? It's a 2-2 game after the Penguins are in such great position. Well, they come back. They get a little bit of a fluky one themselves. Chris Letang, back-to-back goals now in his these past two games. He takes a shot. It goes off the back wall, comes to the back of Vladar. Looked like maybe it caught his arm. Fell right down in between his legs and trickles into the net. Ricard Raquel tried to knock it in, but the puck did all the traveling it needed to on its own. Sidney Crosby and Ryan Shea with the assists on that one. Unfortunately, there was a scary moment. Sidney Crosby took a Ryan Shea shot off his right knee, and it kind of just caught that soft spot right under your kneecap is what it looked like to me. He was down, had some trouble getting himself up, had to limp off to the bench, limp down the runway, but was able to come back and get an assist on that Chris Letang goal. There was a penalty in the period, though. Erik Karlsson, he went for tripping. He and Parker Wotherspoon didn't really agree with it being a call, but the Penguins were able to take care of business on that. When we come back, hockey talk with the old 2-9er. Phil Bourque joins me next on the Penguins Radio Network, presented by S&T. Penguins 3, Flyers 2 after 2 at PPG Paints Arena. Brian Metzer back here with you, and now joined by the old 2-9er, Phil Bourque. And Borky, for me, they still have a number of shots wide or missed the net today or blocked, but I feel like at least it appears they're doing a better job of getting him on Vladar, making him work harder, making his life a little more difficult tonight.
Yeah, I concur. A combination of driving to the net more, having more of a purpose of getting pucks to the net, getting bodies for second and third opportunities. Yeah, a significant increase of all of those. And number one for me is those numbers, and we talk about them all the time because there's only so many numbers we get right on the stat sheet. But these ones matter. The attempts / blocked and the missed shots. And when you combine those two,
it's up to 24 tonight.
Yeah, that's, I think it should be in the teens.
Yep.
At the kind of worst case scenario. When you start getting up into the 20s and the 30s and even the 40s, the Penguins, I think they had one game there earlier, it was 48.
Yeah, it was really.
That's absurd.
It was 20 plus of each.
Right, when I feel like there's been some rebounds to be had, but you're not going to get any rebounds if you're trying to go far post and in all the time. I just think, especially come playoff time, I mean, you watch other games like I do.
For
you
sure.
see so many goals being scored by just getting that initial shot on the goal.
And I felt like the ones that they did put on goal, they were with authority, and Vladar is kicking out some huge rebounds right into the slot. So now the next thing is get some bodies there so you can get rewarded for it.
No, and just a good example. You remember in the first period, Anthony Mammoth came down the left wing. He was actually outside the dot, but he shot far pad. He put it on goal. He had Sam Girard driving to the far post. It didn't connect to a goal, but that kind of thinking right there with the player driving to the net, shot off the pad, pass off the pad, however you want to stamp it, it's a very effective play. In fact, some teams actually work on it over and over and over again in practice. I remember Dan Boswell used to work on it all the time, and players would anticipate that puck. It's a tough play for the goaltender to control those type of rebounds.
Is it tough to coach players to do that? Only because in this series, the Penguins have multiple opportunities to go pass off pad. And I watched a couple of their games where they didn't do it too, and I'm thinking, I would always think to do that. If you and I are on a 2-on-1, I'm not going to just, try and force it to you. I'll pass off pad, you get the rebound, you can maybe have a tap in.
Yeah, the answer, the easy answer is no, it's not hard to coach it. But with a limited practice time, it's tough to repeat it. It's hard to just show it on video. You can, but unless you repeat it over and over again with drills where you actually see the results by driving to the net and that feel of the shooter putting it off that far pad and putting it on net, it's something that's probably more difficult this year because of the limited practice time.
Borky, we have about a minute left here, but I wanted your take on two quick things. First, Anthony Mantha, I know that he hasn't had a great playoff career, but here with the Penguins, it's been a struggle. He's been very noticeable tonight. I credit you for your pregame interview. Maybe you got him going. And the other thing is, what do you want to see in the third to close it out?
No, in the interview, I just asked him, did he talk to his grandfather, Andre Pronovo, who's about to be 90 this summer. He said not that much because of his age, but he said, every single game, I try to remind myself one of the most important things he ever taught me was to shoot the puck through the net. Try to shoot it through the net. And so we're seeing him with just a lot more purpose in his
fire
game.
Today.
He's got a little fire in his belly. He's kind of walked that tightrope a little bit by getting physically involved, but I think it's bringing out the best of him.
Yeah, and now, just a quick thought, Borky, 10 seconds. Close this one out. How are we going to do it?
Defense.
Yep.
Yeah, defense. Have your best defensive period of the season because your season is on the line.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Borky. Thanks for this. I hope it's not our last one.
Talk to you Game 6.
All right, my friend, that is Phil Bourque, and as he said, we'll reconvene for Game 6 when we come back. News from around the league on the Penguins Radio Network, presented by S&T Bank.
Hey,
today.
This segment of the Penguins Live Intermission Report is brought to you by Smith's Hot Dogs, proud sponsor of the Penguins and official hot dogs at PPG Paints Arena.
Penguins ahead of the Flyers 3-2 after 2 periods of play in this win-or-go-home situation at PPG Paints Arena. And as you heard Borky say, defense, defense, defense. Lock it down, gentlemen, and live to fight another day. Brian Metzer back here with you. And a couple quick tidbits. The National Hockey League will begin to announce the finalists for the 2026 NHL Awards beginning tomorrow, Tuesday, April 28th. So that schedule is going to roll through the week. It starts with the Ted Lindsay Award finalists tomorrow, and we'll move into the Vezina on Wednesday. The Wild finally going to get a couple of their players back for Game 5 in their first-round series. Matt Zuccarello and Yakov Trenin, they've been out for that team throughout, but they've been able to weather it and stay alive long enough to get them back. So that's good news for them. And tonight, you're going to see the Utah Mammoth take on the Vegas Golden Knights in the nightcap here tonight. And Logan Cooley points in all 3 games of that, including a game winner in Game 2. And they'll look to take a 3-1 lead in that opening round series. So we'll see if the local product can take care of some business. When we come back here in Pittsburgh, Joe Brand, the old 2-9er Phil Bourque, they'll have third period action for you next on the Penguins Radio Network, presented by S&T Bank.
Draisaitl back the other way for the winners. Draisaitl scores!
2 periods in the books, and 1 left for the Penguins to try and force a Game 6 of this best-of-7 series, a 3-2 lead over the Philadelphia Flyers, as the Penguins are eyeing a 3-2 series lead for the Flyers, as the Pens are looking for their 2nd straight win in a do-or-die situation.
Well, you're fighting for your life. So when I talked to Anthony Mantha, I asked him what was the most significant thing between games 1, 2, and 3, and then games 4, the game 4 that the Penguins won. He said desperation. So there's a fine line between desperation and urgency. A nice blend would be nice here, but defense first. And I'm certainly not saying go into any kind of a shell, but a defensive conscience, a presence, an urgency. And the blue lines need to be your friend. Everything out at yours, everything in at theirs.
I also like what Mantha had to say about wise words from his grandfather. When you bring the work, you bring the tenacity, your talent will show.
Yeah.
Well, the Penguins are hoping mantras like that can help them out for the next 20 minutes. 3-2 they lead the Flyers, and now they're attacking from left to right in their alternate third gold sweaters with Artur Shilovs in net. He's made 12 saves tonight. The Philadelphia Flyers attacking from right to left in their road white sweaters. We're underway here in the third. Opening face-off is brought to you by number 1 Cochrane Club 1 Rewards. Rink-wide pass to Raquel towards the net, and a standing Dan Vladar will make the glove save to keep it 3-2 Penguins just 13 seconds into this third period.
We used to have a little saying in our room, and it applies here. 20 miles for 20 smiles.
Penguins are looking for their first home playoff win since 2022 against the New York Rangers. Face off to the right of Vladar. And Ristolainen comes away with it. Couldn't clear it. Crosby pawed it down. Got it to Russ. Carving through. Forehand kicked wide by Vladar. What a save by the Flyers goaltender. As Sidney Crosby reached up, pawed the puck down, fed Brian Rust, who had a million moves through the Flyer crease. But Vladar with the left pad save keeps it 3-2 Penguins.
The turnover by the Flyers. This is the second time Sidney Crosby has gloved a turnover by the Flyers down to his stick. And you're right, this puck was rolling on Brian Rust, which I'm surprised you got a fresh sheet of ice. But he gives Vladar his best move. Forehand, backhand, forehand, tries to drag it around the right pad, and Dan Vladar down on his belly, pinning that left pad to the ice, robs Brian Rust to keep it 3-2.
Rust with points in 6 out of his last 8 playoff games. He was held off the score sheet in games 2 and 3. Excuse me, 2 and 4 of this series. Trying to pick up his first point just a moment ago. Now the Penguins have it again. Flyers zone. Shea far point had some trouble with the puck as Karlsson had to retreat back to the neutral zone. Alex Bump takes it into the Penguin zone. Tied up into the boards. Forster towards the net. Couldn't fire off a shot. Takes it in behind the cage. Crosby will take it. Sends it over to Karlsson as we're a minute through this third period. Both teams getting a change here. Karlsson to Girard. Tees it down to the Flyers end. Bounces off the far corner. Rolls to the near one. Novak trying to get in front of Martone. Chinakhov fed Evgeny Malkin. Plays it down the near boards. And behind the net, it's scooped up by Andre, though. Worked up the far wall. Tumbled towards the blue line. Malkin kept it alive, but only got it to Konechny. Now Novak trying to take it away from Konechny. Chinakhov whiffed on a rim around. Now he takes it back. Far corner, leaves it for Malkin. He gets tripped down to the ice, and that's going to be a penalty.
Oh, boy, here you go. Here you go. Monstership by the Novak, Malkin, Chinakhov line. It all started where it looked like the Flyers were all set. They were able to get a loose puck. Here's the call of my comments.
Philadelphia penalty number 36. 2-minute minor for tripping.
Flyers looked like they were all set. They were able to retrieve a puck, but there was a double clutch. I didn't see who it was, which Flyer it was, but Tommy Novak lifted his stick, stripped him of the puck. That's when they really went to work. Cycling down low, and eventually Chinakhov to Malkin. Malkin makes a move around Andre. Into the feet goes the stick, and off to the power play goes the Penguins.
Penguins 0 for 1 on the power play. They had it in the first period, and the Flyers quickly clear it down. Right on net to Artur Shilovs is the top unit out here with Erik Karlsson quarterbacking it. Sidney Crosby, Ricard Raquel, Brian Rust, and Evgeny Malkin. 15 seconds gone on the Penguins power play. We're early in the third. Penguins lead 3-2. Dumped into the Flyers zone, but it actually broke a stick, and it's cleared out to the neutral zone. Penguins have to reset. Karlsson back skating in his own zone. Takes it up the far side of the neutral zone. Leaves it back for Malkin. Cruises into the Flyers zone to Rust near wall. Down to the half boards, inside the circle. Pitched it back to Malkin, up the near boards. Got it to Crosby at the circle. Now back to Malkin. Now high slot Karlsson. To the far circle. He drags to Malkin, near circle. Karlsson again. Along the far half boards. Back to Malkin, near point. Down to the corner for Crosby at the goal line. Up to Malkin. Touch pass to Karlsson. He'll take it high slot. Slides it to Raquel, far circle. Penguins still looking for a shot on this power play. 55 seconds to go on it. Raquel, far circle. Plays it up to Karlsson. faked a one-timer, hangs onto it. Crosby near circle, downstairs Malkin, back to Sid. Hash marks, up to Carlson, high slot. To Crosby, near circle, down to Malkin, up to Crosby. Even higher to Carlson, touch pass Raquel, one-timer saved by Vladar. A lot of passing going on for the Penguins. And Ricard Raquel's shot goes right into Dan Vladar. 34 seconds on the power play. 3-2 the Penguins lead in this third.
Well, a lot of pretty passing, but everything on the perimeter. And each player that was receiving a pass was thinking, who am I going to pass to next? That is a pass-first mentality, not a shot-first mentality. And if you're the Flyers penalty killers, knock yourself out. Pretty pass yourself to nothing. Need more shooters.
Well, the entire second unit is out on the ice now. Novak to take the draw against Dvorak. He's got Chinikov to his left, Mantha to his right. Puck tumbles in behind Vladar's net. Nick Seeler tees it down to the Penguin zone. Shilovs will stop it for Chris Letang. With Kindle, Novak, Chinikov, and Mantha out there for the Penguins. Kindle sends it rink wide to Novak, cruising into the Flyers zone, trying to get it to Mantha. Kindle's got it in the slot, drags, fires wide of the net. Long rebound to the near point. Letang fires it wide of the net. Goes over to the far half boards. Novak in behind the cage for Kindle. Trying to keep hold of it, spit it up the far side. We're down to 3 seconds on the Penguins power play. Played up to the point. Chinikov is on the other side of the blue line. Out of the box is Andre. We're back to 5-on-5. Penguins 0 for 2 on the power play tonight. They lead 3-2 with 16:14 to go in this game. Trying to win game 5, get back on a plane, head back to Philly for game 6. Shoveled down to the goal line. Vladar plays it up the wall. Lizotte chucked it over to the circle. Flyers couldn't clear it. Achari sends it deep. Lizotte cuts it off, got it back up to the point for Girard. He tried to shovel it up the boards. Tumbling to the circle. Achari takes it, swings it around the wall to the far side for Wotherspoon. He'll spin it back deep in behind the net. Achari poked it to the far side, but it bounced over his stick. York couldn't clear it just yet. Dewar will chip it down to Achari in behind the net. Drysdale takes it for Philly. Plays it up the far wall. It goes rolling out to the neutral zone. Sam Girard up ice, slings it down to the Flyers' end. Took a couple weird bounces, slowed down behind Vladar's net. Andre will take it and skate it up along the far side. Get it to Seeler. He's in the neutral zone. Slings it rink wide down to the far corner of the Penguin zone. Raquel cuts it off from Konechny, but Dvorak takes it away, snaps it up high slot. Seeler had to paw it down. Wrister coming. Glove save by Shilovs. Read it the entire way. Keeps it 3-2 Penguins. Almost 5 minutes gone in this third.
Good job by the Penguins D to box out. That will be imperative here in the third period. As the Flyers like to go from low to high, their defensemen are pretty good at wristing pucks towards the cage with traffic. And that's the part right there. When you box out like that, that's a routine save for Artur Shilov. You throw 2 layers of screen, you're holding your breath.
We'll get a face-off to the right of Artur Shilovs. Ben Kindle's going to take the draw against Noah Cates. And the Penguins have it. Ryan Shea slings it up the far wall. Soderblom tried to poke it out to the neutral zone, sent back deep by Philly. Ryan Shea, though, plays it off the end boards, works it up the near wall, goes into the Flyers zone. Cates and Sanheim. Sanheim up ice to the neutral zone, slings it down to the Penguins' end. That'll be icing by the Flyers, though. 14:46 to go in the third. Penguins lead 3-2.
Well, when America needs a power play, EQT delivers. Fueling freedom, strengthening allies, and unleashing U.S. LNG, liquid natural gas from right here in Pittsburgh. EQT, unleashing America's energy future.
He's the old 2-9er, Phil Bourque. I'm Joe Brand. We're here in Pittsburgh for Game 5. Penguins are trying to hang on to a 3-2 lead, bring this series to Philly for Game 6. As Kindle to take the draw against Noah Cates. The Flyers win it, work it up the far wall, and it gets kicked out to center ice, but Carlson will feed it to Anthony Mantha. He patches it down to the Flyers' end near corner, rolls along the end boards. Ristolainen scoops it off the wall, got it to Dvorak. Out to the neutral zone to Sanheim, cruising over the Penguins line to the near point. Forster in the slot. Dvorak, far circle, shot goes wide. It was Alex Bump collecting a loose puck, looking for his second goal of the night in his first playoff game. Penguins cough it up in the neutral zone. Soderblom dished it right to Martone, who slung it down to the Penguin zone. It's played by Carlson. He got it to Wotherspoon, now ahead to Novak. Novak over the Flyers line, chips it down to the corner, tied up by Sealer, rolls along the end boards. Chinakhov couldn't get a hold of it. It's rolled back up the near wall as Konechny will take it for Philly. He gets stripped of the puck by Malkin, though. Letang will send it rink wide to the far side. Novak drags it over the Flyers line. Malkin at the point to Letang on the near side. High slot, wrister, never got through. Dvorak takes the blocked puck up to the neutral zone. Sends it down to the Penguins' end. Rolls over to the far corner. Martone cuts it off, but lost it to Malkin. 13.5 to play in this hockey game. Penguins with a 3-2 lead over the Flyers in Game 5. Now up ahead to Dewar, cruising into the Flyers zone. Swatted away by Drysdale. Played it over to the corner and took a shoulder along the wall, but Lazat's got it. Plays it up. Wotherspoon, one-timer, didn't get all of it. Shanked it as the Flyers take it the other way. It's Zegras sliding it over to Tippett. Penguins zone. Curls around at the half boards. Pitches it down in behind the net. Achari couldn't get hold of it in the near corner. Flyers work it up the wall, send it down. It's cut off, though, by Carlson. He'll shove it in behind Shilov's net. Played all the way out to the neutral zone, but Barkey cut it off. Went for a quick pass to Tippett, but it jumped off the back of his skate. Penguins have it. Both teams get a change.
That's another thing that's important right now. Clean changes and short and hard. 30 to 40 seconds and roll them over.
Sean Couturier sends it down to the far corner. Long rebound is played by Crosby. He'll carry it to the Flyers zone. Try to snap a pass to Russ. This puck is deflected all the way up into the stands, about 5 rows back. And we will go to our first break of the third. 12:38 to go in regulation. Penguins with a 3-2 lead over the Flyers. You're listening to the Penguins Radio Network, presented by S&T Bank. Philadelphia, but they are making things tough. A 3-2 lead over the Philadelphia Flyers. Shots on goal in favor of the Pens, 19-15. We'll get a face-off to the right of Dan Vladar.
Yeah, so far, so good for the Penguins. We've put 7 minutes and 12 seconds into this third period. The Penguins up a goal. Just one shot for the Flyers so far this period.
And I think that was the easy shot from the near point.
Yes, sir.
Shilovs was able to read easily because of his defense. Crosby to take the draw, got it to Raquel. He'll sweep it down to the corner in the Flyers zone. Russ tied up into the boards, defended by Ristolainen. Keeps it pinned along the far corner board. Somebody lost a stick. And there's 2 Flyers and 2 Penguins dig after the puck. It squeaked out to the goal line. Raquel sweeps it up to Girard. Girard pumps it deep. It was Rust's stick, and then the dump in hit Rust in the knee. Crosby sets up Raquel. A shot saved by Vladar. The near corner. Crosby still being manhandled by Glendening. Able to get the pass to Raquel. Near corner. He'll pitch it off the end boards to Rust. Played up to Girard. Far point. Had to play keep away. Will send it deep. And behind the net, Raquel collects. Brings it over to the far side. Girard above the circle. Snapped it to Letang. Near point. Back to Girard. He'll fire towards the net. Fought off by Vladar. Hathaway collects it far corner. That gets crunched into the wall by Brian Rust. It's kicked out to Ristolainen. In behind the net for Sanheim. Penguins get a change.
Outstanding shift there by the Crosby line to win puck battles, go low to high. All 5 players on that shift touch the puck. Everything funneled towards the cage. Great chance for Raquel also.
Far circle, it's Alex Bump. His shot deflected, played off the end boards. Penguins couldn't clear it. Near corner, it's worked in behind the net. Soderblom will collect. Played ahead to Mantha. Able to play keep away and gets it down to the Flyers' end. That'll be icing, though, with 11:19 to go in regulation. Penguins lead 3-2.
Again, details. Little plays like that for Anthony Mantha, veteran guy, off the wall. I know he's on the backhand. It's a tough play on your backhand, but you got to find a way to at least get it out of the zone. Again, your blue line, everything out. Their blue line, everything in. Icings matter.
Face off to the right of Artur Shilovs. Dvorak against Kindle. Flyers win it. Drysdale near point. Brings it to the high slot. Over to the far side. Down to the circle for York. York takes it up the wall to Drysdale at the point. Wrister. And Artur Shilovs with the save through all that traffic. 11:07 to go in this game. Penguins lead 3-2.
That's what I mean right there. So you went from full puck possession to a bit of an unforced icing against the Penguins. And the Flyers end up getting a good chance out of that icing call. So again, details. And now Dan Muse gets his dependable fourth line, the Blake Lizotte line out here.
It's quite a trusty trio he's got. Blake Lizotte, Connor Dewar, and Nola Chari. And Lizotte just won the draw. Erik Karlsson rims it along the boards. Nola Chari angles it down to the Flyers zone, but that'll be icing. Exactly 11 minutes to go in this game. Penguins lead 3-2.
So depending on which side this faceoff's on, that's the luxury that you have with Blake Lizotte, a left-hand shot, pretty steady faceoff guy. If it's on the right side, which it is here, you can go to Nola Chari's strong side. So Chari and Lizotte have a little chit-chat, and Double Nichols will take this one.
Against Dvorak. He wins it, or at least gets it over to the near boards. Karlsson will chuck it down to Parker Wotherspoon. Plays it ahead to Dewar, angles it down to the Flyers end. This is going to be icing again.
My goodness gracious, boys. You're just playing with fire. There's no need to ice the puck there. Connor Dewar takes a stretch pass after a 50-50 puck win off that faceoff by Erik Karlsson. He gets it to Wotherspoon, stretch pass to Dewar. You just got execution, right? Better execution there. Now you've had your third defensive zone faceoff here in a row.
On the left side, so it'll be Lizotte. And he gets it to the end boards. That Wotherspoon will play along the far wall. Dewar ties up Trevor Zegras to allow Lizotte to get the puck over the Flyers line. Takes it down to the half boards, curls back, fires it on net. Never got past Achari. He can't fire off a shot as he was tied up by Andre, but now is saved by Vladar. 10:36 to go in this game. Penguins lead 3-2.
Get a little feeling there when that puck was kind of sitting right around the Penguins blue line that Dewar, Lizotte, and Achari said, enough of this. Enough of this. And they won the puck battle. They got it deep inside the Flyers zone. Little dribbler comes in on Dan Vladar. And now you have an offensive zone face-off, and out comes the Evgeny Malkin, Igor Chinakhov, and Tommy Novak line. Evgeny Malkin, no shots. Igor Chinakhov, no shots. This line had no shots last game.
Face-off goes to the near corner. Chinakhov comes away with it. Snaps it over to Gerard. Wrister coming, saved by Vladar. Rebound kicked over to the far corner. Rolled up the wall as Chinakhov cuts in front of Forster for the puck. Fighting after it along the boards. Had it for a moment. Now Malkin tries to poke it ahead, but Forster's able to shovel it out to the neutral zone. Letang knocked it down, played it ahead. It's kicked back the other way by Philly, but now quickly snapped to Igor Chinakhov, who slings it down to the Flyers' end. Played up the far wall by Malkin. Throws it off the end boards to the near side for Ristolainen. Turned over in the circle. Malkin can't get a hold of it. He was tied up by Sealer. Flyers bring it up to center ice now. Trevor Zegras will peel back into his own zone as the boos rain down here at PPG Paints Arena. Under 10 to play in regulation. Penguins lead 3-2. Tippett cruising in. Penguin zone. Wrister and a glove save by Artur Shilovs. We'll go to a break. 9:43 left in this hockey game. Penguins with a 1-goal lead over the Flyers here in Game 5. You're listening to the Penguins Radio Network presented by S&T Bank. Penguins still hanging on to a 1-goal lead. We've got 9:43 left in regulation. And a face-off in the Penguins zone, where the Pens out shooting Philly 20-17. Crowd is standing, towels are twirling, and a face-off to the left of Artur Shilovs. And the captain, Sidney Crosby, against Noah Cates. It's worked over to the far corner. Is now loose below the circle along the end boards and behind the net. It's forced back to the near side by Cates. So played up to the point for York. High slot Drysdale over to the far point. Drysdale, wrister, never got through traffic. Puck over to the near half boards. Rush swept it deep, bounced off the back of the cage. Gerard played it ahead to the far side. It tumbled out of play. 9:16 to go in this game. 3-2 the Penguins lead.
Well, once again, Dan Muse is rolling his 4 lines here. Ilya Solovyov has not seen much ice here in the third, so Mike Stothers, assistant coach who runs the defenseman, is kind of going with 5D here down the stretch with a 1-goal lead. So we might see some different defense pairings. And we'll try to keep track of that as we tick her down.
Well, we've seen Ryan Shea get some work with Erik Karlsson in this third period. Penguins win this draw as Sam Girard looks to clear it. Got it out to the neutral zone, knocked down by Achari, but the Flyers quickly dump it back into the Penguins zone. Reaching into the final 9 minutes of this game, Penguins with a 3-2 lead over the Flyers. Worked up the near wall by Letang. Got it to center ice. Stewart chipped it ahead for Achari. He pokes it down to the near corner. Lazat boxing out for the puck along the end boards. It squeaked out to Konechny. He'll take it the other way for Philly. Konechny on the near side, slings it down to the Penguins' end. It's worked over to the far corner as Wotherspoon tried to chip it up the wall. Where's the puck? It's dragged over to the near side. Now in behind the net, Raquel couldn't keep it away from Martone. Up to the point for Drysdale. Drysdale dancing around Achari, and he'll send it deep. Bounces off the far board, set up Konechny, shot fired wide. Rebound to the near point. It's handled by York. He'll go down the blue line. Leave it for Drysdale above the circle. Wrister wide of the net. Played at the far boards by York, and a shot from Konechny got shanked. Raquel will clear it down.
That's a break for the Penguins there. As the Flyers had something going on, and Konechny, who's done this a couple times in the series, we have an icing here against Philly. As a forward, he kind of disappears. He goes way out to the neutral zone, and then comes back down through the kind of the center point area and stays in the very high slot where a Penguins defenseman can't go all the way out and get him. And he's had a couple of really good looks from that very high slot area.
Reaching into the final 8 minutes of this game. Face off to the right of Dan Vladar. As Crosby will take the draw against Trevor Zegras. Crosby wins it, up to Girard, far point, pumps one, deflected, tumbled over to the near corner. York pokes at it up the wall. The Flyers will get it out to the neutral zone and go all the way down to the Penguins' end. Girard will race it down, keeping it away from Trevor Zegras. 7:45 to go in this game. Penguins lead 3-2. It's dumped down to the Flyers' end. Vladar out of his net to stop it, left it for Ristolainen, and Girard cut it off at the far half wall. Couldn't get a hold of it though. As the Flyers escape it out to Sanheim, near side, played ahead, looking for a stretch pass to tip it, but it was taken away by Letang. Now Malkin to Mantha in the Flyers zone. Tried to feed it to Novak. Alex Bump takes the puck out of midair, brings it the other way in the Penguin zone. Tip it far half wall towards the net for Bump, never could connect. Shea plays it over to the end boards. Now gets to Karlsson.
Anthony Mantha there. He had a chance of getting Malkin single lane drive. He tried a backdoor saucer pass. The puck goes up into the crowd here. We have a second to talk. But when you see Evgeny Malkin driving the center lane, he kind of entered the zone, pulled up about 10 feet inside the blue line. Just throw it right into the feet of Dan Vladar. Maybe it bounces off of Malkin, maybe you get a lucky bounce, but when you try a much riskier cross-ice saucer pass, it got picked off by the Flyers, and it could have gone the other way.
7 minutes left in this game, and there's only been 6 shots on goal in this third period, 3 for each team. Face off of the near right dot. The Penguins are still working with this 3-2 advantage. Flyers win it. They bring it down to their own far corner, though. Andre works it away from Novak and got it to Sealer. Played up ahead to Dvorak. Cut off by Malkin. But out to the neutral zone it goes. Flyers have it. Andre will whiff on a dumping attempt, but still get it to Cates. He'll chip it down to the Penguins' end. We get a whistle blown here.
Offside here, Flyers. Again, all this disrupt, right? Active stick. Get in the way of guys. Never turn away from any checks. You might, and here, as you tick it down, the Flyers have been pretty buttoned up here compared to how games 1 and 2 went as far as shenanigans. But you still might have to take a punch in the face. You never know what the Flyers might try here. But ultimate discipline is demanded here by the Penguins down the stretch.
With 6:50 to go in Game 5. Nick Sealer slings it down to the Penguin zone, rolls over to the far corner. Shea shoveled it in behind Chilov's net. Carlson got it over to the far side. Soderblom only with a touch on it. Konechny pitched it up to Andre at the point. Rister coming. Kicked wide over to the far corner. Konechny with it in behind Chilov's net. Plays it up to Sealer above the circle. Drags. Got it poked away from Raquel, but Konechny takes it back. Slings it over to the far wall. Long rebound for Martone. He'll pitch it up the near wall now. All the way up to Sealer. Sealer spins it deep and behind the net for Martone. Works it to the near side. Went for a centering pass. Luckily, Carlson's skate got in the way. Raquel chips it out to the neutral zone.
Yeah, really good defensive play by Carlson to get it to us.
Now stolen by Soderblom. Kindle wrister fought off by Vladar. Long rebound to the far side. Achari's tried to send it deep. The Flyers have it in behind their own net. Worked up the near wall. Letang gets there first, sends it deep, but Sealer cuts it off from Kindle. Played over to the corner, gets it past Achari. Under 6 to play here in Pittsburgh. Penguins with a 3-2 lead over the Flyers, trying to force Game 6 of this best-of-7 series. Cam York up ice to the neutral zone. Dumped down to the Penguins' end. It rolls to the near corner. Gerard pitched it back to Blake Lizotte. Chris Letang sends it ahead to Connor Dewar. Had some trouble with it in the neutral zone. Couldn't muscle it over the Flyers line. But now they will as Sam Gerard got it to Brian Rust. He'll chip it down to the far corner. 5:20 to go in this game. And behind the net, it's Drysdale. Played over to the far side for Cam York. Pitch back to Drysdale. He sends it ahead to Zegras. Near side of the neutral zone. Cuts over the Penguins line. Left it back for Tippett. Tippett down to the near circle. Turnaround shot. Never got all of it. Far circle, it's taken by Sanheim. Rister never got through traffic. Carlson's got it. He'll skate it up ice. Up to the neutral zone with under 5 to play. Over the Flyers line. Sends it towards the net. It's wide. Raquel, quick shot. Hit the side of the cage. Crosby in behind the net. Tried to poke at it. Played up the far wall. Tippett's got it. Will work it out to center ice for Sanheim. He'll dump it down to the Penguins' end. Just wide of the net. Bangs off the back of the cage. Raced after by Cates. But Carlson's able to keep it away from him. Played over to the far corner. Forster trying to keep it away from Wotherspoon. Pitches it up the far wall. Evgeny Malkin will tap it up to the blue line. Couldn't clear it out. And now a centering pass is taken by Carlson. He'll pitch it down to the Flyers, and that won't be icing. 4:20 to go in this game. Penguins lead by 1. Flyers bring it up to the neutral zone. It's poked away and taken by Ben Kindle. He'll feed it to Letang. Now to Kindle in the slot. Was pressured by Bump. Brings it over to the near side and luckily works it out to the neutral zone. Kicked back the other way by Philly, but Shea got to the loose puck. Sent it to Soderblom, who chips it down to the far corner of the Flyers' end. Drysdale couldn't clear it. Far circle. Kindle gets it to Soderblom. Rims it around the boards. Mantha cuts it off and behind the net. Swings it up to Letang. Near point. Rister goes wide over to the far corner. Forster plays it off the wall. Clears it out to center ice. Jumped off the stick of Bump. Penguins trying to reset here with 3:40 to go in the game. Stretch pass ahead to Kindle. Flyers zone. Pitch back to Soderblom. Near half wall. Takes it down to the corner, curls around. He's pressured by Dvorak, still keeps the puck. Swings it over to Kindle, far corner. Kindle up the wall. Outnumbered as the Flyers will take it to the neutral zone. They get it to Martone. Now ahead to Dvorak, out of his reach. Wotherspoon races after it, near corner of the Penguin zone. 3:15 to go in this hockey game. Penguins with a 3-2 lead. Outlet pass missed everyone. Tumbles down to the Flyers' end. If the Penguins do score in the final 5 minutes, you win a free Big Mac. Offer is valid 3 days after the Penguins score on the Big Mac attack. Just download your McDonald's app and claim your free Big Mac with a purchase of $1 or more. We've got less than 3 to play in Game 5. Penguins with a 3-2 lead. Vladar plays the dump in over to the far corner. It tumbles up the wall. Lizotte races after it, but Barkey comes away with it. As Connor Dewar had it in the neutral zone, couldn't feed it to Girard, but now he does snap it over to Chris Letang. Letang ahead into the Flyers zone, near corner, 2:40 to go in this game.
Tick, tick, tick. Everything out, everything in.
Cam York up ahead to Barkey as they start to rise to their feet here at PPG Paints Arena. It's dumped into the Penguin zone, around the boards and in behind Shilov's net. Poked over to the near corner, Brian Rust will take it off the boards and take his time with it up ice to the neutral zone. Rink-wide pass to Raquel, shovels it down to the Flyers' end, 2:15 to go in this game. Crosby with a check on York into the far corner. Played up the far wall, goes all the way out to the neutral zone. Shea's got it. Snapped over to Carlson in between the penalty boxes. He'll dump it in. 2:05 to go.
Watch for Vladar. If the Flyers get it in the Penguin zone, he's going.
There he goes to the Flyers bench. Forster near circle. Shot on net. Saved by Shilovs. Kicked over to the near wall. Sanheim plays it down to the corner. Empty net for Philly. 6-on-5 for the Flyers right now. 1:50 to go in the game. Sanheim, high slot to the far point for Ristolainen. Back to Sanheim at the near point. Circle for Forster. Up to Sanheim. Now to Ristolainen. Down to the circle on the far side for Zegras. Curls around it. Ristolainen, high slot. Zegras, far point. 1:33 to go. Ristolainen, far point. Sanheim, near point. Back to Ristolainen. Pumps one. Pad save by Shilovs. Rebound to the near wall. Dug out by Dewar. Achari's got it. He tries to feed Lizotte, and he gets defended by Alex Bumpy. Couldn't get it to the empty net. 1:15 to go in the game. Penguins lead 3-2. Empty net for the Flyers as Bump takes it over the Penguins line. Carving through in the circle. Centering pass. Dvorak couldn't handle it. Girard works it over to the far corner. Letang rims it around the wall. It's on the stick of Sidney Crosby for the empty net. It hits the near post. Raquel gets the loose puck, works it over to the near side. We've got 55 seconds to go. Stretch pass to Martin, wrister, pad save Shilovs. Out to the neutral zone it goes. Flyers have it with 47 seconds to go. Teed down to the Penguins' end of the near corner. Chris Letang pumps it out to the Flyers' end, and it goes wide of the empty net to the far corner. Icing on the Penguins. 39.6 seconds to go. Penguins with a 3-2 lead.
You give me Sidney Crosby with the puck on his stick with a 1-goal lead and empty net. I'm betting all the money in Joe Brandt's pocket. That thing is going in the back of the net. Sid maybe rushed his shot just a little bit, and it goes off the outside of the post. And the Flyers will use their timeout. And a couple of huge saves by Artur Shilovs. He has just been dialed in here all night long. And one save he made was through multiple layers of traffic. He made the right pad save. Penguins have done a good job of anything that's close to a rebound and that circumference in front of Shilovs. The Penguins, for the most part, all night long have been there first.
Penguins had the only goal in the first period. They made it 2-0 early in the second. The Flyers tied things up in the second before Chris Letang fired a shot off of Dan Vladar that bounced off the back wall, bounced off the backside of Vladar, and got over the line. That's still the difference in this game. As 39.6 seconds is what is preventing the Penguins from Game 6 in Philly right now. Empty net for the Flyers. Face off to the right of Artur Shilovs. Christian Dvorak against Sidney Crosby.
False face off.
And Crosby swats this one down to the near corner. Letang hunts after it, shovels it over to the far side. Raquel will work it out to the neutral zone with 33 seconds. It's Crosby again, and it hits off the far post.
Oh my goodness gracious, you've got to be kidding me.
25 seconds to go in the game. Zegras plays it up to the neutral zone to Dvorak, down into the Penguin zone. A fluttering fly ball that Shilovs will leave to his left. Girard gets it over to Dewar. He'll fork it down to the Flyers' end. Puck on edge towards the empty net. It's wide on the far side with 9.9 seconds to go.
It's not supposed to be easy. And now everybody, and I mean everybody at PPG Paints Arena on their feet, towels waving. Incredible atmosphere here.
Sidney Crosby and Chris Letang have each been out there for 1:09. And right now the Flyers have 7 guys on the ice. So Noah Cates will go back to the bench. 9.9 seconds. The Penguins are trying to get back to Philly. Drop of the puck. Crosby rims it over to the near corner. Played by Dvorak. Tumbled in behind the net. 5 seconds to go. Work to the near side. Sam Girard with it. Along the boards. 2 seconds. 1. It's a good thing. It's a short flight back to Philly. The Penguins can't wait to get to Game 6.
Travis Konecny just absolutely drilled a Penguin from behind. Way after the buzzer. Just as rotten, as dirty as you can be. From behind, Konecny just drilled a Penguin. And it was Sid. He came behind Sidney Crosby with a cross check and just reefed him from behind, launching Sid face first into the boards. I like dirty hockey. And the dirtier, the better in the playoffs, but that is gutless by Travis Konecny from behind.
And those two have history from Game 4. But before Sidney Crosby can do anything, he goes and hugs his goaltender, Artur Shilovs, who made 18 saves tonight to help the Penguins win Game 5, 3-2 over the Philadelphia Flyers and force a Game 6.
Moments from hockey here in Salt Lake City. Game number 4. And the crowd once again has come out in full force. You can hear them here at Delta Center. The Golden Knights and the Utah Mammoth taking the ice. And just like it was a couple days ago, raucous inside Delta Center. Get the starters and the national anthem in just a moment. First, we can report final score in Pittsburgh. The Penguins have won 2 in a row, defeating the Flyers 3-2. They hold on to win that game, and they now trail the series 3-2 after the Flyers won the first 3. Now the Penguins have won the last 2, by the way. Next game in that series is Wednesday, and that also is when the Knights will play Game 5 of this series back at T-Mobile Arena. Gary, the Golden Knights are the last team to play Game 4 of the first round, and it'll be the last game on the schedule here today.
The big guys got to go, Dan. It's as simple as that. They need Jack Eichel scored in the last game, but they need a little more from their entire top 6. Mitch Marner, Dorofeev, Hurdle's in the top 9 tonight. They need those guys to get going, put the puck in the net, and like I said earlier, score first and score frequently.
Golden Knights have been held to 2 goals in the last 2 games. It happened just once in the previous 11, and that one time was a victory, 2-1 against Vancouver. Fans come to their feet here at Delta Center as we get ready for the Star-Spangled Banner here at Delta Center in Salt Lake City. We have Game 4 on deck here in Salt Lake.
A former Navy submariner and current Utah Air National Guard member. And now, here to perform the Star-Spangled Banner, Kaylee Busio.
Oh, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we mighty last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red grenade, the boats resting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
And we are ready and set for hockey in Game 4. Knights in Mammoth here at Salt Lake City. By the way, we can tell you that because of that final score just moments ago, the Penguins beat the Flyers 3-2. Because of that and the game on Wednesday, the last part of that story I was going to mention, that confirms a game time for the Knights on Wednesday. So now we know for sure 7 o'clock Pacific time Wednesday for Game 5 for the Knights in Mammoth. All because the Penguins-Flyers series has been extended.
Just a little trying to bring you here into the building, folks. Just at the very end of the anthem, Shea Theodore and Braden McNabb looked at each other. They're like brothers. They've played together a long time. Shea gave Braden a tap on the shin pads, McNabb a whack on Shea's butt, and they looked at each other. Let's go.
McNabb and Theodore in the starting lineup with Cole Smith, Nick Dowd, and Colton Sissons. For the Mammoth, Clayton Keller, Nick Schmaltz, Lawson Krause. Up front, Ian Cole, Sean Dursey on defense. Carter Hart in goal to our left. Karel Vemelka in goal to our right. They drop the puck at center. We are underway here in game number 4. Puck ends up back near the Vegas side of the ice. Hart goes over to play near goal line. Theodore and McNabb back to play it for the Knights. Rim to the far side, and Cole Smith helps it through center. Rolling puck, Sissons charging to it. He gets there first. It ends up in the left corner. Joined back behind by Dowd, who scored his second goal of the series last game. Puck ends up around to the trapezoid, where it's picked up by the Knights. Centering try by Dowd, deflects away. And it ends up out at the points. Theodore shoots, deflected. It goes wide right. Lots of bodies in front. Lots of energy from the Knights' fourth line to start the game. Theodore's right point shot knocked down by Ian Cole. Spiked off the near boards. Keller got it out center. Keller watches it into the Knights zone. Theodore back with McNabb as the forwards change. Barbashev, Eichel, and Dorofeev. Pavel Dorofeev up on the top line for the Golden Knights. He has just 3 goals in his last 17 games. Puck goes up and out of play. Over on the far side, the Knights will get an offensive zone draw.
Right after that opening draw, Nick Dowd and Nick Schmaltz got tied up together, and Dowd just planted Schmaltz into the ice. It was a vicious wallop.
Eichel with 1 goal, 2 assists in the series. Barbashev 2 goals, 1 assist in the series. No points yet for Dorofeev. Last year in the playoffs, remember, he missed a few games because of injury. Had 1 goal, 1 assist between Minnesota and Edmonton last postseason. Knights win to draw. Hannafin sends it back around the boards. Barbashev low to high for Rasmus Anderson. Backhands it deep to the right corner. One-handed by Dorofeev to the left. Eichel bumped a couple of times. Put it in front. Dorofeev scores! Quick returns for the Golden Knights. New top look line. It's Eichel out of the left corner. Barbashev in the left circle. Dorofeev right side of the crease. And the Knights take a 1-0 lead just over a minute into the game. Pavel Dorofeev led the Golden Knights with 37 goals in the regular season. There's his first this playoffs and the second of his playoffs career in his 13th career postseason game.
Well, John Tortorella made that adjustment in the lineup, and we've seen Dorofeev and Barbashev work together on lines a couple of times this year, and they have chemistry. And chemistry off the ice, they're best friends, and Eichel gets them going right off the hop.
Pavel Dorofeev had just one even-strength goal in the last 18 games. And here he gets one on the board from right out in front. Boy, that'll boost the confidence for that group. And the Knights go left to right. It's Anderson to dump it in off the ensuing draw. Far around it goes, and Mitch Marner to grab it near his own blue. Spins off the check and sets up Rasmus Anderson back to the left, hoping to find a target there in the speedy Mitch Marner, but it's out of his reach, and therefore it is an icing. And they'll bring the draw back to the Vegas zone. 90 seconds in. Vegas leads at 1-0 on Pavel Dorofeev's first goal of the playoffs, and the assist as expected. Barbashev and Eichel at 1:12.
Utah has held the lead in this series 43% of the time elapsed. Vegas it's like 10%. So this is a new wrinkle for both sides. Vegas being ahead and Utah having to chase.
Utah wins the ozone draw. Schmidt shoots left wing. That's blocked up and out of play. Gary, in this series, the Knights scored the first goal in Game 2, but ended up losing. Since John Tortorella took over, the Knights have only scored first in 4 previous games, and a record of 2-1-1 in those 4. We'll see if they can build upon it here, because that's one of the things that has not happened as often. The Knights building upon their leads. In fact, they have only taken a lead to the first intermission twice since Tortorella took over. 1 win and 1 shootout loss. So it's 1-0 Knights. Pavel Dorofeev from Ivan Barbashev and Jack Eichel. Another ozone draw for Utah. It's Kevin Stemlin losing this one. He was great in the circle last game. Won most of the draws, 13 out of 18. But the Knights get it into the offensive zone with their 4th line. Dowd with Sissons behind the goal. Whipped out left point. Too strong for Lausanne. It'll make it all the way to the Vegas defensive zone. 2 minutes in, 1-0 Knights. Korzak back behind his goal, took the check but rimmed it out. Cole Smith in hot pursuit offensive zone. Tied up his man. That was Jersey. Puck ends up in the right corner. Sissons needing some help from Cole Smith. Tanev, the 4th line winger, angles it around. Utah trying to keep possession alive deep in its own zone despite the heavy Golden Knights forecheck. Ian Cole played it to center. Got it to Stenlin. He is triple teamed as he approached the Vegas line. It's still in the slot. It deflects in the air left. Flown out of the air by Keller. He's hounded by Jeremy Lausanne. Loose puck created. Tomas Hertl put it up the boards. Kolasar couldn't get it out. Sergachev right. Closing right side. A shot. Save! Rebound off to the left wing. And another shot knocked down. The next one didn't get through to Carter Hart. Sergachev holds it in left half wall and chips it around behind. Korzak flips it out to the right. Thrown down low by Uyghur. Back and forth with Krause. Keller, right side, deep on the right wing. Threw it up top, but a pass goes off the skate of Cole Smith. Knights get it going the other way. Hertl is stripped by Schmaltz. Schmaltz goes the other way. Knocked off his stick by McNabb. McNabb gets the puck up the wall to Kolasar. He is checked. Kolasar dealing with Keller once more. Now it's spiked off the glass and in the air out to the neutral zone where Uyghur cuts it off. And now Kolasar will let it go back to McNabb. He looks across toward the near side, and it's taken in the defensive zone by John Marino. Utah works right to left. They dump it in. Theodore coming back. Hammer against the boards by Yamamoto. Puck along the near wall, though. Up the boards it goes. Eichel gets around Nate Schmidt. 2-on-1. Tried to get it to Barbashev, but could not, and that made the play offside. That'll bring the draw to the neutral zone.
Eichel wanted an interference call. He got bumped and was way to try and get to the puck. It was a little too tight for the referee to make that call, but Jack just whispered something to him again. He wanted that call. Yamamoto with a big bump on Theodore behind the Vegas net.
How about the look that Uyghur had? Surprise offensive showing from Mackenzie Uyghur in the series. He's already got 2 goals and 1 assist. He had 4 goals all year between Calgary and Utah coming over in the trade on March 4th. With a couple of players and a few picks going back the other way to the Flames. Utah wins the neutral zone draw. Kerfoot dumps it in on the near side left. Back goes Noah Hannafin. Could not work it out of the zone. Kept alive on the left wing. Kerfoot trying to find it. It goes off the stick, up and over the glass. It's out of play, and that stops action once more.
Well, 3 of the key defensemen in this series were all Calgary Flames less than 2 seasons ago. Hannafin came to Vegas in the middle of last year, and then
March of 2024.
And then 2 years ago, sorry. And then Anderson to Vegas in early 26 and Uyghur at the trade deadline to Utah.
Ozone draw coming up with Cooley centering Gunther and Yamamoto. Cooley limited to only 1 assist last game after he scored a goal in each of the first 2 games of the series. Yamamoto had a helper, so he's got 3 in the series. Gunther scored a power play goal. He's got 2 goals, 1 assist in the series. You might say that this has been the most consistent line in the series for the Mammoth. 1-0 Knights in the opening 4 minutes. McDowd wings it to the corner for the Knights. Backhanded up the boards. Theodore got it to Marner, who angles it to the far side and center. Sergachev tracks it down near his own blue for the Mammoth. Lefty defenseman flings it forward right to Theodore. Shea a quick up. Marner for Stone. In with Riley Smith, who shoots. Save! Rebound was available, but Stone had already skated by. Mammoth get the rebound and go back the other way. Cooley checked by Marner back inside the Knights line. So the puck taken by Vegas. Theodore sidesteps the check from Gunther. Lifted out by Lozon. Ahead comes Marner. Checked by Dursey at the Utah line. And the Mammoth take it away. Riley Smith and Mark Stone continue the forecheck. But Dursey gets around Stone. Starts it out on the right side. Brandon Tanev backhands it deep. Korzak defensively with McNabb. They use the far boards off the stick of Brett Howden and out to center. Howden, Kolasar, and Hurdle, the forwards here. Hurdle lands a check, allowing the loose puck to go back to McNabb. Rink wide to Korzak. This pass picked off. Keller coming in offside. And the play is brought back to the neutral zone. All the fans here got up to their feet because they thought an odd man rush was developing, but the play was offside. Opening 5 minutes, first period, 1-0 Golden Knights. Dorofeev from Barbashev and Eichel at 1:12. Pretty good opportunity, Gary, for that new look second line. Marner between Smith and Stone.
Yeah, that's one of those situations. You know, Riley shoots it up. He ends up getting Vejmelka in the chest. That's one of those spots where I'd like to see him shoot it along the ice, get it in his feet, and see how he handles that situation.
There was a rebound there, but as I said, Stone had already kind of blown by the crease. He was deep on the left wing, whereas the rebound was out in front of the crease. Knights win the neutral zone draw. Anderson ahead, tipped in by Sissons. Vejmelka plays it behind his goal. Wins it to the far side. Knocked down there, and the Knights' fourth liners continue the possession. Cole Smith trying to go pointward, knocked down. Sissons gets it and whips it rink wide right. Down leans in, collides there with Stenley. He goes down, and battle continues along boards. Nate Schmidt in there. Cole Smith tries it free. Steers it around to Hannafin. Put it toward the goal, a redirect wide. Puck ends up on the far board. Sissons to it. Sissons in close quarters with Down on the left wing side. Put it back in front, and then Cole Smith had the stick knocked out of his hands. Utah goes the other way.
Call. He's looking at the referee like, what's going on?
Garrett Rank and Kyle Raymond are today's referees. Barbashev, a big hit in the neutral zone. Got a takeaway from the Golden Knights. Took it away from Mackenzie Uyghur. Now back and forth, Barbashev with Eichel to the right. Dorofeev, shot save! Vejmelka shifting to his left to make a big-time stop. Stretch pass the other way. McNabb got it with his glove before it came to Keller. Right wing shot, kick save. Carter Hart with his first save of the game. Now the Knights to the offensive zone. Dorofeev put a bouncer down the slot. He got stood up. Puck goes behind the Utah goal. One of the Utah players lost his stick. Left wing try goes through the slotted wide. And the Mammoth come back the other way. Here's Schmaltz, hounded by Dorofeev. Into the zone, a shot. Over the goal, hits the glass, still in play. Schmaltz gets it himself. Floats it out to the left point. Schmidt, rink wide right, Marino. Plays it high to low. Down the boards, Keller. Put it in front, knocked down by Theodore. Dorofeev collects for the Golden Knights and starts Eichel up the near boards by the benches. This pass picked off by Schmidt. Narrowly onside, Gunther shoots it high and wide. Carter Hart might have gotten it with his left arm. His right arm, I should say. The left wing after the right wing attempts. And no matter, the puck out of play. And they'll bring the draw after the next timeout with a 1-0 Vegas lead, 13:21 to go in the opening frame.
There's been a lot of talk about speed in this series. And Utah may have the faster players. Vegas is playing faster so far tonight.
We'll step aside. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. You're listening to the Stanley Cup Playoffs on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network. has his first goal of the Stanley Cup playoffs, and his first since April 20th of last year, which was against Minnesota. That was his second ever playoff game. Playing the neutral zone as the Mammoth try to flutter it in. Hanifin back with Anderson for the Knights. Behind the Vegas goal, Hanifin looks out to the far wing. Mark Stone is there. Met by John Marino. But Stone manages to sneak it through. Riley Smith and Tomas Hertl in pursuit. Utah gets it back out. Glove down by Hanifin. Sticks it rink wide right. Smith back in, but missed it. Utah trouble settling the puck anyway. It's an offside play. Bouncing around at the Utah line. Gary, that is the first goal for Dorofeev here in the postseason. Of course, 37 in the regular campaign. Only 3 of those 37 were first goals. In other words, the first goal of a game. And here he gets his first goal, and it's the first goal of the game.
And it's at 5-on-5. He scored 20 on the power play in the regular season. And he hit the post the other night on the power play, and you got a feeling that he was getting close. This was an easy one for him.
Michael the Barbashev to Dorofeev for the goal. Utah gets the neutral zone faceoff, and they get it deep. Carcone left corner. Got there first, just ahead of Keaton Korzek. Hertl and Howden defending the far corner. Jeremy Lauzon pins his man to the railing behind the net. Puck squirts out high, and a rink-wide pass left. Jersey to Cole, who sends it down low. Korzek, a hard check. Loose puck ends up near side corner. Lauzon on it for the Knights, and the lefty skates up the right wing in front of the benches. Gains the red line. Hampered there. Now in front of the Utah bench. Brett Howden in position, but he couldn't get it all the way in. Knights are changing personnel. Utah getting a new line on as well as they dump it in. Around it comes short. Penalty coming. Looks like Sissons for interference. Along the boards on the bench side of the ice. Crowd gathers there. First penalty of the contest appears to be against Vegas. Sissons hurting his teeth, clenching his lips. And here comes the penalty announcement from Garrett Rank.
Vegas penalty, number 10, 2 minutes. Interference.
Utah will get the game's first power play, 1-for-1 in Game 3, after they had started the series 0-for-5. Utah did not score any power play goals against the Knights in the regular season, 0-for-6. And as I mentioned, they started 0-for-5 here in the playoffs. And now here's an O-zone draw for the power play. Logan Cooley against Nick Dowd. Power play goal was scored by Gunther last game. On the lone power play, the Mammoth were off. It's a face-off win for Utah. Sergachev plays a rink-wide right. Keller, Kolasar, McNabb defend there. Back to Sergachev, right point. Lefty walks left into the slot. Feeds left. Gunther, a shot save. Carter Hart shifting to his right. Got over and took it right in that Golden Knights insignia.
The penalty kill often is what the penalty kill decides to give to the power play. And the way that the Golden Knights set up there, they knew where Gunther was. And despite him having that great shot, if Hart can see it, he will stop it.
Dowd wins the draw. McNabb behind his goal gets to it and sends it the length of the ice. Biggest penalty kill in the regular season was ranked 7th. Utah's power play was ranked 22nd. Utah enters the zone. Gunther left for Cooley. Speedy through center. Through the left circle and then back across to the right, but misses Keller. And out of the zone it goes. Keller takes it at the logo. Backward to Sergachev. Mark Stone has come on with Jack Eichel. Hanifin and Lauzon to D. Eichel lifts his stick. Puck stays in the zone. Then lost by Utah. Stone picks it up. Sees Eichel. Eichel gets the puck right to the goal. And he is stopped. And it's underneath the Melka. Eichel looks to the referee wanting a penalty call. Kyle Raymond doesn't go for it. Utah the other way. Still 5-on-4 for the Mammoth for 1 minute. Far side, another Marner play to knock the puck loose. Chipped all the way back down by Noah Hanifin. Utah recovers the puck after the clear. Brett Howden goes in for a shorthanded look. In the regular season, we saw Jack Eichel with a few shorthanded points. Was Lawson Krause to limit around. Right corner, Kerfoot. pointward, and he's got Leader, the righty defenseman. Rink wide left, Paterka up to the circle. Anderson knocks down the pass. Extra dish, and it deflects away. Oh, a gorgeous chance on the right side by Carcone after Anderson basically helped out the Mammoth. He was trying to knock down a pass, but he tipped it right to Carcone on the weak side right, and somehow it didn't go. Utah recovers the puck. 15 on the power play. Krause comes in, stood up on the entry by McNabb. Lozon, far corner, chips it ahead, taken at the right half wall. Krause backward to Dursey, down into the right circle. Kerfoot zips it low, backdoor, booted by Krause, out in front, hoisted out on the backhand by McNabb. Penalty time expires. Sisson's out of the box, and the penalty kill successful. Penalty kill brought to you by Just Ingredients. Vegas 1, Utah 0, halfway through the first period. Knights with 5 shots, Utah with 2. Mammoth gained the line on the right wing side. Tanev pokes it back behind. O'Brien fans on a centering feed. Attempt to clear by Dorothea, cut off. Schmidt put it back down low. Stenlin in the left corner. Protects it along the corner boards. Back up the wall. Dorothea knocked it down for the Knights, but it does stay in. Schmidt to the rink, to the right, and now it's going back across Marino. His pass got tipped. Barbashev nearly had his head taken off by the stick of Stenlin, but he sort of ducked out of the way. Eichel gets whacked on the hands. No call there as he gets it in. Eichel and Barbashev plus 3 Mammoth players right corner. Now to the left corner. Dorothea couldn't get it there. Utah coming back out. Tanev pitches it high in the air. Hannafin gloves it down. Anderson gets the puck. It's a whistle. Going to say a hand pass against the Golden Knights just outside their own blue line.
Well, quite a few liberties being taken against Jack Eichel so far. Carcone, how did he miss?
Yeah, while the puck was still in play, he clutched at his helmet. I still don't know how he missed it.
Yeah.
At the deep right side after Anderson knocked down a Utah pass and it deflected right to Carcone. Could not have drawn it up better, but it was not successfully put home. So the Knights press on, leading 1-0, 9 minutes to go in the first. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. It's the Stanley Cup playoffs on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
Z90 here.
Radio Network.
Golden Knights 1, Mammoth 0. 9 minutes to go first period. Knights win a neutral zone draw. Stone finds a step across the line. The righty had a stick check from behind, so he couldn't get a good shot away. Follows it up out of the right corner. He brings it left. McNabb shoots, blocked down. Loose puck knifed out of the air by Riley Smith and throws it down low. Goes around to the near boards. Picked up there by Riley Smith, and now Mark Stone. Backhands at right point. Shea Theodore got it down to the corner. Riley Smith to Stone. A shot rattles off the side of the goal. Riley Smith tried to center. Now he got it out high. Theodore, a wrist shot deflected wide. Rebound right circle. Stone tracks it down. Stone maneuvers out high. Checked by Yamamoto. Riley Smith had a bouncing puck get by Theodore, and it goes back to the Vegas side of the ice.
Yeah, Vegas had 2 real good looks there. Stone, he just barely missed.
Gary, it's a couple of shifts here at even strength for this line that has generated quality scoring opportunity. Riley Smith, Mitch Marner, and Mark Stone. Utah recovers the puck once again. Here's Krause. Threw it up to the Vegas line. Hannafin cut it off, hoping for Howden going into the zone. But it's Utah to take it back on its own side. Colasar knocked it down. Rink-wide pass goes to Hannafin. Hannafin shoots, knocked down. Rebound, Colasar, it trickles near the goal. It went off Colasar's stick near Vejmelka, but he reached down with his blocker hand and knocked it away. Utah settles it down. Pounding continues on the forecheck, and they do get it out over to the far side of the neutral zone. Lawson Krause dumps it in. Krause with a pair of goals in game number 3. His first couple of goals in this series and his third and fourth career playoff goals. Here's Rasmus Andersson from his own zone. Finds Dorofeev. He tried to backhand it in, but it goes onto the Utah bench as he got sandwiched in the neutral zone and bring the draw to the center ice logo. 7:21 to play first period. Golden Knights 1, Mammoth 0. Oh, that was so close. Gary just got another look at the opportunity. That was Mark Stone, and it did hit the right post. As we mentioned, it rattled off the outside of the goal, but it first had hit the right post. It was maybe about 3 inches from being the second Vegas goal, but it did not appear as though Vejmelka, had it been 3 inches closer, would have stopped it. He was not there at that post. Draw just outside the Vegas line.
Shots on goal are 6-2 in favor of Vegas.
Eichel to take the draw against Carcone. Jack wins it backward for Caden Korzak. Dishes left. Jeremy Lauzon hit through center, and Barbashev plays it in. Deflected puck in the far circle. Mammoth get to it. Marino comes ahead with Kerfoot. Forward dumps it in on the right wing. Marino, the defenseman, gets the rim around the left half wall. Taken out of the corner, though, by the Knights. Korzak lifts it out. Maybe a 3-on-2. In goes Barbashev with Eichel on the right side. Eichel shoots and a save for Vejmelka. Sharp angle. Jack trying to go long post there. Now Kerfoot skates out for Utah. Left wing. Flings it opposite right corner. Carcone back to the line. Uyghur shoots. Knocked down. It goes up and out of play.
Now Uyghur, that shot there, he did what we've been talking about. He intentionally went low, tried to pinball it in and around through a couple of people, but doesn't quite get to the net.
Ozone draw coming up for the Mammoth. 6:45 to go first period. Because the Knights have scored here in the first period. 3 French fries tomorrow at McDonald's. 3 fries of any size. Courtesy of our friends at McDonald's. Just download that mobile app. Right circle draw for the Mammoth. 6:45 to go. Here the first period. Stenlin against Dowd. Knights win it. Hannafin lifts it out. Knocked out of the air by a high touch. So action halted. They'll bring the draw to center ice for another faceoff. Plenty of faceoffs here in the opening period, Gary, which is going to remind me that something statistically curious has occurred in this series, which is that in each of the last 2 games, games 2 and 3, each team was 50% in the faceoff circle. That almost never happens. Each team was 30 for 30 in game 2, and each team was 29 for 29 in game 3. Remarkable that it would happen in consecutive games. For all those statistical nerds out there, I thought we'd do it. Utah gets the puck at center ice and dumps it in. Korzak lifts it out. Bouncing ahead, Cole Smith one-hands it to the right corner. Checked by Uyghur. And Smith, follow-up check from Tanev. Sissons joins the fray right goal line. Cole Smith backhands it behind. Lauzon pinches in left corner. Put it back behind for Cole Smith. Got position, but was double-teamed and stripped by Uyghur. Cole Smith tried to step around Uyghur to get to the puck. Instead, it's chipped out. Korzak to it just before Liam O'Brien. Korzak turns to the boards on the far side. Lifts it out. Cole Smith gloves it, and he is sandwiched up against the railing by the penalty benches. 6 minutes to go, first period. Golden Knights 1, Mammoth 0. Vegas has 7 shots. Utah has 2. Mammoth take it back at their own line. And 1 shot during their power play. So just 1 even strength shot for the Mammoth in the opening 14 minutes of the game. Dursey fires left. There's Nick Schmaltz. He backhands it in. Riley Smith gets in the way of one of the Mammoth players. Keller hands one a penalty. They don't get one. Vegas sends it out. Looks to be an icing. And there is the whistle.
I don't know. Riley looked kind of shrugged. Like, I think they bumped into one another more than Riley tried to hit him.
It looked like Keller tried to sell an interference.
Oh, he tried to sell it for sure. John Tortorella just said something to Kyle Raymond.
Well, Embellishment, a.k.a. diving, has been a big topic in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Not as much in this series, Gary. I don't know that we've had too many discussions about that. Meanwhile, Krause, a turnaround shot. Anderson blocks it. Hobbles a little bit on one skate as he goes to the bench. Knights the other way. Riley Smith tries to work in. Marino took it away. Starts Krause forward. Keller checked at the entry, and the play is offside. Keller was checked by Riley Smith, not on the bench side where the quote-unquote interference might have occurred a moment ago. No, it was on the opposite side along the boards. But this play by Riley Smith forces Utah into an offside situation, hence the whistle. Timeout, 5:17 to go in the first period. Vegas 1, Utah 0. Gary, I'll ask you about what you think about the embellishment situation in the Stanley Cup playoffs this year after the timeout. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor, you're listening to the Stanley Cup playoffs on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
Late.
Back to the Stanley Cup playoffs with Dan Duva and Gary Lawless.
1-0 Knights, 5 and change to go in the first. Gary, we were talking embellishment. We haven't seen too much of it in this series, but a topic in the playoffs.
You know, Sidney Crosby, Nathan McKinnon, both received embellishment penalties. And it's happened in a lot of situations. It puts the referees in a tough spot because then they don't know what they're looking at, and they can guess a little bit. It's bad for everybody. It needs to stop.
Knights win a neutral zone draw following immediate timeout. 5:10 to go in the first. 1-0 Vegas. Knights dump it in. Kolasar to it, left corner. Check by Yamamoto. Kolasar the big size advantage. Throw it up top. McNabb rink wide right, but Theodore couldn't handle it inside the line. It is thrown back in by Theodore, but the Knights have to clear out. Yamamoto speeds ahead. Near the red line, he dumped it in from the wrong side of center. He thought he could shoot there. He's looking around at the linesman. Kyler, you did not get to the red line. That's a requirement to avoid an icing dump in. 4:50 to go in the first. 1-0 Knights. Then I'm not saying that Keller should have been called for going down there a few moments ago, but it was clearly in his mind he was trying to draw a penalty and try to sell an interference against Riley Smith. So it was not embellishment, nor was it an interference, but just because it's been such a topic of conversation this postseason, we have not seen one of those calls in this series. This the fourth game. The last series to play. It's fourth game. Eichel for the ozone draw wins it back. Hanifin from the right point. Flips it down into the corner. Dorothea, who has the game's only goal. Eichel and Dorothea in the trapezoid. Pops loose. And Logan Cooley collects far corner. Cooley starts ahead. Cooley dishes right wing Gunther. Breaks inside the line. Stick check by Hanifin. Created a loose puck. Uyghur tried to shoot it, but it was knocked down. Didn't go very far. Barbashev defending. Hanifin plays it ahead. Barbashev tips it out. Dorothea steers it to Rasmus Anderson. Forward to Barbashev on the right. Pushes it in as the Knights start to change plays. Keller shoves it rink wide right. Backhanded ahead by Uyghur. Couldn't get it by McNabb, the referee, or Barbashev. Linesman might have gotten in the way there too. Stone angles a loose puck off the near boards. Bench side of the ice. 4 minutes to go in the first period. Vegas leads 1-0. McNabb defends the entry by Keller. Schmaltz stripped by Theodore. Threw it up the boards, connects with Marner. Joined at center by Smith and Stone. Right wing onside. Stone back to Smith, curls and centers. Broken up in front. Keller prevented that pass. Marino prevented that pass from reaching Mitch Marner, top of the crease. Let's try to keep it alive. They cannot. It goes to center. McNabb, a diving play to prevent Keller from getting to a loose puck. Knights get it in the neutral zone. Up ahead on the left wing side, Riley Smith. Tip to the slot mark, Stone. Stone finds it and shoots just wide of the left post. Far boards, Utah collects. And remember that far post in that situation, left wing. That's the catching glove side for goalie Vejmelka. Catches with his right hand. Now a penalty coming up. It'll be against the Knights. Cole Smith right in front of the Utah bench. Got a stick in the skates of J.J. Peterka. And the Knights will be shorthanded for the second time this period.
Vegas penalty, number 22, 2 minutes, tripping.
Well, this is tough luck for Cole Smith. Peterka steps on his stick. Cole is reaching for the puck. It's along the boards right in front of the Utah bench. And Peterka trying to get a step. Steps on Cole Smith's stick as opposed to Smith aggressively reaching into the skates. This was more of a passive trip, but definitely a penalty against the Knights. No penalties have been called against Utah so far. Knights have had the puck more often than the Mammoth have. Utah had one shot on its prior power play. Knights get the draw. The head comes down, shorthanded with Colasar. They leave him. McNabb joins the fray. It's down, turning to the outside and hoisting it in. Clayton Keller just now comes back to join the play. He had gone down at the faceoff, and the fans were not happy. Maybe thought a penalty should have been called. Keller was slow getting up. He was the last person to exit the Vegas zone. Now he has the puck on the entry left wing. Cooley bumps it backward to Sergachev. Cooley, rink wide right. Gunther closing. Drops it off to Keller. Lefty on the far side. Keller drops it off down low. Cooley. Back to Keller. McNabb defends in the far circle. Right goal line Cooley. Up top Sergachev. Gunther, one-timer. Saved by Hart. Down in the butterfly. Snatches it with the glove. And gives a love tap on the shins to Jeremy Lauzon, who is standing in front of him. Not screening him. Hart managed to see it from the left circle shot. Penalty time at 1:17. Game clock at 2:33. First period. Knights lead 1-0. Utah had one shot on goal, one attempt miss during its earlier power play. Michael Carcone had the glorious opportunity from the right side of the crease after Rasmus Anderson deflected a Utah pass. The idea was good. Blocked the pass and sped it, went right to Carcone, but he missed the goal. Knights get a clear after the draw. Utah back ahead. 1 minute to go on its power play. Stone aggressively chasing Schmaltz back behind his own net. Mark Stone so good on the penalty kill. He and Eichel created a shorthanded opportunity earlier on which Eichel thought a penalty should have been called against Utah, but none was. Cooley gets through on the right side, turns to the corner. Hanifin defends. Gunther and Cooley playing catch. Keller goes over to help out. Stone and Hanifin engage, but Anderson lands a check. Loose puck. Stone gets it on the backhand and lifts it through center, diagonally off the near boards and into the corner. Penalty clock down to 30 seconds. 1:45 to go in the first period here in Game 4. Knights lead the game 1-0. Utah leads the series 2-1. Utah dumps it in. Carter Hart plays it behind his goal. Finds McNabb far corner, but it's knocked away by Krause. Carcone hoping for a teammate, but it's Lauzon to intercept. He whips it all the way down and on goal. Netminder Vejmelka handles it, and just before Mitch Marner arrives, sticks it to the near boards. Marner steals it in front, and a shot. They score! Brett Howden, a shorthanded goal. Marner stole it away and put it in front. Howden, a sweet fake, and gets it inside the left post. 2-0 Golden Knights, a shorthanded goal with 1:22 to go in the first. Brett Howden with his 10th career playoff goal in his first this postseason. Well, Karel Vejmelka, perhaps a little bit of overconfidence there. He waited for the very last moment before he sticked the puck away from the oncoming Mitch Marner. And that put his defense in a difficult position. And remember, on the power play, it's not a typical defensive pair. So because of those players being in a difficult position, Marner had an easier time to steal it. And Brett Howden was in front for the shorthanded goal. First shorthanded goal of the series for the Golden Knights. They scored 6 in the regular season. Utah surrendered only 3. Vegas gets the puck in. Penalty clock is now run out, down to 1:10 to go in the first period. Knights have extended the lead to 2-0 with a shorthanded goal. First Dorofeev and then Howden, each getting their first goals of the postseason. There's a stretch pass the other way. It's a dump in, and that is an icing against the Mammoth. 1 minute to go in the period. Final minute brought to you by Credit One. 1 to go. Howden from Marner at 18:38. Dorofeev was the early goal, minute 12 in. Ivan Barbashev and Jack Eichel assisted. On the power play for Utah, they got one shot on, but obviously they gave up a critical shot against. And the Knights get their first shorthanded goal of the postseason. In the regular season, Brett Howden, in terms of collecting the shorthanded points, well, Marner was involved in the shorthanded scoring. Utah gets the draw. O'Brien clears it out, checked by Anderson. Marner had one shorthanded assist. Howden did not collect a shorthanded point in the regular season. Here's Jack Eichel at center, 40 seconds to go. Eichel walks in and shoots. Glove save. Eichel tried to go top left corner, but it's snared and held by Vejmelka. And that brings us to 38 seconds remaining in the first period. The Knights lead at 2-0. Again, the Knights have not taken a lead to the first intermission. Here in the Stanley Cup playoffs, it has happened just twice under John Tortorella. Knights' first period goal differential has not been great all season. -18 was 31st in the league during the regular campaign. Coming into this one, they were outscored 7-4 in this series. 4-1 in this series. But here they have outscored the Mammoth 2-0. Knights get the draw, but it comes to center. They dump it back in. Out to the line, Hannafin for Anderson. He chips it down low. Loose puck in front, and then Barbashev knocked over. No call. Got a shot from the point. Hits Barbashev. Utah clears it out. Anderson tips a pass intended for Gunther. And dump it in with 13 seconds to go in the period. Now, there were some aggressive checks by the Mammoth players in the slot. And there was a potential interference there because a pass came to Barbashev as the Knights are called for icing with 2 seconds to go in the period. Knights not happy about that. Everybody on the Golden Knights bench standing up now as the fans here begin to file toward the exit. There's still 2 seconds to go here, folks. And an ozone draw coming up for the home team. 2.7 seconds, more than enough time to generate a shot on goal. Yet Barbashev was decked in the slot as the puck was coming his way. No penalties called against Utah so far in this game. Sissons and Smith, Cole Smith, charged with minors on the Vegas side. But the Knights' penalty kill is 2 for 2, brought to you by Just Ingredients. And they also have the shorthanded goal, Howden from Marner. Eichel against Stenlund for the faceoff. Linesman puts his arm up. He has not tossed anyone. Stenlund against Eichel again, 2.7 on the clock. Knights stack the slot, and it's Anderson to get in the way. And the puck is frozen. Look out, extracurriculars at the horn. Anderson in there for the Knights. Hannafin for the Knights, and also Stenlund. Eichel now skates away. Lawson Krause mixing it up. Lawson Krause, the bearded one. He's got the red beard. It's not nearly as big as the beard of Liam O'Brien, whose red beard is glorious, by the way, if you're into that sort of thing. First period comes to a close. Knights lead it 2-0. 2 goals on 8 shots. An even strength goal for Pavel Dorofeev at 1:12. Ivan Barbashev and Jack Eichel assist. And then a shorthanded goal. Brett Howden from Mitch Marner at 18:38. The Knights take a 2-0 lead to the intermission. And with that, the Golden Knights, for the first time in this series, take a lead to an intermission. We'll have a live interview coming up in just a moment. We expect to hear from Mitch Marner, as Mitch will join us from the Knights dressing room momentarily. Marner did not have a point last game, does not have a goal in the series, but Marner does have 3 helpers in 4 games after he had 56 assists in the regular season for the Golden Knights. 24 goals. And it sounds like we have our live interview ready to go. Expecting Mitch Marner to join us. Mitch is with us. Hi, Mitch. Dan Duva up in the booth. Thanks for coming by. What'd you make of your team's first period? Can you tell us what you saw? You rush in. Vejmelka was holding on to the puck, and he sticked it away right before you arrived, but then you stole it away from their defense. After a successful first period, a 2-0 lead, what's next in your mind, Mitch? Mitch, thanks. Good luck. Mitch Marner with the shorthanded assist at 18:38. Brett Howden scores the shorthanded goal. Mitch had a shorthanded assist during the regular season. Howden did not have any shorthanded points, but there they get the first shorthanded goal of the series, and the Knights have a 2-0 lead after 20 minutes of play. Again, the Knights playing Game 4 of the series, trailing it 2-1. Last year's first round, the Knights in a similar situation. 1 game won at home, lost Game 2, traveled to Minnesota, lost Game 3, so they're down 2-1, but they won Game 4 on the road, and then won Game 5 and Game 6 to close out the series, winning 3 in a row. That was the first time the Knights had faced a 2-1 deficit and ended up winning in that fashion. Previously, series losses to Montreal and to Washington. Remember, the Knights won Game 1 of that series against the Caps at home, lost Game 2 at home, and it ended up being the first 4-game losing streak in franchise history. But that was then, and this is now. Knights lead it 2-0 after 20 minutes here in Salt Lake City. Intermission report coming up with Ryan Wallace. Stand by for that. And by the way, we are told that you might not have been able to hear Mitch Marner for that interview. That's okay. If you missed it live here on the radio, we will make it available for you online so you can hear what Mitch had to say. Just likes the pressure, likes to see that that effort has been there, and also that the Golden Knights can keep pushing as they go into the second period. Marner with his 3rd point of the series. Again, it's the Knights 2 and Mammoth nothing. We'll be right back with Ryan Wallace in the Intermission Report, presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. You're listening to the Stanley Cup Playoffs.
Go, Knights, go. Here's Ryan Wallace with the intermission report on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
After a strong season in Henderson, the AHL's Calder Cup playoffs have arrived at Lee's Family Forum as the Silver Knights look to keep their momentum rolling against the Colorado Eagles. Catch Ryan Craig's team in postseason action at Lee's Family Forum in Henderson with their next game coming on Friday. Tickets for the Silver Knights are available online by visiting HendersonSilverKnights.com. Intermission report, the Golden Knights up 2-0 on the Utah Mammoth after the first period of play. Taking a look at the highlights in that first period. I was looking for a quick start for the Vegas Golden Knights, and that's exactly what happened when Pavel Dorofeev scored his first goal of the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Backhands it deep to the right corner. One-handed by Dorofeev to the left. Eichel bumped a couple of times. Put it in front. Dorofeev scores! Quick returns for the Golden Knights. New top look live. It's Eichel out of the left corner. Barbashev in the left circle. Dorofeev right side of the crease. And the Knights take a 1-0 lead just over a minute into the game.
Pavel Dorofeev, his first of the postseason from Ivan Barbashev and Jack Eichel. 1 minute, 12 seconds into the first period. Made it 1-0 Vegas. Then the Golden Knights extended their lead with just over a minute left in the first period with a shorthanded goal from Brett Howden.
And just before Mitch Marner arrives, sticks it to the near boards. Marner steals it in front, and a shot. They score! Brett Howden, a shorthanded goal. Marner stole it away and put it in front. Howden, a sweet fake, and gets it inside the left post. 2-0 Golden Knights, a shorthanded goal with 1:22 to go in the first.
First goal of the postseason for Brett Howden, a shorthanded beauty. The assist to Mitch Marner, 18:38 of that first period, made it 2-0 Vegas. And that's where we stand after the first period of play. Taking a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, just one other game in the National Hockey League today. The Penguins, they defeated the Flyers 3-2 and forced a game number 6. The Flyers lead that series 3-2, had a 3-0 series lead, but the Penguins have won 2 in a row to force game 6. Here are the Vegas Golden Knights. They're up 2-0 on the Utah Mammoth after the first period of play. We're back with more in a moment. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. You're listening to the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
Hi.
Hey, football fans, the Vegas Nighthawks are back on the field for the 2026 season and looking to repeat as champions of the Indoor Football League. Lee's Family Forum in Henderson is the official home for all the action with the Nighthawks, and single game tickets for the 2026 season are available by visiting leesfamilyforum.com. The intermission report, the Golden Knights up 2-0 on the Utah Mammoth after the first period of play. Stats of the period are presented by Foley Family Wines. Shots 8-3. The edge to the Vegas Golden Knights. Hits 18-12, favoring Utah in that opening 20 minutes. The Mammoth 0 for 2 on the power play. No power play opportunities for the Golden Knights in that first period, though special teams loom large in this game for the Golden Knights as they do pick up a shorthanded goal on the right side of the ledger on the special teams battle so far. Vegas charged with 7 giveaways, a single takeaway, 5 block shots. Utah 7 giveaways, 2 takeaways, and 5 block shots. You know, you heard it from John Tortorella earlier today. He was very adamant in his pre-game press conference that the players were ready to play. The Golden Knights were ready to play. And Pavel Dorofeyev scoring just a minute into the game bears that out. What I loved about the play was Jack Eichel initiating contact behind the net. He takes a hit. It's a reverse hit to a certain degree for Jack. Holds onto the puck, finds Barbashev, and it is the decision-making from Ivan Barbashev. Not just on this play. It was there multiple times in the first period, but the quick decision from Barbashev to swing that puck over to Pavel Dorofeyev, effectively a wide-open net for Pavel, gets him going. You love to see it. The other thing that I'll say is, you know, Mitch Marner, his ability to create disruption on that shorthanded goal for Brett Howden. I don't know what Karel Vejmelka was thinking. You either make a quicker play on that puck or you freeze it. You don't put it into an area where Mitch Marner is able to win a battle. He does. He gets it to Brett Howden. And the finish from Brett to go backhand to forehand, tremendous play. And the Golden Knights have a lead now going into the second period. It has not been a series where Vegas has played with a lead for an appreciable amount of time. Not only do they get a lead, but they also build upon it in the first period. Those are all positive things for the Golden Knights. Now what you've got to do is not change anything. Hold on to pucks in the offensive zone. Continue to look for and create offensive chances, but do not feed into the transition game for Utah. That's the objective for the Golden Knights here going to the second period. A lot of the same. Hold pucks in the offensive zone. Continue to be dangerous, but do not give Utah any life in this second period. Second period action's coming up next. Dan and Gary, they've got the call. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. You're listening to the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
12 into the game. And then Brett Howden with 1:22 left in the first period. A shorthanded goal. Gary, the Knights not only score first, they build upon their lead and take a lead, a multi-goal lead to the intermission.
Yeah, I don't know which was better. The great play by Mitch Marner to steal the puck and get it out front to Brett Howden, or Howden with a fancy move going backhand over to his forehand and beating Vejmelka from in tight. Brett missed a tight one in game 3. No mistake on that one, and a whole bunch of great statistics for the Golden Knights in that period. They held Utah to just 3 shots. Scoring chances off of turnovers, 5-0 for the Golden Knights. That's exactly how they want to play this series.
Mitch Marner had 1 shorthanded assist in 73 previous playoff games. Brett Howden had no previous shorthanded points in 46 previous playoff games. They team up for the Knights' first shorthanded goal of the postseason after they got 6 in the regular campaign. Here we go in the second. Knights win the draw. They start their 4th line as they had start the first. It's Dowd, Cole Smith, and Colton Sissons. They get it in. Theodore and McNabb are the defense out of the right corner. There's Dowd. We'll rim it around to the left. At the left point, McNabb. He shoots it. Redirect side of the goal. Loose puck in front. And it's steered to the outside by Dursey. Vejmelka pushed out of his own crease. Ian Cole, the veteran defenseman, managed to get position. And a stretch pass off of Keller sticking out of play. Neutral zone draw coming up. That was almost a disaster for the Mammoth with Vejmelka. So many bodies in the crease. He almost was outside of the crease.
Well, that line has been fantastic all series. Kelly McCrimmon adding Nick Dowd and Cole Smith at the trade deadline. And they're paired up nicely with Colton Sissons, and they work so hard. They're ferocious, they're tenacious, and they've been pretty efficient too, putting a few pucks in the net in this series as well.
Center ice draw 30 seconds into the period. Knights win the draw. Remember, Utah scored on its first 2 shots of the second period in game 3. In fact, they had scored on their last shot of the first period, so it was 3 goals on 3 shots, spanning about 13 minutes. Right wing shot from Gunther, but a bad save. Carter Hart pushes that one forward, and the Knights break out. Eichel right side of the neutral zone, pushes it down to the right corner. Sergachev first to play it. Dorothea the steal, stripped loose, and it comes in front. Now it's trapped. The goaltender Vejmelka traps it with the glove on his right hand. Another weird bounce that almost hurt the Mammoth. Dorothea in the vicinity, but couldn't capitalize. But the Knights will get an ozone drop, and a new group of Golden Knights coming on. Stone, Riley Smith, and Mitch Marner, plus the defense. Lozano and Korzak will stay in.
We're 1 minute into the period. There's 19 minutes left. 60 seconds have gone by already. Vegas on their 3rd shift. Their 3rd line out there. This is what a 2-0 lead does for you. John Tortorella is going to roll all 4 as long as he can.
Knights win the draw. Lozano left point. Rims it behind for Stone. Let it go to Riley Smith. Back to Stone. He centered. Chipped on. Save. Marner put a waffler on goal at close range. Vejmelka fought it off. His teammates get it out. Kerfoot up to the red line. Dumps it in. Hart slows it in the trapezoid and now angles it around. Lozano got to it first, but it was knocked loose by Kerfoot. He rims it the other way to the right wing side for Utah. Pressure there from Tanev. Knights couldn't clear. Marino threw it toward the goal. Steered aside by Hart. Korzak behind his net for Stone. Pressured. He got it ahead for Marner. He banks it off of a Utah player through the neutral zone. Marino hounded by Marner. Trying to steal it on the left boards. Goes left corner. Riley Smith. Checked by Krause. Stone in the right corner for the Knights. Stone rims it back from which it came. Marino in pursuit. McNabb pinches in. Checks Marino, but Kerfoot clears it for Utah. Theodore back in his own blue. Quick up to McNabb. He deflects it in. Down to the right corner. Hurdle gives chase. Joined by Howden down low. Rims it left. Kolasar left wall. Comes off the wall down to the corner. And then retreats to the sidewall. To Hurdle. He shoots. Fought off. Deflected wide right by Vejmelka with Brett Howden parked out in front. Left corner Kolasar. From the left wall. He zips it across the crease. Right out the back door off the corner boards. And it'll make it all the way back to Carter Hart. The boards are lively here at Salt Lake City. Knights get it out to center again. Colasar pressured by Paterka. Colasar protects and plays it rink wide left. McNabb forward to Howden. He fakes the shot. Tied up by Carcone. Knocked to his knees. Pushed to the corner by Howden. Colasar is there. Opening 3 minutes, second period. Golden Knights 2, Mammoth 0. 3 Knights, 3 or maybe now 4 Mammoth players down near the left corner on the near side. Pamelka watching over his right shoulder. Now it popped out into the circle. Howden had to go off his skate. Now he heads to the bench. Utah gets it out. Knights take it away. Anderson, a quick up, just missed Colton Sissons. He reaches for the puck, keeps it alive for Cole Smith on the right boards. Now near the right corner, pops back up the boards. Anderson, rink wide left, Hannafin. He shoots wide left, hoping for a tip. Down in the way. Now right wing try, hoping for a tip that goes right through the blue ice and wide left. Near point, left wing, Hannafin. Sissons back for Hannafin. Little look toward the goal. A redirect score! Beautiful redirection. Waist high by Cole Smith. 3-0 Golden Knights. Cole Smith with 3 points in the series. That's his first career Stanley Cup playoffs goal. Knights take a 3-0 lead. 3.5 minutes into the second. A left point shot from Hannafin, and it's redirected home by Cole Smith.
Golden Knights just came out on it to start this period, just wanting to go to work, and they have been ferocious on the forecheck, keeping the puck in the offensive zone. Great work there, and Cole Smith decides to get to that crease just as the shot is coming from the point. A fantastic tip. And finally, the Golden Knights have got some offense moving.
I said it earlier in that shift. Hannafin was shooting for a tip, missed it. This time he's shooting for a tip, and he gets it. Here's an icing against Utah. Noah Hannafin gets his 3rd assist of the series. Gary, the Knights got 3 points from defensemen in the series. 3 points, all were assists. 2 helpers from Hannafin, 1 from McNabb. But if you go back and you look at the final 8 games of the regular season, 26 points in 8 games. That's over 3 points per game from defensemen. Meanwhile, here in the playoffs, it was 1 point per game from defensemen. But here you go. There's Hannafin on the board. He's the first defenseman on the score sheet today. Cole Smith from Noah Hannafin and Colton Sissons at 3:26 of the second.
2 of the goals at 5-on-5 and 1 shorthanded.
Knights win the draw. No power plays yet for the Golden Knights. They lead 3-0 on 12 shots. Out of the right corner, Eichel put it in front. Dorothea, hold down penalty coming up against Cooley. Knights try to slow the injury, and Utah whistled with control of the puck with the delayed penalty. Here it comes. Cooley right to the box.
Utah penalty number 92, 2 minutes, interference.
And Cooley and Dorothea were locked up. Looked like Cooley had sort of won the battle, and Dorothea was still connected with him as they were coming ahead, but then Cooley just threw him down to the ice unnecessarily.
Yeah, he kind of got his stick up high on Pav, and so here we go, Dan. We're going to see the first of the revamped power play units. Eichel between Dorothea and Barbashev. Theodore and Stone at the points for the faceoff, but Mark will move down to the goal line later.
Eichel to take the draw on the right side against Stenlund. Vegas started the series 1-for-1 in game 1, and then 1-for-1 in game 2, but 0-for-7 since then. Stone shoots, save. Blocker stunt made by Pamelka. Stone to righty, top of the left circle, tried to go right post, but Pamelka got a piece with a blocker. Again, he wears the glove on his right hand, the blocker on his left, unlike most goalies. Puck is back out of the neutral zone. And Mammoth playing a game of keep away right now, back to their own end, and now it's launched out by Sergachev off the far corner boards. Hart plays it side of his net for Theodore. Leaves it in play to Dorothea. Theodore was an anchor on the #1 power play unit last year, which was the most successful in team history by percentage. Eichel charges ahead, gains the line, hands it off to Stone. Taps it back Dorothea. Slides it left. Theodore on a low for Eichel on the left side wall. Eichel down for Stone, left corner. Eichel up top for Theodore. Looking right, Dorothea to Barbashev. Extra pass broken up, intended for Eichel. Perfect, got just enough, so Eichel could not shoot it at the left side of the crease. Let's continue the possession on the left wall. Stone for Eichel, left goal line. Sends it in front, save! Barbashev denied. Close range attempt for Barbashev. He had 5 power play points in the regular season. He twists it back to the line, but misses Theodore. It goes all the way back down, and the Knights will change personnel.
40 seconds left, and we see the second unit out now that includes Hurdle and Marner.
Hannafin with the puck in his own blue. Hannafin, though not a regular part of the power play recently, had 7 power play assists in the regular season. Now Tomas Hurdle checked by Krause on the left wing. Hurdle rims it behind, has Marner, already 1 assist today. Up top Hannafin, he's got an assist today too. Anderson in the left circle. Hannafin, a one-timer, deflected wide left. Hoping for a tip in front by Hurdle or Howden. It ended up missing the left post. Krause goes the other way shorthanded, gets it all the way in. Penalty clock at 5 seconds. Krause goes into the boards hard. Knights get the puck. Anderson looks forward, looking for Marner. Goes off the skates of Dursey. It's a delayed offside just as the penalty time runs out. And the Knights are 0 for 1. Couple of looks there from that group. And the second group as well. And it's a 3-0 Knights lead, but they are 0 for 1 on their first power play of the game.
Well, first time either of those units have worked together in real game action. They practiced it on Sunday, but that's a lot different than doing it with penalty killers who are playing in anger.
Credited with 2 shots on goal and 1 attempt at missed during that man advantage. So Utah perhaps gets some measure of momentum after a penalty kill. Really nothing has gone their way so far in this game. 2 power plays unsuccessful, including a shorthanded goal allowed. Knights getting a couple of power play goals in there, a couple of even strength goals in there as well. Dorofeev early in the first and Cole Smith early in the second. It's a right circle draw for Dylan Gunther against Nick Dowd. Down 1, 8 out of 10 in game 3. Gunther wins this one. No, hold on, whistle. The shot came toward the net even though the linesman had blown his whistle. And they're saying that should be a penalty. Golden Knights are signaling that should be a penalty for delay of game.
Yeah, everybody's pointing at, they got 2 up in the air.
Yeah, I mean, Nick Dowd is looking toward his bench. Obviously, the Golden Knights bench is barking as well. They are not going to assess penalty there. Here's Gunther against Dowd. Dowd wins this one. Puck goes behind and a shot save. Rebound, another save. And a third try. Deflects to the corner. Backhanded up the boards by Riley Smith. Deflected along and now taken by the Knights. It's McNabb to play towards Riley Smith at the offensive blue. Riley pokes it down into the corner. Gary, that's just how close little things can make a playoff game. Imagine if Utah scored there when Utah very well could have been guilty of a penalty that wasn't called. And the Knights survive that. Utah recovers the puck. Uyghur launches it out. Eichel gloves it down at the red line, using the far boards, hoping for Riley Smith. He got pushed off the puck. Mammoth regroup in their own zone. 13:30 to go, second period. Knights lead 3-0 in game 4. Trailing the series 2-1. McNabb with Theodore in their own zone. Turnover. Feet in front. Broken up by McNabb. Oh, a game-saving play. Got his stick down on the ice to prevent the pass across the slot, which might have been a goal for Utah. Back in for the Mammoth. Here's O'Brien. He shoots wide left. Off the left corner boards, right to center. Barbashev on it. Sets up Dorofeev with speed. He shoots. Stick away. Pamelka angles it to the far side. Barbashev on it to the line. Borzak narrowly holds it in for Lozon. Toward Eichel, but missed him. Schmidt took it away for Utah. Marino banks it along the far boards. And then Stenlick played it rink wide right. Tanev checked hard by Lozon. Right into the railing at the Utah bench. Put himself in a vulnerable position there. Now Schmaltz trying to carry through the right circle. Got stick checked, stood up, lost the puck. Captain Uyghur. Now left, Sergachev. Tap back, Schmaltz. Righty, high on the left, feeds right. One-timer, kicked away! Hart got a piece of the drive by Keller. Dorofeev corrals the loose puck in. Now looks toward the middle. He turned it over. Terrible turnover. Schmaltz goes down. Keller cuts in front. Saved by Hart. Alarming near boards. Schmaltz reaching. Marner with Lozon. They can't get it. It's on the left for Sergachev. Still in the zone. Krause on the right, closing. Back and forth. Marner broke up the pass. Schmaltz still in the zone. Feed comes up top. Sergachev. Left for Krause. Toward the goal. Save. Score on the rebound. Utah capitalizing on a terrible turnover on the Knights breakout. Pavel Dorofeev had plenty of space in front of him to skate it out or just flip it out. Instead, he played it into the high slot where Utah stole it away. And though the Knights survived multiple grade A chances, they could not end the Utah threat. And the Mammoth have snatched their first goal on just their 9th shot of the game. It comes 8 minutes into the second period, and the Knights lead trimmed to 3-1.
Just the shift was sloppy in a whole bunch of ways, and the turnover by Dorofeev gives Utah a chance against tired Golden Knights skaters, and they eventually drive it down, and it's great work by Schmaltz. Excellent hand-eye from the side of the net to beat Hart.
Schmaltz gets his first goal from Kraus and Sergachev at 8:04. Again, even after the Knights' initial turnover there, Vegas survived a couple of close calls, but they never could kill the play. Utah comes back in, and the crowd is electrified. Everything had been going right for the Knights. Utah with a successful penalty kill. And it has been another goal from the left point. Ian Cole fires from the left side, and it's a one-goal game. 2 quickies for Utah, separated by just 37 seconds. And the Knights' lead is 3-2. Ian Cole, veteran of 133 playoff games, 2 Stanley Cups. That's just his 4th career playoff goal. It's a drive from the left point with some traffic in front. And what do they say about momentum? It comes in heaps and tons. Cole from Jersey and Paterka at 8:33. And it's a 1-goal game. This one was in Vegas's control. Utah gets a penalty kill. Then a Knights turnover on what should have been a clean breakout. Utah 2 quick ones. And just like that, Gary, they have as many shots this period as the Knights have.
And all of a sudden, a game that Vegas was looking like they were going to blow open because they kept the pressure on, had the power play, and now they get sloppy, and Utah makes them pay twice. Vegas has got to get control of this game again.
A whistle for offside against Utah. Again, Schmaltz and Kraus and Sergachev at 8:04. That's the one that came just after the Vegas turnover. But then Ian Cole, left point shot from Jersey and Paterka. Knights could not settle things down. And it's 2 goals. They've adjusted the times here, so it's going to be 2 goals in 29 seconds. And it is a 3-2 Vegas lead. So they're still in front. Schmaltz is first, Cole's first. After Cole Smith had his first, Brett Howden got his first, and Dorofeev got his first. All the guys who have scored in today's game, first of the series. 3-2 Knights, 11:21 to go in the second. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. This is the Stanley Cup playoffs on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network. to Cole Smith's first career playoff goal, but since then, a couple of quick ones for the Mammoth. After the immediate timeout, can the Knights settle it down? Got their fourth line on. Cole Smith, Colton Sissons, and Nick Dowd. Theodore kept the puck in at the right point. Feeds right circle and down. He's got 2 goals in the series. Rims it left, McNabb toward the goal. Cole Smith barrels toward the net, but the puck knocked away from him. Marino and Stenlund defending at the goal line. On the right board, Sissons rims it around. McNabb put it toward the goal, checked by Tanev. Knights get it down low, and we've got a whistle.
We call a penalty.
The referee was in the corner, down to our left. We're going to get Cole Smith, it appears. We've got a terrific position here in Salt Lake City to call the game at Delta Center. We're in the last row of the lower level, so we really feel like we're in the middle of everything here, right near center ice. The only trouble is when the play is down in that corner to our left, where the Knights are attacking this period, can't see particularly well. So the call was hooking, I believe.
Yeah, it looked to me.
Knights get the draw. Stone clears it all the way down. Did you see it better than I did, Gary?
Yeah, I know. I saw it. He gets his stick on Sergachev, I believe, but
they called Stenlund as the player who drew.
Yeah, well, Stenlund. Sorry, yeah, you're right.
Meanwhile, Cooley speeds through. He took the lone Utah penalty earlier. Tried to center. Pass got tipped and it fluttered. Stayed below the goal line on the left side. Knights get another clear off the far boards and all the way down. Last penalty that the Knights took, it was also with Cole Smith in the box. Knights scored a shorthanded goal. And second minor penalty taken by Cole Smith. So 2 minor penalties and a goal for Smith today. Utah gets through on the left side. Going across Gunther, trying to go 5-hole, stopped! What a save by Hart. Vegas can't clear it though. Sergachev right, Cooley right circle. Keller back and forth with Cooley. Back up top, Sergachev. To Cooley, top of the right circle. In front for a drive, blocked. Anderson reached in to stop Schmaltz. Right between the circles, puck goes way up into the protective netting out of play.
Boy, Cooley thinks the game well. He knew exactly where he was going there. Deft little backhand pass right to Schmaltz. And Rasmus Anderson closes at the last second.
Utah had not scored a power play goal against the Knights all season. They were 0 for 6 in the regular season. Started this series 0 for 5, but then were 1 for 1 last game. 0 for 2 in this game. Knights get another clear off the faceoff. Anderson sends it down. Sergachev retrieves behind his goal. Howden applies pressure. Howden, the shorthanded goal earlier in this game. 3-2 Knights halfway through the second period. Utah power play 40 seconds. Cooley takes around Howden, loses the puck in the left circle. Marner grabs it, backhands it out to center.
30 seconds left in.
Knights get new personnel on. Sissons and down up front, McNabb and Lozon the D. Utah has recovered the puck. Sergachev drops it to Krause in his own zone. Krause up through the center logo. Across the line, narrowly onside. Puck slides on goal. Carter covers it up. And the crowd briefly assembled side of the goal line. The officials step in quickly. Penalty clock down to 15 seconds. 9:01 to go in the second. Vegas leads it 3-2. Scored the first 3, but then Mammoth scored twice in 29 seconds. Making a 1-goal game. Face-off on the left for the Mammoth. And it's a win. Weegar to the left. Paterka to Krause. He shoots. High and wide. Had to kick it to his stick. Allowing Hart over the time to get in the right position. And Krause just missed high and wide right. Krause gets it off the left wall. Penalty time is over. Carconi, a shot blocker save. Out of the box, Cole Smith starts Sissons ahead with Dowd. We'll roll it in. Sissons heads to the bench. Down, lands a check. Carconi then checked by Cole Smith. Takeaway and a Lozon shot knocked down. Pass left Dorothea. Pavel shoots it just wide. I don't think Vemelka saw it. Goes out to the right point. Koizak keeps it in. His pass to Dorothea picked off by Carconi. Eichel runs him off in the neutral zone. And the Knights get the puck. Carconi had the glorious opportunity on the first Utah power play in the opening minutes of the game, but just missed. From deep on the right side. Eichel helped it in. Couldn't get it down low. Dorofeev and Barbashev in pursuit. But the Mammoth get it out. Stenlund for O'Brien. Eichel cuts off O'Brien on the entry. Anderson takes the puck to the Knights behind his goal. O'Brien lands a check, creates a steal for Stenlund, fourth line winger. Stenlund whipped it out high. Too much for Tanev and Durzi. It's out of the zone. 7:45 to go in the second. Knights leading 3-2. Mammoth get it deep off Stenlund's stick all the way down. Hart lets it go behind, where Theodore gets checked by Tanev. The Knights get the puck. Cole knocks over Dorofeev from the left point of shot. Deflected wide. Rebound sticked away by Theodore. The forward could come in front. Eichel on it. Plays it out to Barbashev. One-on-one against Durzi. Barbashev lost it to Durzi, who reached in. End of a shift there for Barbashev. Regroup coming on for the Knights. It's Riley Smith, Mark Stone, and Mitch Marner. Utah through center. Gunther skates it in. Korzak defending. Created a loose puck. Couple of tries to clear. Stone got it out for Riley Smith, who kicks it through center. Utah takes it back at its own blue. Marino dumps it in. Counterclockwise, it hops around the roulette wheel. Far boards and Riley Smith. Knocked away by Yamamoto. Picked up by Korzak, who lifts it in the air. They'll tumble into the Utah zone. No icing. 7 minutes to go in the second period. Vegas leads 3-2 in game 4. Korzak ties up his man on the entry. Loose puck to the slot. Howden nubs it along to Marner. Marner floats it to the far side of the neutral zone, but Yamamoto collects it there for the Mammoth. Marino and Schmidt in the D zone for Utah. Left to right they go in their home black uniforms. White numbers and light blue trim. Schmidt's forward pass. Got a teammate right at the blue line. It's Gunther, and it deflects about 7 rows into the crowd, and a fan makes a catch there. And we've come inside 7 minutes. 6:26 to go in the second period. Vegas 3, Utah 2. Again, it's Cole Smith from Noah Hannafin and Colt Sissons. But then Nick Schmaltz from Lawson Krause and Mikhail Sergachev, followed 29 seconds later by Ian Cole from Sean Durzi. And the Knights, after a 2-0 lead in the first, opened it up to 3-0, but they now lead at 3-2. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. You're listening to the Stanley Cup playoffs on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
Mark the day.
Hey Golden Knights fan, this is Jeremy Lozon. Let's get back to the action with Dan and Gary.
Well, it's been an entertaining game 4 so far, and we still have at least 36 and a half minutes to go. Knights got 2 in the first and 1 in the second, led 3-0. But then Utah capitalized on a Vegas turnover, scored its first goal, and then 29 seconds later another one. And it's a 1-goal game with 6:25 to go in the middle period as action resumes. Uyghur carries in and shoots right wing. Theodore blocks it up and out of play. Of course, Gary, the next goal in this game looms large. Not to say that there will necessarily be a next goal, who knows? But Utah having scored the last 2, just back to what we discussed in game 3, where the Mammoth got that lead to 4-0, right? It wasn't 3-0. How different it might have been if the Knights got just one of those goals in the second period, would have been a very different game. But the Knights were down 4-0 before they scored themselves, ended up losing 4-2. Feels so different here. The Knights getting only a 3-0 lead before Utah gets its first two. Plays in the neutral zone far side. Sissons protects. Knights are onside. Dowd sidesteps a check by Uyghur. Deflects the puck to the left corner. Out of the corner, up top. McNabb trying to shoot, got knocked down. Down played by Cole Smith toward the left corner. Dowd joins the fray. Up to the line, McNabb. And back down to the corner again. Up and down to go, left boards. McNabb, rink wide right. It's Theodore there to rim it around. Back to the near side left. Riley Smith from the bench joins the play and gets the puck left boards. Banks it behind for Stone. Coming out high on the right. Hands it off to Anderson. High to low. Smith on the deep right side. Back to Anderson. Anderson winds and shoots. Knocked down. Loose puck in front. Reaching. Who will get it? Riley Smith stepped in. It deflects to Stone on the right boards. Anderson, another shot. Knocked down in front again. Utah collects with their captain, Clayton Keller. Backhands it through center. No icing as Noah Hannafin speeds back to retrieve. Hannafin up the penalty box, far side of the ice, dumps it in. Barbashev to it. Played it out to the left wall. Dorothea to the puck. Dorothea checked by Cooley. Dorothea gathers puck and skates it down low. Checked hard by Cole to the end boards. Couple of extra checks by Cole after the puck was gone. McNabb, the defenseman, is pinched in and trying to drag it down low behind the goal, but it's stripped away. Yamamoto checked hard by Barbashev after Yamamoto cleared it himself. 4:35 to go in the second period. Vegas leads 3-2 in Game 4. Knights trail the series 2-1. Knights at center, McNabb ahead, and then a rink-wide pass. Eichel off the right boards. Swirls it around, counterclockwise. Kolasar comes in, joined by Howden. Dursey and Cooley try to get it. Instead, it's Howden toward the right boards. Korzak twisting it back up the wall. Eichel feeling pressure, flung it down low. Howden comes up the wall. Backhands it to Eichel, joining down low. Eichel behind the goal. Which way will he go? Righty facing the back of the net. Eichel still looking, has Howden. He fans on one try. Now a backhand it back to the point. Korzak. Howden again at the left wall. Howden for Eichel. Back up top, miscommunication. All the way down it goes. Eichel thought he'd have either Korzak or Howden at the left point. Neither was there. Lozon recovers. We got a delayed penalty coming up here. It's a whistle for icing, but
too many men on the Utah. Ice.
Utah penalty, bench fighter. Too many men on the ice.
And the Knights will be getting their second power play of the game.
Well, the Golden Knights have wrestled momentum back from Utah after that disastrous, basically 29 seconds of play. Well, there was a lot of work before the first goal, and then the second one came lightning quick. But the Golden Knights have been excellent the last 5 minutes or so and have kind of pushed Utah back.
When we come back, Vegas gets its second power play, 0 for 1 in the game, and 0 for their last 8 after starting the series, 2 for 2. 3:46 to go in the second. Vegas 3, Utah 2. Presented by
Join us at wearenevadans.org.
Back to the Stanley Cup playoffs with Dan Duva and Gary Lawless.
Knights headed to the power play, leading 3-2, 3:46 to go in the second period. Hurdle takes the draw on the left side, and a battle along the left boards taken by the Knights. Howden and Hurdle trying to get it for Vegas. Cole is in there for Utah, shoveling, and Stenlin now couldn't clear it. Hannafin right for Anderson. To the right circle, Mitch Marner. Back to Anderson. Pressured by Stenlin. Marner corrals, rink wide left Hannafin. Hannafin closing on the left. Back toward Marner's. High slot. Marner steps right, scampers right, and fakes, gets around Krause, feeds left Hannafin. Had to settle a waffling puck. Hannafin corrals, but now at the right point. Rink wide left Anderson. One-timer just wide. Looked like it hit Ian Cole's stick and missed the net. Stenlin gets it off the boards for Utah. Look out. Linesman ducks and falls to get out of the way of the clear, and it does go all the way down. And the penalty clock at a minute 12. So the Knights started with their second unit. Now they switch to their top unit. Theodore, Dorofeev, Barbashev, Eichel, and Stone. Theodore with the puck behind his own goal. Chased by Schmaltz. Dropped it backward for Stone. Captain carries it up the middle. He has both Vegas power play goals in the series. Stone wards off Marino. Gets to the left corner with the puck. Now Eichel top of the circle. Eichel shoots. Pad save. Rebound. Barbashev stopped. Rebound, and it comes across. Another try stopped. Rebound out to the left point. Theodore holds it in. Theodore toward Eichel in the left corner. Eichel settles the bouncing puck. Returns it up top for Theodore. Penalty time at 35 seconds. Rink wide to Dorofeev. He turned it over. Just trying to play it down the board. Schmidt cut it off. Clears it all the way down for the Mammoth.
I don't know how they didn't score.
Theodore gets it out of his own zone. Theodore coming forward. Backwards for Jack Eichel. One power play goal in the regular season after 27 assists. Barbashev in the slot shoots. Blocked back out to the right side. Stone protects it for Theodore. Shea just plays it into an open right corner. Nobody there. Cole gets it for Utah. Banks it ahead. Eichel gloves it down to himself. Bouncing around on the left. Now it's cleared by Stenlin. Off the near boards and all the way down. Penalty time is over. And the Knights power play is 0 for 2. Score remains Knights in front 3-2 with 1:35 to go. And now the Knights trying to clear the puck. Will they say deflection or not? Linesman says deflection. Utah insisting delay of game, but the linesman says no. So no penalty. Ozone draw coming up for the Mammoth with 1:35 to go in the middle frame. Knights credited with a couple of shots on this power play. I should say one shot on this power play, one shot on their earlier power play. But as you said, Gary, they were so close a couple of times. Yeah. And Ivan Barbashev with 2 cracks at it. Deep on the right side of the net.
He had a post, and then Eichel had a whack.
Knights got power play goal in game 1, Stone from Hurdle and Marner. And then another power play goal in game 2, Stone from Eichel and Marner. They were 2 for 2 to start the series, but scoreless since then. 0 for 9, including 0 for 2 today. Utah wins the Ozone faceoff. Uyghur straight on. A shovel shot, blocker save. Uyghur with 2 goals and an assist in this series. Utah can't keep it in the zone. Schmaltz chased out by Sissons and Cole Smith. All the way back, Uyghur deep into his own zone. Minute 20 to go in the period. And it's getting new personnel on. Dowd knocks down a breakout pass. Dowd ahead with Cole Smith. Down into the right corner. Smith gets position on Dursey. Cole Smith with a goal today. Feeds right point, Theodore. Rink wide, McNabb. McNabb pulls. Shoots. Blocker save. And the rebound just evades Nick Dowd, who was charging in. Now comes back to center with a minute to go in the second period. Final minute brought to you by Credit One. Puck goes in behind the Vegas goal. Carter Hart there for Theodore. Out to the right side of center, Stone. Picks up Barbashev coming in. Barbashev banks it off the right boards and down. Barbashev backhands it toward the near corner. Intercepted. Utah comes the other way. Nate Schmidt sets up Yamamoto. 38 seconds. Yamamoto opens up. Schmidt shooting and a glove save. Carter Hart stops the drive from Nate Schmidt. A transition opportunity for Utah. The drop pass to Schmidt at the top of the left circle. And Carter Hart picks it off near his left hip.
I don't know if it was going to be wide. It was very close. Anyways, Carter made a great save to stop it. That shot speed, they just flashed it up, was 96.2 miles an hour. Nate Schmidt got all of that.
10 career playoff goals. Today is 103rd playoff game. Nate Schmidt, part of the Golden Knights for their first 3 seasons. Ozone draw for Utah. 34 seconds to go in the middle period. Knights leading 3-2. Knights win the draw. Marner winning that one. Anderson out of the corner. Put it behind for Hannafin. Up the boards. Eichel couldn't clear it. Feed right. Schmidt missed the target in Cooley. Now a deflected puck goes in the air and out to the neutral zone. 19 seconds. Knights ahead. Marner backward for Eichel. Carries it in on his backhand. Took the check from now out in front. Cooley for Anderson. And the loose puck cleared away. Down to 9 seconds. Hannafin keeps it in. Hannafin looks toward the goal. Tip wide off Marino. Howden gets position left boards. Eichel again centers. Marner hands it off. Anderson at the horn. Stopped. I don't think it would have counted anyway, but Vemelka gets big to his left. Rasmus Anderson hoping to find his first point of the series denied.
What a period of hockey. Vegas got it to 3-0, and then a wild push from the Mammoth to get it to 3-2, and then Vegas really excellent down the stretch in the third period.
Cole Smith, the redirect from Noah Hannafin and Colton Sissons. Cole Smith's first career playoff goal. After 2 assists in this series, now 1 goal in 9 career playoff games. Noah Hannafin with the assist, Gary, and we expect to hear from Noah coming up from the Golden Knights dressing room. Again, the goals one more time. Dorothea from Barbashev and Eichel made it 1-0 early in the game. Howden shorthanded from Marner at 18:38 of the first. 2-0 Knights after 1. Cole Smith, as we described, from Hannafin and Sissons at 3:26 of the second. Knights led 3-0, but then the Dorothea turnover led to the Nick Schmaltz goal. Assist to Krause and Sergachev. 29 seconds later, left point shot Ian Cole from Sean Dursey. And that's where we stand. Vegas 3, Utah 2 after 40 minutes of play. And the Golden Knights have taken a lead to the second intermission for the first time in the playoffs and just the third time since John Tortorella took over. And obviously for the Golden Knights, that is significant. And in playoff history, this is the 49th time they've taken a lead to the second intermission, and they're 43-5 when doing so.
Massive third period for both teams. Utah will be fighting to win the period and take a 3-1 series lead. Vegas wants to win the period and the game and even the series at 2 games apiece, and make sure that at the very least they're back here next weekend for Game 6.
Expecting to hear from Noah Hannafin, so stand by for that. Knights had 8 shots in the first period, 10 shots in the second, game total of 18. Utah with 3 shots in the first period, 11 in the second period, game total of 14. Knights power play is 0 for 2. Utah's power play is 0 for 3. Again, the Knights getting a shorthanded goal. Neither side has scored on the power play in this game so far. In the series, the Knights on the power play are 2 for 11. Again, they scored on their first 2 power plays and 0 for their last 9. Utah, meanwhile, they had started 0 for 5 in the series. Then they got 1, and now it's 3 kills in a row. Let's go downstairs now, and we are ready for our live interview. And we have Noah Hannafin. Noah, Dan, and Gary up in the booth. Thanks for coming by. What do you make of tonight's game so far?
Yeah, I mean, we've done a lot of good things. You know, obviously it's like a tough minute and a half there, but I mean, you know, that's how momentum is in playoff hockey. So I think we did a good job resetting and kind of taking control back at the end of the period.
Yeah, take us to the bench after they scored the second goal and what you guys were saying to one another.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, we gotta stick with it. You know, we've been playing a really solid game and a lot of good things. It's just, you know, unfortunate that they kind of got back-to-back goals there. But, I mean, we got a poised group. You know, we're confident, and we just got to stick with it. And it's a big 20 minutes for us here.
How do you like getting a little more time on the power play, and does it help you at 5-on-5?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's nice getting those touches, and you know, any player, you know, you want to be in important situations. So for me, it's something I take pride in, and you know, it's nice to get a couple looks out there, and you know, just got to stick with it, and hopefully, if we get another chance, we can capitalize.
What's the key in the third?
I think we just got to stick with it. You know, we got to keep getting pucks behind these guys, and we got to roll our lines. You know, we got a deep team. We got to take advantage of that and just kind of grind them down.
Noah, thanks. Good luck.
Thanks.
Noah Hannafin with his 3rd assist of the postseason, setting up Cole Smith for what was the 3rd Golden Knights goal. Since then, the Knights have surrendered 2, but Hannafin with a couple of assists in Game 1 of the series, and now an assist here in Game 4 of the series. The Knights have not had near as much production from the blue line as they had late in the regular season after the coaching change. But Gary Noah Hannafin with 3 of the 4 points from Knights defensemen in this series. Only Braden McNabb has also found the score sheet with an assist back in game 1. But you are just waiting for Shea Theodore and or Rasmus Anderson to find their way on the score sheet because they've been close, whether at even strength or on the power play.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, you heard Hannafin say it, this is playoff hockey, and it was as fun a period as you're going to see at any point in time. Great emotion, great finishing, physicality, had it all. What a fun period to watch.
We have the intermission report coming up. Ryan Wallace will guide you through it and have the highlights and all the numbers as we get set for the third period. The Knights taking a lead to the third period. In the regular season this year, a record of 23-0-3 when taking a lead to the third. And since John Tortorella took over, a record of 3-0-1. Okay, we'll step aside. Take a deep breath, everybody. 20 minutes to go. Knights leading at 3-2. Presented by
Right. Distilled in Minden, Nevada, High Ground is an exceptional Nevada-born vodka and proud partner of our hard-working hockey.
After 2 periods to play, taking a look at the highlights in that second period, the Golden Knights made it 3-0 just 3 minutes into the second period with a great deflection goal from Cole Smith.
Sissons back for Hannafin. He'll look toward the goal. A redirect score! Beautiful redirection. Waist high by Cole Smith. 3-0 Golden Knights. Cole Smith with 3 points in the series. That's his first career Stanley Cup playoffs goal.
First goal of the postseason for Cole Smith from Noah Hannafin and Colton Sissons. 3:26 of the second period made it 3-0 Vegas. But the Mammoth got on the board 5 minutes later when Nick Schmaltz scored his first of the postseason.
Feed comes up top, Sergachev. Left for Krause, toward the goal, save, score on the rebound.
Nick Schmaltz, his first of the postseason from Lawson Krause and Mikhail Sergachev. 8:04 of the second period made it 3-1 Vegas, and 29 seconds later, the Mammoth made it a one-goal game with a point shot from Ian Cole.
Utah with a successful penalty kill. And it has been another goal from the left point. Ian Cole fires from the left side, and it's a one-goal game. 2 quickies for Utah, separated by just 37 seconds. And the Knights lead is 3-2.
Ian Cole from Sean Dursey, 8:33 of the second period, made it 3-2 Vegas, and that's where we stand after 2 periods of play. We're back with more in a moment, presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. You're listening to the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
Each location has friendly and knowledgeable sales and service professionals. So give us a call or stop in anytime. Findlay Honda.
With the intermission wrap-up on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
You spoke and the Golden Knights listen. The new VGK Locals menu is available at all the team's home games through the postseason. The menu features hot dogs, nachos, water, fountain soda, pretzels, and popcorn for just $5.50 each. Season ticket members also receive an additional 10% off on all concessions, including the VGK Locals menu. Go Knights, go. Senior mission report, the Golden Knights up 3-2 on the Utah Mammoth after 2 periods of play. Stats of the period: shots 11-10, the edge to Utah. Hits 34-25 for the game, also favoring the Utah Mammoth. Vegas 0 for 2 on the power play. The Mammoth 0 for 3 on the man advantage. Vegas charged with 13 giveaways, 3 takeaways, 9 block shots. Utah 10 giveaways, 3 takeaways, and 10 block shots. You know, you look at that first 5-ish minutes or so of the second period for the Golden Knights, they were all over Utah. Forecheck pressure was hemming them in. You get a hard-working goal from your fourth line. You break open a 3-0 lead. It really felt like the Golden Knights in complete control of the game. And then Utah, they steal momentum, right? It's a shift where you don't get the puck out. All of a sudden, Utah is able to create chance after chance until finally Nick Schmaltz scores on a rebound. And then 29 seconds later, it's a quick strike from Ian Cole. So it's a one-goal game, but I like the way the Golden Knights were able to battle back, gain momentum in the back half, later stages of the second period. Hopefully they can carry that through into the third period. Third period action is coming up next. Dan and Gary, they've got the call. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. You're listening to the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
California's #1 casino.
In game 4 of the first round. Knights won game 1. Utah taking series lead with wins in game 2 of 3. This here in game 4 is a one-goal game headed to the third period. Knights led 3-0. Utah got a pair. And as we go to the final frame of regulation, the Knights, if they hold on, will tie the series 2-2, heading to Game 5 back at T-Mobile Arena on Wednesday. Inside the radio booth, I'm Dan Duva with Golden Knights insider Gary Lawless. Gary is brought to us by Finley Honda of Henderson.
Finley Honda of Henderson, they are your #1 Honda dealer in the Valley. Go see them. Finley Honda of Henderson.
Well, the Knights have started their fourth line in each of the first 2 periods today, and Gary, they will be starting the third as well. Would you believe that best fourth line has generated 4 goals in the first 4 games of the series?
They've been dynamite, and as a result, you know, the time on ice amongst the forwards, everybody's getting close to double digits.
Here we go in the third. Utah wins the draw, skating right to left, wearing Black with white numbers and light blue trim. Knights in white with steel gray numbers, gold and red trim. Carter Hart defends the goal, 2 hour left. Utah gets it in. Around to the far boards. Jersey let it go back for Keller. No look left for Cole. Fans on a pass. Broken up. It's in the slot. Down skating ahead. Cole Smith now setting up Theodore through center. Backhands it all the way in. Sissons gives chase. Takes it off the right corner boards. Around behind. Down. And now a shot from Cole Smith that was saved. Dowd was in front. And then one of the Mammoth players went down. Feed right Anderson closing. He waits. He holds on to the puck too long and never got a shot off. Anderson and Sissons collided with one another as the puck goes back to the Vegas line. Schmaltz keeps it in the zone. Feed to the slot by Keller. Nobody home. Sissons in the way. Anderson tried to wait out Vejmelka, and Vejmelka did come way out of his crease and out of position. But by the time he did, Anderson got too deep and basically bumped into Sissons. Here comes Sergachev into the zone left side. Feeds the slot. Booted off a couple of sticks. And then corralled by Barbashev. Cooley reaching in. Knocked it free. We got a whistle. High touch. And a high touch indeed. 18:46 to go in the third period. The Knights in the lead 3-2. The attempts in the middle frame. Knights had 24. Mammoth had 19. For the game, Vegas 43, Utah 32. Draw just outside the Vegas line. In front of the Golden Knights bench.
Anderson had Vejmelka down and out, and then Sissons slid right in front of him, so he couldn't shoot it, and then they collided. They're talking about it on the bench right now.
Utah gets the puck at center and dumps it in. Theodore back, takes the check in the corner. First play the puck forward, Barbashev to Eichel. Barbashev, Eichel, and Howden the forwards. In goes Eichel with two men cutting. Eichel shoots. Deflected away by Vejmelka, went off the left side of the net. Gunther recovers it behind his goal. Gets through Howden into the O-zone. Loses the puck. McNabb engages and knocked it away. Thrown in front by Weegar. Backhanded back to the outside by the Knights defense. Gunther right in the drive. Score! From the right side, Carcone. It's a tie game, 3-3. Carcone did not make a mistake on this one. Had a glorious chance in the first period from deep on the right side. This one a little bit further away. He beats Carter Hart at the right post. We've got a brand new game. 3-3, 2 minutes into the third period. Carcone's first career playoff goal in his fourth career playoff game. 16 goals in the regular season. And Utah, which gained the zone with speed on the left side, eventually capitalizes on the offside.
I don't know how this goes in. Carter Hart is there, looking right at him. Maybe McNabb applies a little bit of a screen.
Yeah, McNabb is trying to get in blocking position, and perhaps the puck goes between McNabb's leg and stick. There's Carcone again. Korzak defends. Carcone whipped it in front. Kirk with a shot. Got off by Hart. Rebound back to the goal. Deflects up the slot. Kept in. There's Schmidt, Schmidt to Carcone again. Trying to tuck it in at the right post, but it never came in front. Flex into the air, bouncing around. Marner to Stone in the slot. Stone leading Marner, banks it off the left wall. Marner into the zone with Stone, joined by Riley Smith. Marner out high, drops it off for Hannafin. Left circle. Hannafin cruising, swoops behind a wraparound. It's loose, and the Mammoth prevent a shot. They clear the zone. It's off the sidewall and in. Anderson back, no icing. Got there before the puck got to the goal line. Anderson coming up the bench side, right wing, dumps it in. Flanks around, counterclockwise. Reversed it clockwise. Anderson waiting at the right point. Holds and spins and banks it back around. Dorofeev in pursuit. Deflects to Kolasov. Held by Hannafin. Backhands it in front. Dorofeev shot it wide! Glorious chance. Pavel just missed at close range. Now it's Hurdle on the left side. Hurdle opens up the lefty. Twisting it backward. Theodore. Jay shoots. Bad save. No rebound. Utah trailed 3-0 in the middle stages of the second period. They got 2 in the second and 1 early in the third to make it all square. Carcone from Gunther at 1:44 in the third period. It's another even strength goal. All 3 for Utah have been at even strength. Knights got an even strength goal, a shorthanded goal, and another even strength goal. Neither side has scored on the power play today. Knights 0 for 2, Utah 0 for 3. Pavel Dorofeev was very close to scoring his second goal of the game right there. He had just 3 goals in the last 18 games going back through the regular season, and only one of those was at even strength. Eichel gets the draw. Puck goes in behind the net. Eichel on the right boards. Dropped it behind nobody home. Barbashev will find it left wing. Gets there. Hoping for Howden. Knocked loose. Barbashev and Howden come together at the left half wall. Eichel there now too. Feeds left point McNabb. Works to the middle. Lines. Slap shot save. No rebound. Well, Gary, of course, when the Knights gave up the first goal of the game, the second one came just 29 seconds later. Also critical for the Knights to gather that momentum back here rather than allowing the Mammoth to build on what they've done here to fight all the way back.
Vegas has done good things to stop the bleeding, but they haven't scored, allowing 3 unanswered.
Mammoth get the draw and clear. Theodore gloved it down at center and backhands it deep. Barbashev, Howden, and Eichel are the forwards. Of course, Pavel Dorofeev had started on the top line with Eichel and Barbashev and scored in the opening 2 minutes of the game. Knights get it at center. Barbashev played it rink wide right. Eichel jams it in. Marino back to retreat. Sissons to the Knights' fourth line down, and Cole Smith now come on. Line change brought to you by William Hill. Now here's Cooley, a shot. Kick save. Rebound. Left boards. Once again, the speed from this line creating a scoring chance. Here's McDowd skating through center right side. He dumps it in. Colton Sissons gets to the trapezoid, and 5 players, make it 6 players now in the trapezoid. Back behind the goal. Pavelka, the netminder, peeks over his left shoulder. Knights get it. Sissons with Cole Smith, and a pass attempt got tipped. And Cooley pushes it out of the zone. It's a slow-moving puck, but it is enough for icing.
Cole Smith got tackled there. He gets up. He's wincing a little bit. I think he's okay, but I don't know why that wasn't interference.
Cole Smith scoring his first career playoff goal earlier in this one. A redirect. Also assessed 2 minor penalties, but on the second of the 2, his team scored, or excuse me, on the first of the 2, his team scored a shorthanded goal. Ozone draw for the Knights. It's Marner between Stone and Riley Smith. Korzak and Lauzon the D. 3-3 tie. 15:30 to go in the third. Knights win the draw. Riley Smith left for Lauzon. Left corner Marner. Marner scanning from the left boards. Up top Lauzon shoots, but the stick breaks. And the puck goes the other way. Carter Hart way out to play it. And he does clear the zone. Vegas ahead. On the right side, Mark Stone. Onside with Riley Smith. He is forced to turn to the corner. Plays it left, McNabb. McNabb put it behind. Riley Smith banks it around. Right corner, Mitch Marner twisting it to Theodore. He shoots! Just missed high and wide left. Hits a stanchion left corner, but the Mammoth 2 secure it. And out they go from right to left. Into the ozone. Schmaltz, pass tip, goes to Keller. Keller in front, loose puck, and it's in! It's deflected in off the Golden Knight and across the line. 4 straight for the Mammoth. They've got a 4-3 lead. 5 minutes into the third. The puck hit a broken stick and worked out as a pass for the Mammoth. And not only was the stick broken, it was sort of a broken play. McNabb and Theodore were both around the crease, but the puck got through them. And it's off one of them and into the goal. Sergachev was in the crease. Whether we got a piece of it or not, I don't know. But it deflected in. And the Mammoth, who got 4 straight to start game 3, now have 4 straight here in game number 4 to take a 4-3 lead. Sergachev does have credit for the goal. 2 points today for Sergachev. And the Knights, who have been the best third-period team in the NHL all season, have coughed up 2 in the opening 5 or so minutes of this third period. And now trail 4-3. Knights get the puck out. It's Kolasar, Hurdle, and Dorofeev. Dorofeev gets the puck on the left side. Penalty coming up against Utah. Anderson on the right. Threw it in front. Just missed Kolasar. Hard headed to the bench as it's Paterka to touch it up. High sticking penalty against Utah.
We're having a look. It's going to be 2 minutes. Pavel Dorofeev.
Paterka to the box.
Yeah.
And the Knights will get a third power play with a chance to tie this game back up.
Lots of time left, 14-21. Golden Knights are a veteran group. Obviously, this is not how they wanted things to unfold, but it's the playoffs. You don't worry about how it happens. You just got to fight your way through it and try and find a way to get a win now.
Sergachev has not been credited with the goal any longer, so he did not play it in front. It was Keller, the last person to intentionally play the puck, who put it into the crease, so it would have gone off a Golden Knights player, presumably, and whoever it hit. Keller credited with the goal, Schmaltz and Sergachev the assist. So still a 2-point day for Sergachev and 3 helpers in the series. Eichel wins the draw back to the line. Theodore to Dorofia. Now left, Stone behind his back for Eichel on the outside. To Stone left goal line. Stone for Eichel again. Krause defends. Eichel carries it down to the left corner near the edge of the trapezoid. Eichel looking toward the middle. Now looking pointward. Theodore, one-timer. Save. Rebound. Quickly covered. Stone on the doorstep. Tried to push the rebound through Vejmelka, but could not. And Vejmelka, who gave up 2 goals in the first period on just 8 shots allowed, has managed to settle in here. Remember, the second goal he surrendered was kind of his own fault. It was a shorthanded goal by the Knights. Vejmelka was late to play the puck away from the oncoming Mitch Marner. He ended up playing the puck to a teammate who was in a difficult position. Marner stole it away, leading to the shorthanded goal for Brett Howden. Utah gets the puck after the D-zone draw. Stenlund dumps it all the way down. 6 minutes gone, third period. Utah has scored twice to take a 1-goal lead. Theodore nearly turned it over in the D-zone, but he gets it back. Eichel to center and Dorofia. Back to Theodore, right side of center. Theodore comes into the zone, stripped away by Kerfoot, and he dumps it all the way back to the Knights' end. Again, Vegas changed power play personnel for practice yesterday. 2 components of the top unit moving from one unit to the other. Here's Eichel coming ahead, pressured by Schmaltz on the entry. Eichel slows up. Now he gains the line but loses the puck. Trying to get it back, cannot. And it's Kerfoot to send it back the other way. Eichel barking at the referee, saying that he got hooked. But in this sort of game, you can't expect that to get called. It's twice today that Eichel has barked at the referee. Knights in their own zone, second unit coming on. Hanifin with Marner, but the return pass misses everybody. It's an icing. Neither Hanifin or Anderson expected the return pass from Mitch Marner. Mitch is thinking, up, speed, let's go. But nobody else was thinking that. And it leads to an icing with 41 seconds left on the Vegas power play. Knights trailing 4-3 after they scored the game's first 3 goals.
And this could be another momentum builder for the Mammoth if they're able to kill this off. And it's been pretty smooth for them so far.
Yeah, I mentioned this at the time, but Logan Cooley was called for a penalty in the middle stages of the second period, and after Utah killed it off, that's been the turning point of the game. Here's Anderson into the zone, rims it around. Hanifin in pursuit, it deflects into the air. Hurdle, Hanifin, and Howden trying to get it for the Knights. Instead, it's Stenlund who sends it out through center and all the way back down. 20 seconds on the power play. And this power play has hardly generated a look. Marner loses the puck coming in and sent right back down by Schmidt. Hart over the plate with 8 seconds left. Again, the Knights got power play goals, their first 2 chances of this series. And it's now 12 in a row that have been killed off. It's Hanifin to bank it around at even strength. 5-on-5 now. Knights trailing 4-3 with 12 minutes to go in the third. Kerfoot using the sidewall, got it out to center. Lozon ahead for Cole Smith, and now Colton Sissons protects it along the left boards and backhands it to the corner. Dowd rushes in. Dowd joined by Cole Smith. Now at the right, put it in front, off the stick. Up top, there's Korzak. Left to Lozon. Fans on the shot, but then he sticks it down to the corner. Remember, it was Lozon's stick that broke on a one-timer earlier that several moments later led to a deflected pass and ultimately the 4th Utah goal. Here is an icing against the Mammoth. 11:40 to go in the third. Mammoth leading 4-3. Krause from Gunther and Sergachev to tie it at 1:45. Keller from Schmaltz and Sergachev at 5:10. Make it a 4-3 Utah lead. So that's now 3 points today for Sergachev. I had only given 2, but he's got 3 helpers. First 3 points of the series for Sergachev. Today is 104th career playoff game and 1 Stanley Cups for the Lightning. Knights win the draw. Eichel for Theodore. Wrist shot blocked. Rebound to the right corner. Taken by the Knights. Barbashev, who has points in all 4 games in this series. Put it to the corner and Brett Howden. Now Eichel again, left side. Eichel looks pointward. Has McNabb. He winds. Passes. Theodore shoots. Blocked. Theodore gets his own rebound. Theodore to the right goal line. Barbashev trying to center. Knocked down. Rebound comes up top. McNabb holds it in. Feeds left for Eichel. Jack toward the left goal line. Barbashev receiving it, but knocked off a stick by Cooley. On the pass made by Brett Howden. Barbashev again, up top. There's Theodore. He shoots. Off a body in front. Howden the rebound. Eichel's shot blocked. Goes the other way. Howden recovers on the left. To the point. McNabb. To the right. Theodore. To the right circle. Theodore shoots. Blocker saves. Rebound goes behind. Eichel tracks it down. Eichel tried to center. It's knocked down by Peterka. And Cooley flutters it to the line. McNabb slammed down to the ice. And the crowd goes wild here as the Mammoth get it on goal. Kerfoot shot it from center. Stopped by the goaltender Hart. Theodore gets it back behind the Knights' goal. 10:30 to go in the third period. Knights trailing 4-3 in game 4. Knights get it deep. Smith with Mark Stone. Behind for Smith. Walks out in front with it. And a shot attempt knocked down. Hannafin and Marner in the vicinity. But they couldn't get it through. Too many bodies in front. Mammoth get it out. Here's Anderson back to his own blue. Knights calling for it up ice. Feed goes left to Hannafin. Gains the red line and dumps it in. Clockwise around the boards. Marner and Stone going to it. Stone tripped up back to the goal. Marner trying to get over to the near side. He knocks the puck out of the air, and it ends up out of play. Anderson now going nose to nose with O'Brien, and I mean nose to nose. Their facial hair rubbing up against another, and the whistle stops play here, and the linesmen have jumped in. Liam O'Brien with the thick red beard, and Anderson perhaps not the thickest beard, but he's starting to grow the playoff beard. Boy, those guys did not escalate, Gary, but that was very close to boiling over.
Well, Vegas has really pushed back since giving up the fourth goal. They got to find a way to get it in the net.
10 minutes to go, third period. Utah has scored 4 straight to take a 4-3 lead in game 4, trying to take a 3-1 series lead. We'll be right back to Salt Lake City. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. It's the state.
injured.
Back to the Stanley Cup playoffs with Dan Duva and Gary Lawless.
10 minutes to go, third period. It's the Mammoth 4 and the Knights 3. With Gary Lawless, I'm Dan Duva. Knights looking to avoid one of their worst postseason meltdowns in franchise history. They remember all too well Game 7 in San Jose 2019. 3-goal lead in the third period. Fell behind 4-3 with a major penalty against Cody Eakin. It should not have been called, as the NHL later agreed. But the Knights tied that game up 4-4 after falling behind, only then to lose in overtime. Facing a similar fate here, but they still have time enough. 9:45 to go. Anderson from the right point swirls it around. Eichel left goal line. Low to high has Hannafin. Looks right. Now shoots. Score! score! Brett Howden in front. Time enough indeed. 2 goals today for Brett Howden. And the game is tied 4-4 with 9:34 to go in the third period. This time it's a redirect by Brett Howden. Left point shot by Noah Hannafin. Another assist for Noah today. 2 multi-point games for Hannafin. This time Gary, he looked off the rink-wide pass, thought about dishing to Anderson. Instead, Hannafin ultimately shot it. And with Brett Howden parked in front, gets the game-tying goal, all even at 4-4.
Yeah, well, the crowd has been silenced here, and now we're going to see how the Mammoth respond to a little bit of adversity they haven't faced since early in the first. They've been so good in the second and early in the third. Been a fantastic game, 4-4.
Knights had a 3-0 lead. Utah scored 4 in a row. The Knights finally stopped the bleeding and get one back themselves. Howden from Hannafin and Eichel at 10:25. 4-4 with 9:22 to go. Puck is in the Knights zone. The whistle stops play. The linesman puts his hand up and points to the center ice logo. So the draw will be there, so perhaps an inadvertent whistle. Go ahead, Gary.
The Golden Knights have had such urgency and desperation since falling behind 4-3 to get that 4th goal. They need to continue with that.
Indeed. Shots for the game are 22-18 for Vegas. They're even this period 4-7. Schmaltz carries right. Krause put it in front, and a stick check and a waffling puck went through the slot. Somebody lost the stick, broken in half. It's in front of Carter Hart. Puck is out at the right point. Marino rink wide left for Schmidt. Schmidt feeds left circle. Schmaltz tried to spin around and work his way in front. Could not. Met by Mitch Marner, who then lifts the puck ahead. Smith couldn't get it out. Here's Krause feeding right in the shot. Hart the save! And it goes over the far goal line for the attempt. Riley Smith was trying to use his glove to deflect it out of the zone. In fact, he gloved it and prevented it from going out of the zone. He had his stick broken on the play, so he was going over to his bench to get a new stick. Saw the puck fluttering in the air, figured he needed to do something. He ended up giving the Mammoth another scoring chance. Now he's got a couple of sticks, trying to figure out which one he wants to use for his next shot. Timeout, 8:50 to go in the third. 4-4 tie in Game 4. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. It's the Stanley Cup Playoffs on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
Back to the game with Dan Duva and Gary Lawless on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
Brett Howden has his 4th career postseason multi-goal game. Had 2 goals in Game 1 of the first round last year, including the game winner against Minnesota. Ended up with 3 goals last postseason, and now he's got his first 2 goals of this postseason. And this one is a critical game-tying goal in the third period. He had scored the shorthanded goal, which was the Knights' second goal of the game. It's 4-4 with 8:50 to go in the third period of Game 4. Ozone drawn for the Mammoth on the right side. Sissons to take it against Stenley. Sissons wins it to the corner. Noah Hannafin there. He was stick checked as he made the forward pass, but it is Dowd to bank it out. 2-on-1 developing. Cole Smith with Sissons. He put it on goal, hoping for a tip maybe from Sissons, but it was Vejmelka to steer it away with paddle of his goal stick. Korczak pinches in on the right, taps it to the left corner. Tanev to it for the Mammoth, sends it up the boards, not out. Dowd blindly whips it rink wide. Cole Smith has to go deep into his own zone to get it. Fourth line goes off. Barbashev, Howden, and Eichel come on. And the Mammoth with the puck in their own zone look to break out. Right to left they go. Durzi got it up to the Vegas line where it's tipped all the way in. Korczak back, the righty defenseman. Merging on to Knight's right wing. Forward to Barbashev. Rink wide left Eichel. Gains the blue line. Opens up. Eichel looking with defenseman coming on. Sends it toward the goal. Steered away by Vejmelka. Off his pad. Anderson pinches. Put it behind through Barbashev. And now Eichel on the left wing. Righty feeds left point Hannafin. Rink wide right Anderson. Anderson shot attempt knocked down. It's Sergachev to pick it up. And he backhands it to the neutral zone. It skids ahead. And it is an icing. At first it looked like it would slow down and the Knights would get it at center, but then it made a skid. Went all the way in for an icing, and the Knights will get an ozone draw, and this group of Mammoth players must stay on. Sergachev and Uyghur defensively, the top pair, and the forwards, they were in the midst of changing. So Keller is out there, but you still have Carconi and Kerfoot.
We're not seeing a lot of Dorothea, Hurdle, and Colasar right now, Dan.
Nope. In particular, after Dorotheev's turnover in the middle of the second period, it was roughly the stage where Brett Howden and Pavel Dorothea were flipped. Puck is in the neutral zone after the Mammoth get the clear, and that's just after that icing. They get the full change now as the Knights started back ahead. Stone plays it through center. Marino going back to his own end for the Mammoth. There with Schmidt. Saucers it out to the right, misses Gunther. Stone a steal, coming ahead with Riley Smith. Knocked away from him by Marino. McNabb sends it ahead for the Knights. Marino again for the Mammoth. Here's Nate Schmidt to lug it forward. Drops it off to Marino. Looking left wing. And that's where Yamamoto is met by Cole Smith. McNabb back to get it for the Knights. Battle along the near boards. To the point, Schmidt. Right for Gunther. Shoots. Glove save. No rebound.
One of the things that the Mammoth do really well, when they go low to high, their forwards buzz to the net, and they create chaos around Carter Hart. And Vegas has done a little bit more of that tonight against Vejmelka. They need to continue it.
Knights will stick with their fourth line for the next shift. Cole Smith, Nick Dowd, Colton Sissons. In the series, the Golden Knights have totaled 12 goals. 4 of those 12 have come from this line. Cole Smith with 1, Colton Sissons with 1, Nick Dowd with 2. Dowd wins the draw for Noah Hannafin. Using the far boards, Noah clears the zone. Mammoth got it, lost it. Dowd cut it off and dumped it in. Sissons gives chase. Sissons tried to center, but he couldn't get it to Cole Smith. Lawson Krause got in the way. And now the battle for the puck is in the trapezoid. 6:35 to go in the third. Knights and Mammoth tied 4-4. Knights led this game 3-0. Mammoth took a 4-3 lead, but the Knights have tied it back up. It's 4-4. Puck is still deep on the right side now in the ozone for Vegas. McDowd, Colton Sissons, and a pair of Mammoth players. Sergachev is in there. Uyghur is in there. Puck not moving much. Now it's Sissons getting it loose. Anderson shuffling all the way to the left side boards for the righty defenseman. Chased by Keller. Puck dislodged. Sissons joins the fray. Anderson again looks toward Barbashev. Pass got picked off by Schmaltz. Clears it, but not enough for icing. Hannafin recovers. Anderson goes off. Hannafin banked it toward Barbashev. It got away from him. Ahead comes Marino. Dropped it off on the left. And Gunther slides it right for Schmidt. The defenseman got a shot away, blocked. Barbashev and Schmidt dueling at center, but bouncing around. Eichel corrals, turned into Yamamoto. Howden trying to find it. He does. Howden gets the puck, 1 against 3. Flips it right to Barbashev. Right boards, they'll rim it around. Counterclockwise for Eichel. He fanned on a pass. Utah gets it. Schmidt skates out. Schmidt dumps it between his 2 old teammates, McNabb and Theodore. And Schmidt heads off for a change. 5:20 to go in the third period. 4-4 in game 4. McNabb finds Stone on the breakout. Rink wide right toward Marner. Stedlin tipped it. Marner reels it in. Gets into the zone down the near side. Flips it to the trapezoid. taken by Riley Smith, but he couldn't get it to a teammate. It's flipped the other way by Stenlin. Korczak rushing back. It's an icing.
Mark Stone threw the puck to Mitch Marner, and it was almost picked off, but Mitch got it, and then he kind of fumbled it a little bit as he was going over the blue line and almost created something out of nothing, but now they got an offensive zone draw against some tired Mammoth.
Marner between Stone and Riley Smith. Stenlin wins the faceoff for Utah. Attempt to clear, cut off by Riley Smith. He gets hammered by Tanev, but rim the puck behind for Mitch Marner. He shoved off the puck on the far side by Ian Cole. Knights get it though. Right point, Korczak to the middle. Stone loves it. A redirect comes on, and a save for Melka. While Riley Smith gets de-twigged in front. Jersey knocked the stick from his hands as Riley Smith puts his palm skyward, wondering why there wasn't an infraction assist against the Mammoth, as Jersey's stick was broken. And then Jersey knocked Riley Smith's stick right out of his hands.
He pulled it out of his hands, Dan. Yep. It is classic holding the stick.
Timeout with 4:48 to go, third period. Utah 4, Vegas 4. They're in game 4. Mammoth leading the series 2-1. We'll be right back. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. This is the Stanley Cup Playoffs on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
Back to the Stanley Cup playoffs with Dan Duva and Gary Lawless.
Vegas goals for Dorothea. Howden shorthanded. Cole Smith and Brett Howden again. Utah goals. Nick Schmaltz, Ian Cole, Michael Carcone, Clayton Keller. It's 4-4 with 4:48 to go in game 4. Knights an ozone face-off win. Eichel with Howden and Barbashev. Eichel got it to Howden, trying to work his way in front. The Theodore shooting, knocked down in the slot. Theodore trying to find it. Howden reaching, knocked it to the near boards. Eichel swirls it around. McNabb racing to the half wall. Got there. Stick on stick. It deflects down to the corner again. Eichel in pursuit. Chipped around the boards to the near side and eventually out to center. Brett Howden back from his own blue. Forward to Jack Eichel. Jack the righty opens up at the line. He sends a pop fly on goal. Pamelka leaves it in play. Eichel giving chase. Barbashev too, but the Mammoth on the breakout. Mishandled by Kerfoot. Knights are going to go for a change though. Marner comes on with Riley Smith and Mark Stone. Kerfoot got it out to center. Deals backward. Uyghur banks it ahead. Utah narrowly onside. They lose it. It's an offside. No matter. Marner ahead with the puck. Joined by Riley Smith. Marner turns to the outside. And then the puck knocked away from him by Marino. Riley Smith was headed down the slot, but Marner just couldn't find a way to get it to him. Now Riley Smith sets it to Marner down the left boards. That's taken away, and the Mammoth break out. Maybe a 3-on-2. Right side Carcone. Left for Keller. Breaks at the left boards. Anderson fronting him, forcing the pass to the corner. Stone gets it out of the corner, cannot clear. Schmidt kept it alive. Here's Cooley to the slot. Cooley to lefty opens up. Scanning, shooting, blocked. Anderson knocked over in front as the shot was coming. No call. Anderson lost his stick as he was cross-checked. He's going to go to the bench. Utah keeps it in the zone. Cooley looking, pass broken up by Marner. Stone leads Cole Smith to center, 1 against 3. Passing right, down in, slap shot, glove save. I think it was going to go high and wide anyway, but the Knights changing personnel in transition. Cole Smith was 1 against 3. Thought he might just dump it in. Instead, generate a scoring chance for Nick Dowd, who has 2 goals in this series. That one was attempted from the right wing toward the top left corner, but Vejmelka gloved it. Remember, he's one of the few goalies who catches with the glove on his right hand. 4-4 tie with 3:04 to go in the third.
This line has turned the tide for Vegas so many times in this game. They need a big shift right here. 3:04 to go in the third.
Dowd between Cole Smith and Colton Sissons. Dowd with 2 goals in the series for the Knights. Sissons and Cole Smith have 1 each. Puck popped into the slot at the draw. Utah gets it and clears it. Hard check, Cole Smith on Tanev. Knights get the puck in their own zone. McNabb lofts it out. It's an airborne puck. Crowd reacting to that continuing battle in the neutral zone. Puck out of play at the Utah bench. And neutral zone face-off coming up. 2:48 to go in the third. And a 4-4 tie. Knights out shooting the Mammoth 26-21. Knights power play in the contest 0 for 3. Utah's power play is 0 for 3, but Vegas did score a shorthanded goal. Face-off at the center ice Mammoth logo. Second year for this franchise in Salt Lake City. First year they've adopted a logo and this nickname, Mammoth. Eichel wins the center ice draw against Cooley. Anderson from his own blue right wing. Forward to Howden. It's an icing. Howden could not get a piece of it, so it's a whistle for icing against the Golden Knights with 2:42 to go in the third period. Knights got 2 in the first and 1 early in the second, led 3-0. Knights had 2 penalty kills and a shorthanded goal at that point. They got their first power play. Utah killed it and perhaps gained some momentum from that kill. Knights then committed a couple of turnovers in rapid succession, leading to a Schmaltz goal. Utah then scored with a point shot 29 seconds later. Knights still led it 3-2 after 2. Carcone and Keller scoring early in the third to make it 4-3 Mammoth. Brett Howden recording his second goal of the game and the series to get it back even. Down to 2:42 left. Knights win the D-zone draw. Another Jack Eichel face-off win. Cleared out Anderson toward Howden. Kerfoot cuts it off and dumps it back into the Vegas zone. Far side. Hannafin cuts it off right goal line. Takes the check. Rim around. Redirect in front wide from Gunther. Cooley has the rebound behind the goal. Hannafin defends. Eichel goes to help out. Deflects the pass. Eichel pushed it up the boards. Barbashev skating out with Howden. Got it to him. Howden up to the line. Knocked off his stick. Gunther back into his own zone with Sergachev. Utah controls right to left. Marner deflects the pass. McNabb's quick up. Missed Mark Stone, and the Mammoth have it again. Utah controls the puck in its own zone with right to left. 2 minutes left in the third period. 4-4 tie in game 4. Up the middle comes Schmaltz. 2 points today. He shoots. Blocked. Rebound. Couldn't get a shot away. Centering pass picked off. Wonderful positioning by Mitch Marner. Skates ahead. The righty across the red line. Across the blue. Tap back. Smith. Threw it across left. Keller tipped it into the crowd. Riley Smith hoping for Braden McNabb. Riley pats his chest saying, "That's me. Should have done something else." But the Knights will get an ozone draw after that tip pass went out of play. Only question is, who will the Knights send out for personnel? Anderson and Hannafin will be the D. Marner, Stone, and Riley Smith stay on. Can the Knights do what they did last first round, which was fall behind 2-1, but then get back into the series? Knights won the last 3 games against Minnesota to win that series. Stone gets the puck after the faceoff win. Left point, Hannafin a shot, save. Rebound loose. Anderson closing. Couldn't get a shot away. Checked tightly by Yamamoto. Anderson put it down the boards, taken away by Marino. Mammoth get out. Hannafin perfectly positioned to thwart the rush attempt for the Mammoth. Vegas sends it in.
Anderson was blatantly tripped. No call from the referee. The Golden Knights are screaming at Kyle Raymond.
Utah coming ahead. They get it deep. Theodore and McNabb are back. McNabb knocked over behind the Vegas goal by Gunther. Knights push the puck up the near boards. Puck into the slot. Kicked away by McNabb. 1 minute to play in the third period. Final minute brought to you by Credit One. It's a 4-4 tie in game 4. Mammoth slide it in without control. It's McNabb with Theodore. Shea banks it out off the near boards by the benches. Ian Cole back to his own zone defensively with Jersey. Going deeper into their own zone. Cole Smith applies pressure. Now Keller gets the breakout pass. Keller banks it right for Krause. Hannafin knocks it away, but Keller gets it for the Mammoth. Goes behind the Vegas goal. Clayton Keller, the Mammoth captain. Dropped it off. Sergachev shoots. Glove save. No rebound from Carter Hart. 29 seconds to play.
A goal either way here would be an absolute heartbreaker. Golden Knights cannot believe there was not a penalty called on that trip on Rasmus Andersson. It was a pitchfork right into the skates. McNabb and Theodore on the blue line, and a combination front line of Dowd, Howden, and Eichel. Dowd will take the draw for Vegas against Schmaltz. The Utah faithful, they're all standing up, waving their white flags. And it's loud.
Schmaltz to take it against Dowd. Left circle. Hart watching to his right. They encroach. Linesman does not drop the puck. Devin Bird doesn't flinch. Still in a kneeing position. Ready to drop the puck. Everybody resets. Dowd skates in. Here we go. Left circle draw. To the corner it goes. A face-off win for Dowd. McNabb banks it around and out. And icing waved off because of contact just inside the Vegas line between Weegar and Howden. Mammoth get the puck back ahead. 4-4 tie with 15 seconds left. They dump it in. Out of the right corner, Schmaltz put it behind. Keller tried to center, could not. Taken by the Knights. Skated to the outside by Eichel. Up the boards, Barbashev. 5 seconds, puck at center. Flittered in, down the right boards. And that'll do it for regulation. And for the first time in this first round series, the Golden Knights and Mammoth will play overtime. 4-4 through 60 minutes in Game 4. And the next goal wins the game.
Now the Golden Knights, a lot of them go back to Carter Hart and give him fist pumps. They battled back in this one to force the overtime. It's been a crazy game. Utah with 4 unanswered at one stretch before Brett Howden tied it up just past the halfway mark here of the third period to get it to 4-4. And yeah, none of this 3-on-3 shootout stuff, Danny. It is the real stuff now. Stanley Cup playoff, sudden death overtime.
Before we get to overtime, we have the intermission report coming. Ryan Wallace will have that. It's an abbreviated overtime intermission compared to regulation intermissions. We will have a live interview. Caden Korzak expected to join us with the Knights and Mammoth tied 4-4, of course, for Korzak. The Knights have not used Caden quite as much as they might in regular season play, averaging just over 11 minutes in 4 games this series. But clearly, Gary, the important components of this roster are being put out there right now. And we will have an interview here with Caden Korzak.
Caden's on.
Right now, let's go down to the Knights dressing room and welcome Caden Korzak to the broadcast. Hey, Caden, Dan and Gary up in the radio booth, thanks very much for coming by. Boy, what have you seen from your team's performance tonight?
Yeah, there's been obviously lots of momentum changes here. We're just finding ways to get some goals here tonight. Obviously, just shots to the net are kind of going in tonight. So I think if we can keep getting traffic and get in his eyes, I think we'll be fine here.
How does the team stay calm but urgent in a situation like this?
Yeah, I mean, I think we just got to stay with what's kind of been working. I mean, for the 55 minutes there, we've kind of been on our toes and kind of outplaying them, I would say. So we just had a little lull there, and then we kind of got back to our game. So I think if we can stick with that, I think we'll be fine here.
This is probably the highest stakes game you've ever played in. What's it like?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's different, I would say, for sure. It's a little nerve-wracking, but we're a veteran group out there, and they're helping me every step of the way.
Caden, thanks. Best of luck.
Awesome, thanks.
Caden Korzak from the Knights dressing room. Knights and Mammoth skating to a 4-4 deadlock through 60 minutes. This will be the 26th overtime game in Golden Knights playoff history. They have won 11 and lost 14. Of course, the Mammoth have never played a postseason overtime game. It will be their first. 4-4 at Delta Center in Salt Lake City. Overtime intermission report is coming up next with Ryan Wallace, presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. This is the Stanley Cup Playoffs on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
Welcome into the intermission report. The Golden Knights, Utah Mammoth tied at 4 after regulation. That's right, on to overtime we go for the first time this postseason. To kind of get an idea of how we got here, we'll take a look at the highlights in the third period. The Mammoth would tie the game 2 minutes into the third period on a rocket from Michael Carcone.
Backhanded back to the outside by the Knights defense. Comes the right in the drive. Score! From the right side, Carcone. It's a tie game, 3-3.
Michael Carcone, his first of the postseason from Dylan Gunther and Mikhail Sergachev, 1:45 of the third period, tied the game at 3. And 3 minutes later, the Mammoth took their first lead of the game on Clayton Keller's first goal of the postseason.
Schmaltz, pass tip goes to Keller. Keller in front, loose puck, and it's in! It's deflected in off the Golden Knight and across the line. 4 straight for the Mammoth. They've got a 4-3 lead. 5 minutes into the third.
Clayton Keller from Nick Schmaltz and Mikhail Sergachev, 5:10 of the third period, made it 4-3 Utah, but the Golden Knights were able to wrestle momentum back and tied it up on Brett Howden's second goal of the game.
Eichel left goal line. Low to high, has Hannafin. Looks right, now shoots, score! Brett Howden in front. Time enough indeed. 2 goals today for Brett Howden. And the game is tied 4-4 with 9:34 to go in the third period.
Second of the game for Brett Howden. The assist to Noah Hannafin and Jack Eichel, 10:25 of the third period, tied the game at 4. And that's where we stand after 60 minutes. Overtime upcoming as we get our first taste of it here in the playoffs. A 4-4 tie through regulation between the Golden Knights and the Utah Mammoth. We're back with more in a moment, presented by Lee's Discount Liquor. You're listening to the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
California's #1 casino just got better. Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel is now the only AAA 5-diamond rated casino hotel in the country. Become a Club Serrano member today and enjoy perks and exclusive rewards. VIP at another casino? Trade up and take advantage of the tier and offer match program at Yamava Resort and Casino, voted #1 casino outside of Vegas by Newsweek. You in? Details at Yamava.com. Must be 21 to enter.
Reliable service and a brand new control.
The third period is coming up. But first, here's Ryan Wallace with the intermission wrap-up on the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
Welcome back to the intermission report. The Golden Knights, Utah Mammoth tied at 4 after regulation. 60 minutes have elapsed. Nobody able to pull away enough, so we go to overtime for the first time this postseason for the Vegas Golden Knights. Stats of the period: shots 10-8 in favor of Vegas in the third. Hits 45-30 Utah for the game. Vegas 0 for 3 on the man advantage. Utah 0 for 3 on the power play as well. Vegas charged with 17 giveaways, 3 takeaways, 14 block shots. Utah 15 giveaways, 4 takeaways, and 16 block shots. You look at that third period for the Golden Knights. Obviously, you go into the third period leading 3-2. Momentum, it comes and goes in waves, really, in the postseason. And the Utah Mammoth, they were able to, once again, quick strike offense, 2 goals in just about 3-ish minutes or so. And then good on the Golden Knights for kind of wrestling momentum back again. They were able to find the equalizer, Brett Howden with a nice deflection. That has seemingly worked for the Golden Knights. They throw pucks there, they get sticks on it. That has been the best way to get to Karel Vejmelka. So very simply, when you go into overtime, no play toward the front of the net is a bad play. Get the puck there. That's the reality of the situation. Simplify the game if you're the Vegas Golden Knights. Find a way to put pucks to the front of the net. Weird bounces, garbage goals, greasy goals, those are how you win in the postseason, in the playoffs, in overtime. So that's what I'd like to see from the Golden Knights here. Overtime, nothing like it in the postseason. That's coming up next. Dan and Gary, they've got the call. Presented by Lee's Discount Liquor, you're listening to the Vegas Golden Knights Radio Network.
right, but Brinkside at Delta Center in Salt Lake City, getting ready for overtime in Game 4. 4-4 tie. Knights led it 3-0. Mammoth raced back, took a 4-3 lead. Knights tied it at 4. Brett Howden with a pair of goals. His first and second of this postseason, had 3 all of last postseason. And now in his postseason career, 11 goals in 47 playoff games. Gary, of those 11 playoff goals for Brett Howden, 2 are playoff overtime winners. He is the only guy on the Knights roster or for the Utah roster with multiple playoff overtime goals. And if you're wondering who has the most overtime power play assists, that's Mark Stone. He has 1 overtime winner against Colorado in 21. 5 overtime assists in his playoff career. On the Utah side, of course, many of these players have never experienced the playoffs, let alone overtime in the playoffs. Only Alex Kerfoot and Ian Cole have scored overtime goals in their postseason careers.
Well, it's hard to put more emphasis on the next goal than you would on this one. It would win this game and change the complexion of the series dramatically, either even it up or give one side a 2-game edge.
20 minutes on the scoreboard at Delta Center. 5-on-5. No media timeouts, just a scrape at the first whistle after the 10-minute mark. By the way, Vejmelka, first career overtime playoff game. Carter Hart, 3-0 in his career in Stanley Cup playoff overtime games. Knights in white, Mammoth in black. They switch sides. Knights win the opening draw. And the Knights' fourth line out to start: Dowd, Cole, Smith, and Sissons. And the defense, Theodore and McNabb. Theodore banks it left and just misses the Utah goal. It's an icing. Just 11 seconds into the overtime period. Knights with 28 shots. Utah 22. Knights power play 0 for 3. Mammoth power play 0 for 3. But Knights did score a shorthanded goal. Next goal wins.
Shea Theodore is a guy to keep an eye on in any overtime. He's such an efficient skater. He seems to be just as good late in games as he is early in games.
Schmaltz wins it back. Here's Marino. Dropped it off to Keller. Keller plays a rink wide. Nate Schmidt shoots. Block it away by Hart. Rebound behind. Cole Smith to it. Dowd backhands it up. The board's not out. Schmaltz knocked off his stick. Comes out high. Schmidt shoots. Save. No rebound. Carter Hart in the butterfly. And Lawson Krause finds himself in enemy territory. Top of the crease. And the Knights push him away.
Well, just a little mistake by Shea Theodore on that pass that resulted in an icing. And then there's a high tip that Carter Hart somehow picks up and is able to make a save on.
Another ozone draw for Utah. Both sides change it up. Eichel, Howden, and Barbashev come on. Cooley on with Gunther and Yamamoto. Right circle draw. Knights get it. Eichel corrals. Banks it off the far boards at center. Sergachev coming back for Utah. Dishes to Uyghur, who sends it ahead. Hanifin back inside his own zone. Turns and could not clear. Yamamoto cut it off. Passed it behind for Cooley. Anderson chasing him. Played it out to the left point. Sergachev. Shot attempt blocked high into the air. Lugged down by Cooley. Swept out by Barbashev. Knights will change personnel once more. Stone, Riley Smith coming on. Defensively, it's Korzak and Lozon. Utah gets it in. Whistle for icing. Mentioned it right when we chatted with Caden Korzak at the end of the third period. Several players have not seen a ton of ice time in this game. Notably, the Knights will call a third-line Hurdle, Kolasar, and Dorofeev, especially after Pavel turned it over in the middle of the second period, was essentially demoted. And Jeremy Lozon, the lowest ice time of any of the Knights defenders. Knights go to McNabb and Theodore now. And icing waved off at the last moment by linesman James Tobias. Vegas coming ahead. McNabb finds Marner in his own blue. Dropped it back to Theodore. Ahead to Riley Smith, who angles it in off the left glass. Vejmelka played it behind his net. Attempt to clear by Kerfoot. Cut off. Stone shoots. Blocked. into the far boards on the carom. Theodore tracks it down, sweeps it behind for Riley Smith. Turns and centers. Marner couldn't get a stick on it. Smith again on the left to Stone. Stone looks right. Shot. Wide. Rebound. Smith couldn't get a stick on it. Defended by Cole. McNabb chops it to the far side. Marino there first. He clears the zone. Stone grabs it near center. Turns up through the logo. Weaving to the near side and curling back to his own blue. Now coming ahead. Stone across the blue. Down the slot. Looks right. Has Dorofeev. He shoots. Save. Rebound goes behind. Dorofeev picks it up on his backhand. Pushed against the near board. Stone trying to get it back for the Knights. Could not. O'Brien knocked down at his own blue. Going to turn into his own zone. Lozon all over him. O'Brien clears but turned it over to Hurdle. Hurdle into the zone. Hurdle. Sandwich. Tanev gets it. 1 against 3. Puts it in. Lozon and Korzak defending here. Lozon using the boards. Got it to Korzak. Penalty coming up. It's against Utah. Korzak had a stick slashed in half. Korzak was knocked over in the process. Knights will be getting an overtime power play 2.5 minutes into the extra frame. Here's the call.
Utah penalty number 82, 2 minutes, slashing.
It's Kevin Stenley. Now the Knights 0 for 3 on the power play in the game. 2 for 12 in the series. But they scored on their first 2 chances of the series. Stone in game 1 and then Stone in game 2. But they have not scored on their last 10 power plays. And they will use a group that was assembled for yesterday's game partially. Eichel, Dorofeev, Stone, Theodore, and Marner. So Barbashev, who had been practicing on the top unit, is not out there right now. Eichel will take it on the right side against Kerfoot. 4th power play of the game for the Golden Knights, and it comes here in overtime. Fight for the puck. It's loose. Comes near the goal, and it's Sergachev to protect it away from the oncoming Jack Eichel. Sergachev banks it down. That'll make it all the way to Carter Hart in the trapezoid. Leaves it for Theodore. Theodore coming out of his own zone. Lefty up the middle. Turns and drops it back for Jack Eichel. Eichel has never recorded an overtime point in 10 career overtime games. This is 11th. Knights get it deep. Sergachev rims it far side. Goes off Stone and out to center. Played it neutralized by Theodore. Knights clear out. Up to Dorofeev. Right for Stone. Could not come in cleanly, so plays it rink wide. Eichel try to go rink wide again. Kerfoot knocked it down. Eichel has to turn with the puck back in his own blue. Power play to minute 15. Up to Marner. Floats it right. Stone across the line. Connects with Dorofeev down the right boards. Dorofeev opens up. Pointward to Theodore. Theodore passes left for Eichel. Returns it for Theodore straight on to the right. Theodore shanks the drive. Stone shoots, save. Rebound, another try. Save. It's still free, no whistle. And it's tipped out of the zone. Carter Hart over to play it. Schmaltz coming in for a look. Hart twists it behind his own goal. 45 seconds on the Knights power play. Stone is back with Eichel. Eichel rips it rink wide. Stone across the red line right wing. Into the ozone. Tap back for Marner. Approaching the right circle. Marner passing behind for Stone. Righty in the left corner to the left side wall. Jack Eichel. Jack pressured by Cooley. Kept it alive. Howden looking for Marner at the left wall. Marner back to Howden. Howden looking in front. It's not down. It's still loose. Taken by the Knights. Stone for Eichel. Jack scanning to Stone left goal line. Back for Eichel. 12 on the power play. Eichel right. Reeled in by Theodore. Eichel again. Looking from the left boards to Stone at the left goal line. Twisting behind. Out in front. Marner to Howden. Knocked away. Marner again. Penalty time is over. Marner's shot attempt blocked. Comes to the near boards. Eichel is there. Now it's 5-on-5. Stenlund joins the play. He gets the puck. Utah breaks out. Cooley to Stenlund. 1 against 2. Stenlund rolls it in. Hannafin back. Hannafin checked by Stenlund. Dowd trying to fish it out of the right corner. He lost it. Schmaltz lost it. Keller sent it in front, missed everybody. Sergachev fires, deflected high off the glass and out of play. Well, the Knights had some looks. There was a crazy pileup in front, and somehow nobody for the Golden Knights could get it in. And the Knights are 0 for 5 on the power play. And obviously, for the Golden Knights, trying to get the special teams going. It has not happened on the power play here. Utah gets an O-zone draw. They get a face-off win. Keller met by Dowd. Mammoth control, left goal line. Hopped in front. Cole Smith had it momentarily. Krause knocked it free. Puck goes in behind the Knights net. Keller backhands it around the boards to the left wing, and there's Sergachev. Rink wide right. Uyghur. Shot attempt deflected wide. Marino for Sergachev, blocked. Oh, down in a heap goes Sissons after selling out to block that shot. Utah the quick up. Keller into the zone. The captain backhands it off the high glass behind the goal. Krause left corner, rimmed it behind. Hannafin intercepts. He sends it out to center off the Utah stick. Cole Smith collects. Cole Smith dumps it in from the right side of the neutral zone. Opening 6 minutes of overtime in game 4. Mammoth lead the series 2-1. Anderson back in his own end, hammered. Polisar, look out, bodies go down, no call. Feed left, there's Gunther, he shoots, save. Hart reels it in with Yamamoto on the doorstep.
Gunther looked off. He looked at Cooley like he was going to pass it and then switched over and shot. He almost fooled Hart. Carter comes up with the puck. Gunther's shot, so dangerous.
Knights credited with 2 shots on what was their 4th power play. I might have said 0 for 5, pardon me. That was their 4th, so they're 0 for 4. Six total shots over the course of their 4 power plays, but none have beat Vejmelka. 4-4 tie, 14 minutes left in overtime. Utah wins the left circle draw. Sergachev, a shovel shot wide of the goal. Off the boards, McNabb. Check to the wall, but he backhands it ahead. Howden, trouble clearing. It's bouncing around on the left side. Barbashev whacks it out. Quick up, Gunther coming in right wing. He pulls and shoots. Glove save. Hart thought about dropping it back in play, but referee blows his whistle. Yamamoto getting under the skin of the Golden Knights.
Now, Braden McNabb finished his check on Gunther. Absolutely blew him up into the boards. And Yamamoto came over to try and help out. Utah, a younger team than Vegas. Is that their benefit as this game goes on? Are they fresher? Or is experience the better factor to have?
Well, how much experience on the line when Mark Stone is out there with Riley Smith and Mitch Marner. Marner 21 overtime games. Riley Smith 30, Stone 31. Knights win the draw. Theodore sends it to Barbashev, who banks it out. Marino back to his own blue for Utah. Plays it ahead. Rink wide right. Here's Krause. Breaks on the right side. Pass knocked down. Knights get it. Can they clear? 2 Knights collide. Krause keeps it in. Krause shoots. Blocked by Theodore. Schmidt off the left wall shoots. Knocked down by Theodore again. Off the near boards. Barbashev clears the zone. Sergachev at the red line. To the left. Krause carries in. Now Schmaltz to the right for Keller. He shoots. Off the helmet of Hart and out of play.
Well, that one went in the other night.
Hart sees the shot coming right at his eyes, stares it down, turns his head, and gets it off the top of the helmet, up and out of play. And you said it, Gary, in game 3, a shot from Uyghur gets him right between the eyes, trickles down, and ultimately leaks into the goal. Here, Hart using the top of his head, make the save. Puck goes into the protective netting. Top line for the Mammoth goes off. Their third line comes on. That's Carcone, Kerfoot, and Tanev's out there, not Paterka, but you do have Uyghur and Sergachev. Knights go to that line with Nick Dowd to take the D-zone face-off out there with Marner and Smith. Gonna win the D-zone draw here. That's probably why Dowd is on rather than Mark Stone. And Dowd wins it. Anderson and Lowe's on the D. Anderson rims it around. Marner gets position. It's an offside play. It came off Marner's stick. Kerfoot tried to carry it back in. His teammates had not yet cleared out of the zone. So it's a neutral zone face-off now.
It's all Utah right now. Vegas can't get the puck out of their zone, and when they do, it's just a flip or a bash off the boards into the neutral zone, and then Utah coming right back down.
Again, when the Mammoth have had successful penalty kills, they've garnered that momentum and turned it into offense. It's happened multiple times in this series. Utah gets the face-off at center. Uyghur pitches a deep right corner. Korzak and Lozon are there. Lozon couldn't clear it. Tanev turned and whipped it toward the goal, but wide. Sergachev left boards. Flutters it behind. Taken by Carcone. Up top for Uyghur. Left for Sergachev. He shoots. Wide right. And Kerfoot at the right post, but he couldn't get a stick down. Uyghur a shot. Blockered away. Kolasar couldn't get to the rebound. It's on the left boards. Sergachev rink wide right. Uyghur. He shoots through traffic. Knocked down. Look, Korzak cleared it. And then got hammered. Vegas gets it in, but it's an icing. Sergachev there just ahead of Tomas Hertl. Knights wanted to change some players, but could not. Korzak in some pain. Korzak clearing the puck. He got hammered hard on the near glass, and it appears that the officials will allow him to change. And I'm not 100% certain, Gary, but Korzak may have gone down the tunnel. Down beneath us. It's difficult to see from our vantage point. And after a conversation with the officials, Anderson was trying to replace Lozon, and some officials allowed that to happen, and now another official says no, you can't do that. Lozon has come on. Anderson is back on the bench. Ozone draw for Utah following the icing. 12:27 to go in overtime. 4-4 tie. Mammoth win it. Sergachev to Marino. Schmidt to Marino. And now Gunther a shot. Knocked down in front. Dorothea backhands it off the boards and out to center. Not enough for icing. Marino coming back to play it for Utah. Knights changing personnel. Mammoth treble coming in. Cooley had to go off his skates. He'll back it up to his own blue. Leave it there for Schmidt. Ahead for Gunther. From the left boards, dumps it in. Clockwise around the rim. Near side right wing. Hanifin sends it out. It'll waffle into the Utah zone. Not enough for icing. Riley Smith gives chase. Marner the next wave. Smith tied up his man, but Cole had it just long enough, but Stone stole it. Smith now. Marner and Smith deep on the left side. Smith knocked over. Tried to feed the point. Gunther took it away. Here's Keller ahead on the right side. He pitches it on net. Stopped by Hart. Left it in play. Theodore backhands it up the boards. Not out. Next breakout. Marner finds Mark Stone. Across the line. Back and forth. Marner turned it over. Then Cole Smith gets clipped in the slot. He and a Mammoth player go down. That's Krause. No call. Mammoth ahead. Left wing. Keller closing. He shoots. Save! Blocker stopped by Carter Hart. Rebound out of the corner from Keller. Stick broke on the pass. Dursey collects on the right. Pass went to Keller, but he put his hands up. I don't have a stick, guys. McNabb starts it ahead. Stone finds his man at center. That's down. Works in. Down. Fakes. Goes backhand. Left wing. He shot it off the left side of the goal. Still in play deep on the right wing. Pressure on the right side. Korzak with pressure. Korzak, good to see that he's okay, Gary, after thought he might have been hurt on that last collision on the previous icing. Krause with the puck deep in his own zone for Utah. 9 minutes gone, 11 minutes to go in overtime. 4-4 tie here in game 4. Utah with the puck inside its own blue. Dursey pitches it out. Korzak loves it down to himself at the red. Passing right wing, Jack Eichel. Gets through the right circle. Swoops around behind with it. Eichel looking up top. Has Lozon slap shot. Kick save. Rebound bouncing around. Another shot wide. Korzak just missed. Lozon on the left. Another shot. Deflected away. Vemelka tried to glove it, but he missed it. It deflects all the way back down. Carter Hart over to play it. Korzak retreating. Checked off the puck by Carcone. Korzak gets up, gets the puck himself. Eichel there to help out. Gunther took it away, rims it around. Marino at the right, plays a rink wide left. Nate Schmidt scampers through the left circle. Tried to drop it in front, could not. Korzak played it up the boards, not out. Cooley kept it alive. Gunther coming toward the right wing, sets up Yamamoto. He shoots, deflected, save. Eichel gets it for the Knights. Starts Dorofeev ahead. Dorofeev up the middle, left wing Hanifin. Onside, Eichel cutting, got it to him, save! No, it's in! It leaked through, and the Knights score! Vegas wins in overtime! Vemelka the initial save, but he could not secure it. The Knights win it in overtime and tie the series 2-2. What a rush opportunity for the Vegas Golden Knights. It was on the left wing. Noah Hanifin Put it in front for Jack Eichel, the cutter. Dorofeev was there as well. And after the initial stop by Vejmelka, the Knights get the overtime winner. Now, the crowd is reacting to the play potentially being offside. The officials are going to check it out, and we'll see if the goal is allowed to stand. Eichel is the man with the step, and Hanifin carrying the puck on the left. Dorofeev, he stays onside. The question is Eichel.
It's really close.
Now, we're seeing a replay from the center ice camera, and that's not what you need to look at. You have to look at the camera at the blue line. From the center ice camera, it's possible that Eichel is just a hair offside. Now remember, he does not need to have his skate on the ice. His right skate is sticking backwards, and all it needs to be is above the blue line as the puck comes across it. And the linesmen are on the headsets with the Situation Room in Toronto. Linesmen are Devenberg and James Tobias. Again, there was no whistle in real time, of course. This is a league-initiated review. For the moment, the Knights believe they've won on an overtime goal for Pavel Dorofeev.
It's going to be tough to turn over, Dan. It's really close.
Right, they have to have enough evidence to take the goal off the board, as we know. Dorofeev from Eichel and Hanifin would be the scoring if it does stand. Pavel scored the game's first goal, minute 12 in. He had just one even strength goal in the previous 18 games, plus another couple on the power play. Gets an even strength goal in the first, and potentially an overtime winner. This is just the fourth overtime game in which Dorofeev has appeared. He has no points in the first three. And a long look here for the linesman.
It's not obvious, which...
Yeah, we're seeing what the fans are barking about is a camera from center ice, which is not the right angle. You've got to look at the camera angle on the blue line. And also remember that the blue line is now three-dimensional. It used to be you had to be making contact with the ice. That's no longer the case. It just has to be over the blue. Here's the call.
After review, the play was offside, no goal.
Take it off the board, no goal. Well, we never saw, at least in our broadcast position, an angle that was at the blue line. We only saw a shot from the center camera that would only be helpful if it was blatant. It was close for sure, and now we are seeing a look from the blue line, and I'd have to agree by millimeters, it's the right call. And this is the first stoppage after the 10-minute mark, so there's a scrape of the ice. The game is not over. The Knights thought they had scored. Take it off the board. Dorofeev from Hanifin and Eichel in transition, but Eichel by millimeters offside.
Well, we'll see how many people left and how many people came back.
Well, the Knights were in the midst of celebrating. Mammoth, I'm sure at one beat just inconsolable, but then in another beat hopeful, and in the next beat after review, the bullion. 4-4 with 9:42 left in overtime. Brett Howden had a pair of goals today, his first two of the postseason. Dorofeev nearly had his second goal, but offside by the skin of his chinny chin chin. So they scrape. No media timeouts in the extra period. They just scrape at the first whistle after the 10-minute mark, which is now. Brett Howden having a word with one of the linesmen. Not sure what that's about, other than perhaps to earn some brownie points. Gary, what do you make of how John Tortorella has utilized Brett Howden today did not start on the top line. He had been on the line with Hurdle and Kolasar, but promoted and obviously capitalizing first at shorthanded and then at even strength.
He's flying. He's finishing. So, yeah, that spot is, no one owns that spot right now. Barbashev owns the left side. No one owns the right side. So the guy that's going well is going to get that garden seat.
Utah wins the draw after that scrape of the ice. The draw was just outside the Utah line. Here's Uyghur to dump it in right corner. Theodore and McNabb are back. Theodore hands it off to McNabb using the near glass. Couldn't get it out. Barbashev's pass got knocked down. It trickles around at the line, and it does come to center. McNabb reaching for a loose puck. Keller towards Schmaltz. Picked off. Eichel ahead. Meanwhile, Howden was knocked over. No call. Knights get it deep. Barbashev goes for a look, but Uyghur got to it quickly. New players out for the Knights are Marner, Stone, and Riley Smith. Utah dumps it in. Hanifin and Anderson are back. Fight for the puck along the near boards. Out to the line. Cooley tied up by Stone. Forced it out. Stone pokes it off the left wall. Onside with Riley Smith. Sent it toward the goal. Waffled by everybody. Centered, but it came up the slot. Utah with the puck. Here's Gunther again. Gunther at the line. Hanifin knocked it off his stick. Might have been an offside play anyhow. We'll never know. Schmidt back inside his own line. Falls over, but he did poke the puck out to center. Along the near boards. Stone trying to get in the way. And it goes to Utah across the line. Picked off. Hanifin and Riley Smith combined to get it for the Knights. 8:30 to go in overtime. 4-4 tie in game 4. McDowd at the right point. Rims it around. Sisson's there waiting for it, but Schmidt got in the way. Can Utah clear? Yes. It trickles into the Vegas zone. Korzak tracks it down. Korzak fires ahead. Sisson's at the line, and it's narrowly onside. Dowd near the right corner, banks it around. Lauzon waiting at the left point. Banks it down low, side of the goal. Sissons try to kick it to his stick, but Carcone in the way. Mammoth take it again. 8 minutes left in the first overtime. 4-4 tie. Knights with 32 shots. Mammoth with 30. Puck is in the far corner, deep in the Knight zone. Around it comes. Colton Sissons try to push it up the wall. It goes airborne. Collision at the blue line. Fighting for it. Just inside the line. Now it comes back to center. Sergachev fires it deep. Clanks around. Clockwise to the near boards. Right wing for Utah. Now it pops out. Here's Cole Smith with a step. One-on-one. Breaks. Looks for help. Doesn't really have anybody. Just sends it down to the corner as Eichel's line starts to come on. Howden on the forecheck. Uyghur pressured by Howden. What'll he do? He'll rim it ahead. It does come to center. Eichel takes it there for the Knights. Backs it up for Theodore. Banks it right for Brett Howden. Deflects it in on goal. Vemelka covers, and he gets the whistle just as Brett Howden arrives. And the Knights will get an offensive zone draw. 7:10 remaining in overtime. 4-4 tie.
Now Brett Howden continues to do great stuff with his legs. He's a great skater. He's aggressive. He gets right on top of the Utah defenders and forces them to make a mistake. And now Vegas has an offensive zone draw.
Brett Howden had no points in his last 6 games. That's after he had 4 points in 4 games from April 2nd to April 9th. And 3 goals in that stretch. He's got a couple of goals here today. After the draw, the Knights get it, but back in the neutral zone. McNabb forward to Eichel, pushing it ahead with Barbashev left wing. Down to the left goal line. Barbashev to the trapezoid. Banked it off the boards to himself. Uyghur trying to take it away. Could not. Theodore at the line. Held it in momentarily. Keller goes down in the neutral zone. Vegas back ahead. Barbashev checked off the puck. Spun around. Eichel in pursuit right corner, but Mammoth have numbers. Can they clear? Stone knocked it down. It does trickle to center. Eichel coming ahead. Right side with Anderson in tow. Eichel checked off the puck by Sergachev. Loose puck goes down low around the boards. Near side. Off Stone stick and back out to the neutral zone. Stone quick up. Has Riley Smith. Clipped at the line by Lawson Krause. A takeaway for Utah. Breakout pass. Marner tipped it. Mammoth are apparently onside. Here's Cooley toward the middle. Couldn't get a shot off. Noah Hanifin with that defense. The strip. Now he plays it rink wide. Riley Smith ahead. Marner directs it in. Schmidt coming back. Banks it out to the neutral zone. Gunther kicks it to himself left wing. He waits. Gunther backhands it left corner. Put it behind the Knights net. Cooley missed it. Picked up by Mitch Marner on the near side. Marner launches it out, bouncing ahead toward Dorothea. Marino gets it instead for Utah. Mammoth ahead on the far side, but the Knights get to it first and clear the zone. 5:45 to go in overtime. 4-4 tie in Game 4 of this best-of-7 first-round series. The first game in this series to go to overtime. Knights trailing the series 2-1 with Game 5 in Las Vegas day after tomorrow. Lozano left point shot wide. Anderson racing for the rebound. Chips it back down low. Hurdle separated from the puck by Dursey. Utah controls. Cole banks it out. Carcone directs it in. Hart goes to play it. Very near the restricted area. Knights get it and clear it. Sergachev back inside his own blue line. Forward pass on the right wing. Collision just inside the line. Krause put it in front. Anderson broke it up. It's a four-man rush against three. Anderson up near the blue line, dumps it in, just wide right of the goal. Sissons do it along with Dowd, then Cole Smith, who has one of the 4 Vegas goals today. Dowd and Sissons work to get it back on the right boards. Sissons put it down the wall, taken away. Krause out for Schmaltz, 2-on-2. Schmaltz dispossessed at the line. Cole Smith plays it ahead for Dowd, defended by Krause right wing. Dowd wards him off. Dowd carries it behind. All the way around to the left corner for the righty. Pinned to the boards by Nate Schmidt. Howden there to help out. Howden and Barbashev. It tipped away, and Schmaltz plays it out through center. Theodore back inside his own line with McNabb. Forward to Howden. He kicked it right to Schmidt. Schmidt left for Yamamoto. Closing. Stick check. Loose puck. Knocked away by McNabb. Eichel gets it off the far boards. Plays it ahead. Howden finds Barbashev one-on-one. Barbashev turns left. Forced to the outside by Marino. Barbashev has points in all 4 games in the series. There he pushed it around for Eichel. Down to the right corner. Howden is there with Barbashev. Fighting and jousting for the loose puck. Barbashev gets position. His pointward pass was knocked down, though. Eichel knocked it toward Howden. Deflects to the middle, and Marino banks it to center, and Gunther. Stood up there by Anderson, but Gunther gets it in. Knights have it in their own zone. Eichel sets up Noah Hannafin. Lefty up the left side for Anderson, who deflects it all the way in. Sergachev is back. He'll rim it around and out. Tanev waiting in the neutral zone. Challenge there from the Knights, and they take it away. Lozano in his own end with Mitch Marner and Mark Stone. Marner ahead for Stone on the bench side, left wing for Vegas. Stone hounded by Tanev. Pass goes right. Korzak rims it in. Pamelka sticks it behind his goal. Near side, it deflects into the air. Gloved down by Lozano. Roughed up along the boards. Whistle. I think maybe the puck hits somebody at the Golden Knights bench.
Hand pass.
Going to bring the draw just outside the blue line. 3:12 to go in overtime. 4-4 tie. In case you're wondering, of the 8 playoff games that have gone to overtime so far this year, 2 have gone to double overtime. Well, we have another one. Double overtime. Carolina beat Ottawa 3-2 last Monday. And also double overtime. Minnesota losing to Dallas in Game 3 on Wednesday. Dallas won it 4-3. Take a 2-1 series lead there. But since then, Minnesota has won in a single overtime. Tied that series back up at 2-2. So this is the 9th game to go to overtime this postseason. 26th overtime game in Knights playoff history. 11 wins and 14 losses. Utah wins the neutral zone draw. Schmaltz backward to Uyghur. 3 minutes and change left in overtime. 4-4 tie. Uyghur banks it up and then sends it ahead on the right side. Schmaltz toward the right corner. Krause, he gets in there. One of the Knights bowled over. Vegas gets the puck. It goes out to the far side. Howden reaching and he gets it. Looks to Barbashev and he missed him. It's an icing. Just missed Barbashev on the pass attempt by Brett Howden. Trying to race ahead through the neutral zone. Led him a bit too far. Bring the draw to the Knight zone. 2:49 left in the extra period. Again, they will play as long as they need to in 20-minute increments.
It becomes a game of margins now. Eichel, Howden, and Barbashev have to stay on. Cooley, Gunther, and Yamamoto spring over the boards. Advantage Utah here.
Shea Theodore and Braden McNabb are the defensemen. Theodore leads everybody. 31 minutes and 46 seconds of ice time. Vegas gets the draw. McNabb banks it out. Oh, apparently not. Linesman says it stayed in. Cooley put it down to the right corner. McNabb, D-twig, but the puck goes to Howden. Javelin-style poke, but he couldn't get it out. Knights with numbers in their own zone. McNabb to Theodore. Shea looking, sends it up the middle, off Eichel's stick and all the way down. No icing. Marino going back. Cole Smith lines up Marino. Checks him, but the puck squirts to the opposite corner. Nate Schmidt rims it out. Anderson cuts it off. Anderson back in on the right side. It bounces wide of the goal. Dowd busts in. Cole Smith takes it away. 2:10 to go in overtime. Cole Smith to the point. Hannafin, rink wide right, Anderson. No points yet in this postseason. Anderson rims it around. Tanev peeks over his shoulder, and the Mammoth forward got it to the line. Hannafin cut it off, sent it back around the rim. Anderson in pursuit. Gets there and collides with Nate Schmidt. Fight for the puck is along the right boards. Now it's Nick Dowd in the right corner. He'll softly rim it out to the left point. Hannafin there. Hannafin returns it low for Dowd. Dowd emerging on the left wall. He turns and shoots wide. Missed the glove at the left post. Anderson pinches. Sends it down to the right corner. Riley Smith emerges. Drops it off to Marner. Off his stick. Marner again. Marner, the righty, opens up right circle. Steps ahead. He shoots wide. Hoping for a tip from Smith. Didn't get it. Left point. Korzak to Riley Smith. Left wall. Smith fakes away from Cooley. Butnook's on the left. Sets up Marner straight on. Feeds right. And a shot through the net, mouth and wide on a try by Korzak. Riley Smith played it behind for Korzak. What'll he do? Feed right in the shot. Stopped. Mark Stone from 15 feet away at the right side. Vanelka, the glove save with 1:10 left in overtime.
A big surge from the Golden Knights. It was all Utah early in this first overtime period. The Golden Knights have turned the tide. And this was a great glove save from Vanelka. Stone is alone. Perfect pass. And he postmarks it for the far corner. Vanelka with that right-hand glove flashes it out there.
Remember, the Knights thought they had won this game. About halfway through overtime, it was a 3-on-2 rush. Hannafin with Dorofeev and Eichel. Dorofeev thought he had scored, but after review, play was deemed offside and the goal taken off the board. 1:10 to go in overtime. Right circle draw for the Knights, but the Mammoth win it and clear it from their defensive zone. Sergachev got it to the Vegas line, hoping for Schmaltz. McNabb got it to Theodore. Ahead, Barbashev toward Eichel, toward the goal, save! Vanelka could not secure it, loses his stick, a centering pass to Theodore, scores! Shea Theodore with 1 minute left in overtime wins it. No review on this one. 5-4 Golden Knights, and the series is tied. Shea Theodore, the defenseman, flashes down the slot, gets the puck from Eichel deep on the left side. After a great opportunity for Eichel, Vanelka made the save, but lost his stick on the play. The Knights were patient, stayed with it. Eichel put it in front, and Shea Theodore rips home his first goal of the playoffs and the 18th of his Stanley Cup playoffs.